I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize of a toad. Ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace. The ones ever encountered, they say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down into the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentacle, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put the line down when I run, you don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a time down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace, how we did. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, going up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime. Honor, kings.
Guess it's gonna burn up.
Honor, kings.
On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for all these evil seconds. We got honor. Who wanna get me juice? Count up the one, who made it rules? You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I gotta shut down. We got no cry. We barely fuck this one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is spend it, look at me still victory.
Say.
I treated my soul
On my
down.
pace.
We the champions, turning I'm invincible. Just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace, how we did. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime. Honor, kings.
Guess it's gonna burn up.
Honor, kings.
On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for all these evil seconds. We got honor. Put it in the top, grind, all my squad is pop talent. The ones that need it for trust, we got the confidence. Never stop it, I'll be ready all the time. Now, take a breath. You know, baby's colder than us, you gon' pay the price. Set the trap. Got my body's in the back, you better think it twice. Coming on, never. Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steep burn, step again. We're gonna turn it up high, the limit the sky. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we can take again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. Burning up the flame. A rebel won't be tamed. Burning up the fire, and I'm reaching for the sky. I'm a warrior, ready for the game. Make it glorious, running
the behest of the Athena strat coming through here as well, but Sage Smite into the back line off the side of APG. He's going to get the takedown onto Siang. Is that going to be the saving grace here for the boys in Boom? But no, Yulon comes through. He has the double kill. He's looking for more, but it's going to be trying here. Carl, the prodigy, is the last one alive, and that is going to be a triple kill and an ace for APG.
Big wins for the side of MK.
There, but that minion wave one side of the map is going to put pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds, but there it is, 90 on the prowl. Only gets the knockup onto Dragon, the unbridled effort. Catches onto non-clean. Has to say the Sanctuary gets taken down here, but it's going to be the proc of that. Can Golden Kite be the saving grace here? Because two members of Blacklist have gone down. Shammy one with the speed, with the flash. He gets out alive, and it's just Chaz alive here, facing the full front of Twisted Minds. So, but now we have the Jeux goal for Danny. That's going to obviously help.
Oh, Savannah just deleted him, but Miggy with the comeback as well. They slam him against the wall, but it's done. APG, they have turned the whole fight around. Danny is down. It might be there for Boom. Carl, he needs to run for his life, and he will not make it. It is an ace, but it's not an APG.
She is soaking a lot of the damage.
Stay patient. They got the catch.
They got the catch here.
Oh
Shammy
my
one into the
God.
back line. He gets a takedown on the highlight. It's now clean. Trying to make ends meet for the side of Twisted Minds.
Oh,
But the
Golden
Viva
Kite.
Mirage, Golden Kite, Blacklist International. They make history. They make top 4. And they...
Fight, right? Because not the entire team is here, but you go one-on-one.
There we go. There's 19 trying to get the knockdown onto Chaz, but Chaz is now into it. Shammy one gets the takedown on the highlight. They get the Tyrant. 90 and Klee go down. Shax goes down as well. We have minion waves in the mid. Hot side of the map. Ace for Blacklist.
This is the Blacklist we're looking for. What a time to hit it as well, right at the 11-minute mark.
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami.
Putting in the top grind, almost part is pop talent. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. See you flicking, slipping now, how you couldn't confidence.
Magkakasama palagi. Kami ang PPL. Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings.
Casting up the shot, fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again.
Semalam telah berlalu, hari ini kami buru kejuaraan.
Finding illusion as well.
Congratulations! The árbitro ele cai! E tem o roubo! Simplesmente!
Hi guys, I'm Dusty Jungler from Blacklist International and welcome to my vlog. So, first of all guys, when I wake up, I drink water. Just need this in every day. And then after that, like, I'm going to like wash my face and also to brush my teeth. But I think there's a people here. My roommate Golden, guys, is inside. Hey Golden! he's saying he's taking a bath. In the playoffs?
Yeah.
For me, I think the venue, because I think it's like so much bigger compared to the other venue, and also like there's so many people will going to support and also watch us. So I think that's the most exciting part.
Oh.
And also the SB19 one, because they're going to perform at the grand finals. So like I hope we can make it to the grand finals. After I wash my face and also brush my teeth, like I go like to exercise always. Because there's a gym here.
Can we go to there?
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh, alright, let's go.
Let's go, guys. In this gym, guys, you can connect to the speaker. I love like, you know, the speaker compared to the headphones or like AirPods. After I finish the workout, guys, like exercise, like, this is like my finisher. Like walking into the shirt. It's more fun to play right now because the competitiveness of the tournament is like getting closer and closer compared to last year. Because last year is like Malaysia is here, that like all the regions is here. But right now it's really like this or really equal. So guys, I'm done. So I think I need to prepare and go back to my room because we have a media day for each occasion. There's my teammate also, guys. Hello.
Hey, bro.
I think this one is Golden Kite, guys. You think so? I'm going to take a bath, guys. Bye. Let's go, guys, to the media day.
So now guys, we're here in Tramuros in Baluarte de San Diego. This one is like avocado and mango, guys, flavor. So good. Should try.
Congratulations, bro. Bro, Chami. Next time, Chami be like that after 2 years.
After 2 years?
Hey. Hi guys, we're still here in Tramuros, like doing some video shoot and like that. Yeah, it's for because it's a video day right now, and this one is for, I think, for the trailer for HOK playoffs. For me, I think Nova, because Nova's playstyle is really good. Like their playstyle from early to late game is super good. I think we can win the championship.
Our media day is done now, guys. Thank you guys for supporting us, and I hope that you will continue to support us, especially in this upcoming November 28 to 30 in Ayala Mall, Manila. See you guys.
Hey everyone, this is
Jipu.
Hello，大家好，我是成都一超的 Cat。Hi
everyone, I'm Bai.
Hi guys, my name is Shafiq Aiman.
大家好，我是 No Fehler。
很开心再次能够回到 KIC 的舞台。
很开心再次回到 KIC。
I'm really happy to share that I will be attending the KIC2025.
这次我将以一个新的身份参与在菲律宾的 KIC 表演赛。
And I'm very happy to join KIC 2025 this time.
And I'm really happy to share that I'll be going to the Philippines for KIC 2025. And I'll be participating in the show match as well.
And I will also be participating on a show match.
期待在表演赛的舞台上见到更多的国际朋友们。
这一次在马尼拉要和大家打一场特别的表演赛，能和这么多海外的朋友们一起打比赛，是一件非常有趣的事情。
And I will be making appearances for all 3 days as well as participating in the epic show match 5v5.
Guys, kita-kits tayo sa 28, 29, 30 sa Ayala Mall, Manila Bay. Sa 30, kakantang SB19. So, abangan nyo yan. Tapos, syempre, supportan natin ang Boom, pati Blacklist.
Make sure to watch KIC 2025 and send your support.
See you there.
我们菲律宾见。
不见不散。
Putting in the top, crying, all my squad is pop gallant. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. Better step it up, you're ready all the time. Now, take a breath. Turn my babies colder than ice, you don't pay the price. Set the trap, got my bodies in the back, you better think it twice. Come on, never. Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper, step again. We're gonna dream it up high, the limit in the sky. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we can take again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. Rebel, won't be tamed. Burning up my fire, and I'm reaching for the sky. We gonna burn it. I'm a warrior, ready for the game. Make it glorious, running for the name. Yeah, we putting up a fight, 'cause we think we'll never die. We're watching high to the sky. We gonna bring it on. For honor, we beating the odds. We got the honor, we are the kings. It's on a showtime.
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami.
Putting in the top, crying, all my squad is pop gallant. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. See you flicking, slipping now, how you feeling confident?
Magkakasama palagi. Kami ang PPL. Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings.
Semalam telah berlalu, hari ini kami buru kejuaraan.
Finding illusion as well. Series.
Hi guys, I'm just Jungler from Blacklist International and welcome to my vlog. So, first of all guys, when I wake up, I drink water. Just need this in every day. And then after that, like, I'm going to like wash my face and also to brush my teeth. But I think there's some people here. My roommate Golden guys is inside. Hey Golden! he's saying he's taking a bath. In the playoffs?
Yeah.
For me, I think the venue, because I think it's like so much bigger compared to the other venue, and also like there's so many people will going to support and also watch us. So I think that's the most exciting part. And also the SB19 one, because they're going to perform at the grand finals. So like I hope we can make it to the grand finals. After I wash my face and also brush my teeth, like I go like to exercise always in the gym. Because there's a gym here.
Can we go to there?
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh, alright, let's go.
Let's go guys. In this gym guys, you can connect to the speaker. I love like, you know, the speaker compared to the headphones or like AirPods. After I finish the workout guys, like the exercise, this is like my finisher. Like walking into the shirt. It's more fun to play right now because the competitiveness of the tournament is like getting closer and closer compared to last year. Because last year is like Malaysia is here, that like all the regions is here. But I think right now it's really like this or really equal. So guys, I'm done. So I think I need to prepare and go back to my room because we have a media day for each occasion. There's my teammate also, guys. Hello.
Hey bro.
I think this one is Golden Kite, guys. You think so? I'm going to take a bath, guys. Bye. Let's go, guys, to the media day. So now, guys, we're here in Tramuros in Baluarte de San Diego. This one is like avocado and mango, guys, flavor. So good. Should try. Congratulations, bro. Bro, Chami. Next time, Chami be like that after 2 years.
After 2 years?
Hey. Hi guys, we're still here in Tramuros, like doing some video shoot and like that. Yeah, it's for the because it's a video day right now, and this one is for I think for the trailer for HOK playoffs. For me, I think Nova because Nova's playstyle is really good. Like their playstyle from early to late game is super good. I think we can win the championship. Our media day is done now, guys. Thank you guys for supporting us, and I hope that you will continue to support us, especially in this upcoming November 28 to 30 in Ayala Mall, Manila. See you guys.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside.
kalma niyo muna boy, isa pa lang tayo. Sorry, is the king bro. Wala ka pagpag-nar ng first game ha, pagpag na yan. Oh, shake it tayo early eh. Shake it tayo early first game. Warm up. Let's go Blacklist! Hey yo!
There, but that mini-wave flat side of the map is going to put pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds, but there it is, 90 on the prowl. Only gets the knock-up onto Dragon, the unbridled led first. Catches onto non-clean. Has to say to Sanctuary, gets taken down here, but it's going to be the proc of that. Can Golden Kite be the saving grace here, because two members of Blacklist have gone down.
你打不了，我每次都被动的没有。为什么要死？我被动更低啊！你们为什么？
Trying to make ends meet for the side of Twisted.
Blacklist.
So, kung hindi sila mag-ban ng oberen sa natin, sa 2 picks natin, pakawalan natin ng pay. Kasi tawag dito, yung jungle nila maluwag pa eh. Meron pa silang jing, meron pa silang pay.
We are going every tournament and meet many strong teams, so you can see our progress in tournament.
The dreams of Boom Esports gone. Exactly, you've got about at least 24 seconds left on the timer here for the side of Boom Esports. APG will be your last top 4 team going through to the lower brackets.
And congratulations to APG, the alpha this time in the bench.
Ayun, thank you sa mga sumuport sa amin sa online and lalo sa mga nag-effort pa pumunta rito. Maraming salamat guys. Medyo lumalayo na naman yung PGL kahit sobrang early pa lang natin. So, ayun. Thank you.
Mabuhay Pilipinas, and to all the Honor of Kings fans around the world. Today is going to be an exciting day as the strongest and most fiercest teams are going to clash here at Ayala Mall's Manila Bay.
We have our top 4. Butters, 4 have surpassed the original 16, and after today, we'll find our top 2.
Mara, this is the penultimate day. This is the moment these teams have been waiting for to show that they can be the best in the world and make it to the grand finals.
We started with this competition with flags from all over the world raised up high. And as days turned into weeks, those flags fell one by one.
And Mara, the 4 teams that still stand, the last hope of the Philippines and 3 from Malaysia. David and Goliath, Young Bloods, and the OGs.
Now we're gonna have 3 best of 7s. We'll kick things off with the upper bracket clash where we're crowned the first grand finalist. And after that, brace yourselves as we're gonna have 2 lower bracket matches. That means 2 eliminations. And the last one standing will earn the final ticket to the grand finals.
Here are the warriors that are burning up the flame. They are here and ready to rise to honor. I'm Butters.
And I'm Mara Aquino. And this is the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. Get yourselves ready, as today will mark history. It's the rise of the grand finalists. Casters, lead the gorge.
We are close to the finish line, and this is the conclusion of the epic finale soon as we find out who will be the grand finalists going on towards this journey here. This is Knockout Day 6 of the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. My name is Sagi HOK, your guest host and analyst for today. And of course, we always have our Voices of the Gorge featuring Blamoba and also Holler here. Welcome back to the English broadcast.
Thank you for having me again. Of course, we've got 2 final days to find out who's going to be the champion. And of course, it's going to be a lot of hype going into it because you can see the ambiance and all of the people are super hyped.
Yeah, we managed to lock him in his room for day number 1, but he broke out of the windows. He's here now back on the desk. But yes, it's going to be an amazing day. Obviously, PKL have one more representative left to try and take down the MKL teams.
It will be a tough journey so far coming in for the South Blacklist International, but from what I've seen for the tournament in Philippines itself, the crowd energy, the support that the entire ecosystem provided them, they look to be able to upset the entire tournament so far. And I wouldn't say upset because that is an underdog term. We will say that they are the tournament contenders that will be going strong for the grand final spot.
I think that's why we've been most impressed, right? I think Blacklist International, the way that they've kind of leveled up, and of course with that home buff and the crowd that you see, you can feel that energy.
That is true. And from all this tournament, it's not the sake of only playing for glory or only for the national pride. Those are, of course, very important here, but it is about the prize money that they will be getting coming in from this prize pool here. $1 million of the total USD prize pool here with the champions taking away $300,000 for their pockets.
Exactly that. And then second place, you'll be looking at that 150K. Third place, 110K. Fourth place, at 80K. Then fifth to sixth place, 60K. 7 to 8 will have 40. Then 9 to 12 will have that 25K. Then last place, 15K.
Yeah, and the craziest part is we're at the top 4 right now. Every single match you win is essentially 30,000, then 40,000, and then finally that last one, 300,000. So there's a lot at stake with every single match.
And to add on to that, the winners not only get the big portion of the 300,000, that's 30% of the prize pool, the FMVP later on also gets the FMVP skin designed for their specific hero here. So a lot of stakes are on the hand right now. Every single win pushes you further and further to that grand final spot, or potentially to become the champions.
I mean, we're all trying to be the champion, right? I think the top 3 going into, of course, the KPL Challengers being invited over there, that's going to be huge for them. But also, look, it's all about the name stake here, right? Getting yourself into that top position would be huge. Can they upset any of the MKL teams?
Potentially here, I mean, that's going to be the whole goal of the Blacklist, is to break the code of the MKL. Obviously, they will be going up against APG in the second series of the day, but obviously first, we have to get our first grand finalist through as well. So let's have a look at that bracket.
Oh, that's going to be the interesting one, because the bracket so far has seen marvelous domination of the upper bracket from teams like Nova Esports here, only dropping a single game against Alpha Gaming, making it all the way to the upper bracket finals, and their opponents will be HomeBois Esports here. Similar to the lower bracket run for the side of them, they did beat they did beat with Saga in the 4-0 run, and then with a hard-fought best of 7, they advanced to the upper bracket finals here. Now, the lower bracket is an interesting one because Blacklist and also Alpha Gaming made their way through, and they will meet for the final time to decide who goes on for that lower bracket finals.
Yeah, and actually that's the biggest thing, the biggest stakes at this first match, right? If you lose, you actually have to play later today.
Oh God, yeah.
You cannot just chill for tomorrow's grand finals. You must continue playing. But of course, as Watsaki was saying, here's going to be the first matchup of the day. It's going to be Nova Esports going up against HBSC. The winner moves on to that grand finals. The other one will drop down to the lower bracket. And the second match, and of course, going to be an energetic one here with Blacklist International going up against APG here.
But it's not just that. Obviously, the loser of the first game has to play 2 series, and the winner of the second game has to play 2 series. So neither of these teams that go into that third match of the day are at an advantage point here, other than the fact that whoever loses the first game, they get to have a bit of a break and maybe a bit of a breather to recombine themselves.
That's the scary part here. The match 12 featuring Blacklist and Alpha Gaming The winner has to play back-to-back BO7s here. Imagine if both are ultimate battles, you're essentially playing 14 games in a row.
Oh yeah, it's a big brawl here for any team that has to go through that brawl in task. But speaking of tasks, we have an in-game task going on right now, which is going to be the in-game voting. As you can still see, that Mara is at the top of the favorite voices, and Blacklist is at the top of favorite teams. But hey, they've been dethroned by the IKL King, which is John Q.
Yeah, but I do want to talk about the fact that second place from the talent side, there's going to be Linger. She was actually around. I think she's coming here to kind of rile up some of those votes to maybe go her way and kind of show up here. It's going to be an interesting one between Mara and Linger in the end.
There's a very big competition, not only in the side of KIC2025 itself, but also within the talents and also the players. Because popularity really brings you so far in the world of HOK Esports here. You get the recognition, you get the fame, and also that translates into the performance that brings in for these players here. But of course, today's matchup, the first one of the day, HomeBois Blackstreet Esports, MKL's champion, going up against Nova Esports, MKL's second seed. But the second seed so far has been one of the best performances in the international stage in 2025.
Yeah, I think that's been the story of this year, right? Nova Esports has been the guy, or been the team, 2025. I mean, HBSE essentially were kind of the 2024, and now they're coming in. They took the top slot, but of course, it's the first ascendance to honor right here. We're going to see both of these squads going at it.
Exactly. I mean, Nova, they've had a bit more of a cleaner run within, obviously, the knockout bracket so far compared to HBSE, but now it's going to be that grand finals of the MKL4 season all over again.
It's true, where we see 2024 for the side of HBSC, it was their entire esports HOK year where they almost won every single title here. And similar to Nova Esports, the only difference is that in EWC, HBSC was top 2. In EWC this year, Nova Esports was top 3. So they were very neck and neck in that international title here. And this will be their head-to-head stats as well in-game.
Yeah, and if we're looking at them, kind of close. Kill participation 76 to 67. 6-7, huh? Can't get away from that one. Average kills very similar in that sense as well. 11.2 versus 12.5. Average gold, I mean, look, both of these two teams have been able to find ways to win. That really helps out with that gold. But the average deaths per match, huge. HomeBois, Blackstreet Esports is definitely on the lower end with this with 10.6.
This is why we locked him in his room. Like, he's busting out all the memes here. But looking at the head-to-head between Xuan and Guayu up into the top side of the map here, it's definitely favoring top side of this head-to-head, going over to the side of the two times FMVBP, and now obviously down to the bottom side here, Xuan getting that KDA as well as kill participation in his favor.
And to really highlight about these two players outside of the stats itself, it's an identification of the new blood coming in from HBSC Guayu, which he's the youngest Clash leader that we have, and also an FMVP player coming in from the MKL region. And on the flip side, Nova Esports Trend, an iconic player of the MKL region, a veteran in his own role here. So to highlight both of them, it's a clash between these two players in their respective role itself. But we talk a lot about these players. We will also need to introduce them to the stage. The first team of the day will be Nova Esports, MKL second seed, the champions of S3 coming onto the stage. They will take KIC now.
The first up being introduced here on the stage is none other than Xuan in the Clash lane. Following suit, it's none other than CY, a Gudo Master. And he can not only supply the utility, he can supply the carry. It's Wendy in the mid lane. His name may be cute, but he's definitely deadly. It's Muji in the farm lane. And then rounding out the whole team, it's the Beast, away pit into the roam. Look at the flex in those moves. And this is none other than Nova Esports. They are here to look to put the thumbs up and get their tickets into the grand finals.
In the Clash lane, we've got Guyu. The one true king, of course, is going to be Musan King in the jungle. One of the most stable mid laners in the world, we have Jihong. And in the farm lane, we've got Vivi. One of the best Athena players in the world, maybe the most annoying, it will be Jen in the roam. Malaysia Kings League #1 team. They're going to be represented by HomeBois x Blackstrew Esports. They are here to make a name for themselves on the international stage.
Definitely a very strong two teams that we'll be featuring so far, but do bring me over the HOK Season 2025 players here, Nova Esports.
Yes, Nova Esports, once again represented by CY, Muchi, Schwan, Waypit, and Wendy, looking to reclaim their spring season title, but also even further themselves into KIC 2025 to be the first grand finalist, and obviously their team going opposition will be the guys that brought them down to their knees in fall season.
And so far the fall season here, they haven't really bested HBSC in a B07 setting yet. Yeah. And we were to see back to the scrim records in another practice bootcamp, they haven't really damaged this reputation of a lineup, which is HomeBois Blackstrew Esports.
Yeah, and HBSC, of course, is going to be made up of Sha, Vivi, Guyu, Musan King, and Jihong. This is a team that, hey, they 4-0 Nova in the MKO finals. They are going to want to do that again.
This is the epitome of success from both squads here. The 2024 Achievers here, HBSC, going up against the soon-to-be 2025 Achievers, which is Nova Esports here. Will their golden, not to say golden road, be stopped here? Or will they be once again challenged in their own respective field? Because none of these two teams, they won't back down without a fight. They are hungry for KIC.
Oh, absolutely. Never back down, never what is the motto of these two teams. Choosing blue side is going to be Nova, and onto the red is going to be HBSE. I mean, both of these teams, especially HBSC, love that Athena pick. The Sacred Warrior is not going to come through before the ultimate battle.
I think that you kind of want to let it go early, right? I think for, Nova's side, they know that HBSC are going to want to play this one. Oh, yeah. But maybe you get it out of the way so that you don't expend some of those expensive picks. And you kind of, maybe you set yourself up for like, hey, we'll let this one go. Because it looks like teams really haven't had an answer to it.
I will disagree with you, because if we learn from the Blacklist International HBSE series, it was the Athena pick that pushed it to Game 7 here. My idea on it, it's either you pick it or you ban it.
Exactly. It does definitely need to be banned out. I mean, yesterday we saw it pretty much on the banned bench, right? It came through once out of the entire, I believe it was like, what, almost 15 games?
Exactly.
So
yes.
15 games, one Athena game. That's looking like it's a heavily banned phase here.
But it's one of those things where if you're to expend a lot of those expensive heroes, and then all of a sudden the enemy team picks that Athena, you're in a bad spot. So it's a situation where you're like, hey, maybe they take it. We take not the highest of metas in terms of those picks, so it's not so expensive even though we lose.
That's the idea towards the drafting itself. If you can really mitigate the drafting loss towards an Athena game in the best of 7, and the most important part, you lose, but you don't lose your mental state. That is the most important one. If they can accept that loss, then fair enough. It's a very good trade.
All right, whenever I lose, I always lose my mental state, so I don't know how to kind of decipher the two.
So we'll need you in the war room. Maybe they'll teach you a thing or two here, Hall, because yesterday you were cooked up in your room, and now you're back onto the broadcast desk here. Obviously, we're getting some fist bumps going through for these players as well, breaking that fourth wall for those watching at home.
And the first game is actually super important coming in for both of these rival teams here. If you step into the BO7 in the wrong foot, you lose very difficult in those sense. You will be in a position where you're like, man, this is a tough game. It puts pressure onto me, and this is a team that has consistently beat me in our own region.
Yeah, and that's kind of the biggest thing. I mean, if there's anything that Nova has learned from those MK finals where they got swept 4-0, I think that this is a situation where they're like, hey, we need to be resilient. We need to be okay with losing some games, but we need to find our footing and get back into these series.
I mean, maybe Nova's just going for the Twisted Minds approach, right? Obviously, they always lose roughly around about the worst times, but maybe now that the time counts the most, I mean, we're seeing some big heads into the crowd here as well. We have the Augur and the Mayan as well as the Diadea. Maybe this is going to be the win that gets Nova through to be that grand finalist, the first one.
And there's already a bit of a hint in the audience stage itself with the Diadea and Augur. That's really the Nova Esports Game 1 lineup if the early is open for their taking here. They like to start the game strong, always Augur, Arlie, Diadea, the three key picks here to start the game and the BO7 comfortably for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe getting that first game onto the board, which we saw was actually quite a fruitful point yesterday, right? Obviously, it was Blacklist getting the first game onto the board there, who ultimately got the winning series, and then same for APG.
Yeah, but I mean, going back to that one, I mean, in every single one of these series, game one sets the tone. It's the most important.
Correct.
Because again, you always want to be in that situation where you're the aggressor. You're putting the pressure on the enemy team.
Yeah, you want to one-up your opponent here, but what better way of one-upping them than to outdraft them in game number one itself? With Nova Esports selecting the blue side, HBSC will default towards the red reactive side. As we start the banning phase, Dharma, the martial monk, has been removed from the pool.
Yes, again, I think there's going to be a big ban phase going towards, obviously, the clash lanes of both of these two teams because they are one of the dominant players within both of the rosters, but it's going to be the Ali being banned out here as well. Ali, the Parasolar, actually had quite a lot of performance yesterday, but there it is, the Sacred Warrior being banned out.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's going to be very targeted. This is something that they probably don't want to deal with. I want to say maybe they even perma-ban it. I mean, maybe it shows up in a Game 7 Ultimate Battle. You don't have a choice in that one, but I think going into this one, you just don't want to give up any free wins.
I think for Nova's perspective, it's similar to Blacklist International. From what they learned, if you give this, you're potentially setting yourself up for a Game 7, which you do not want to be answering to, because so far in this tournament, the Sacred Warrior Athena feeding strat hasn't been finding a lot of these counters to really resolve it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think this is a good takeaway here for HBSE, right? Don't give over the Hue1 and Dolia combo that we see quite frequently. Those two Enchantress's coming through and obviously pairing up into that one. But more importantly, taking away the Yang Jian here, which these two very cleverly are both flex picks here.
Yep, these are two flex picks that can go mid, can go roam, can go anywhere, can go clash, can go jungle here. But Nova Esports, they don't go for the Nurza approach here. They're hovering on towards the Belligerent's dude, and they will be locked in here because they know the flexibility of this Yang Jin. It could go towards a clash lane, which will ruin the direct counter of the jungle with the jungle matchup.
Yeah, plus there's so much sustain from HBSC, right? This is a style where they know the fights are going to go a little bit long. Dune is that perfect frontliner because, again, he's very tanky. Plus now you've got the Lung, which pairs up really well with it.
Exactly. Lung with the late game insurance is also getting that to infinite vastness is going to be a Lung for the side of Nova's Muchi, but looking at HBSC here, they may potentially be locking in the newer, so maybe going for something that's going to have a little bit more kind of like medium range, maybe the D-Ranger into the bot side of the map, potentially here for HBSC.
That's if they will get it out of the banning phase here, because Nova Esports, potentially they will look to ban out things like the channel and also the D-Ranger to secure a smooth laning phase for Muchi in that farm lane itself. And HBSC, they are putting more pressure against Swan in that clash laner here. This Guan Yu has been locked away from the FMVP.
Yeah, I mean, taking it away, I mean, he's one of the best on that hero. Right?
Exactly.
And it's something that you don't want to have to deal with. I mean, look, if they're the sustaining lineup just wants to consistently fight, if they're getting repositioned, that would be devastating for them. So that's why it's going to be a good ban here.
Yeah, taking out the Warhorse and also taking out the martial arts as well. The Mayin also, but then Marco Polo over to the side of Nova Esports being banned there, as well as the console U, which obviously Woodland Ranger with that second skill is a great defector when it comes to having those flaming palms come towards you. But it is going to be looking at the magistrate here, Ranger coming through for the side of HBSC.
A very complete draft thus far coming in for the side of HomeBois Blackstreet Esports. You have the early game tempo set up by Ranger and also the Yuhuan, an aggressive 2v2 matchup in towards the bottom lane, and your late game is round up with Zihong on this Celestial Nua here, which gives you a lot of opportunity from early to late game here. But one thing Nova Esports wants to do is that they want to box you in and use those spells to pummel you down.
But speaking again, pummeled down, now taking liberties from the board master here, being locked in for the side of Nova Esports, and it looks like that clash lane is going to be none other than the Bati here, the mighty conqueror.
Yeah, just a lot of damage too, which kind of what they were kind of lacking. I mean, you only had the Loom, you had a lot of other guys that are in control, plus the tank with that Dune, so you needed a little bit of more damage. They're going to do just fine with this Juan last pick.
It's a very comfortable draft for both teams thus far, but HBSC, I do want to point out that they actually have super duper strong early game with the Ranger and also the Agudo here, double marksman. You skill exceptionally well from early towards mid game, and when mid to late comes in, that's when Zihong on towards the Celestial Nua starts picking up the pace for the team itself. So for Nova Esports, they need to be able to win those mid-game team fights, use Bati, use the Dun, access the backline together.
Yeah, a lot of sustainability here for the side of HBSC, right? Obviously locking in that Wild Rider towards the end there, the Agudo for Mustang King. I mean, it was this time last year that Mustang King locked in this pick for the first time within blind drafted, but now we're in the global ban pick. It's a huge pick. Fast rotation in the early game, really good at sieging.
Yeah, they're very comfortable with this lineup. And I think at the same side, the Nova squad, this is pretty comfortable themselves. I mean, see why he definitely likes that Dune. He wants to be that front liner. They just need to kind of deal with the early aggression from HBSC and just kind of withstand the fort, because again, this Agudo could be a problem.
Yep, the Agudo will be primarily targeting the Muchi lane on the Aoyin Long. Once the Aoyin Long gets affected, in this case here, he's very difficult to survive the lane against the likes of a Ranger Magistrate and also in Agudo pummeling those towers down here. If that tower in the farm lane does go down in the early game, that could spell bad news for side Nova Esports.
Yeah, and another thing that could be bad news is when he lands on the Dragon, he might be vulnerable to the annihilation from that mid lane, right, from the Nua pick. So this is something that they need to be careful. Obviously, timing it is going to be difficult, but the potential is there.
Like I say, the annihilation, the emergence, there's a lot, right? Obviously, the creation blocks could come through here for the side of HBSC, but here it is the draft for the final time within game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the kickoff of KIC knockout stage, day number 6. We have Nova going against HBSC, looking to be the top of MKL going into the grand finals.
Yeah, that's the craziest part. Going into the grand finals off of this single best of 7. If not, you're going to be sent to the lower bracket. You got to chill around because you got to find out who your opponent is going to be, and you got to do all that research to make sure that you're ready. It's got to be very nerve-wracking for those.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the fact that Nova lost 4-0 to the side of HBSC in the fall season is definitely a nerve-wracking experience, and they haven't played against them just yet. But why you? Taking a lot of damage in this early part of the game. This early 1v1 between these two heroes, I give it over to the Mighty Conqueror.
Yeah, and I mean, going up to those two, it's going to be back and forth throughout this entire series. I think that is pretty much the lane matchup that will set the tone, because both of those guys are so good with their playmaking. Yeah. Come team fight, again, it's going to come back to like who has the most net worth and is able to disrupt as much as possible.
Exactly. I mean, HBSC, they could obviously lose and falter at the point what happened yesterday where we saw the Yangjian dive into the enemy backline, but then who's protecting your backline right there? I mean, I suppose Mustang King needs to have a solid positioning and use that Gorge mobilization to full effect.
Yeah, I mean, but it's going to come back to like, just like a great defense is a good offense, right? Yeah. We're just going to be fine and just being able to kind of hold the fort. We should be there. I mean, if you're looking at HBSC, this is a tough nut to crack. It's a very difficult team fight to kind of deal with.
It is, but when you've got CY on the Dune as well, obviously using the Unruly Blade, going in there, if he connects that win slash onto 2, it's very devastating in terms of that tempo upset here for the side of HBSC. But right now, tic-tac into the mid lane here. Overall gold slightly edge into HBSC.
Yeah, and I like both of these drafts because I'm looking at things from a perspective of like, hey, when we actually go in, what's going to really happen? I mean, it looks like it's very even. It all comes really down to that execution.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously the creation blocks being used there to try and trap Wendy, just get a little bit of CC onto him there. almost level 4, so the board is almost here onto the gorge, and there it is. Wendy now has the utility and that huge CC potential into these ultimates.
Yeah, and I like the fact that, I mean, going back to this top lane, when you have the Fatigue, who can kind of be like that late game hero, late game carry, if you will, the Yang Jian is going to be kind of similar in that regard. So the damage is definitely going to be equalized going into this, especially since there's a lot more pressure on the farm lanes as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially with Lung, obviously quite late game eccentric farm lane pick here, and obviously to the side of HBSE, you're looking towards that mid game kind of fall off there. Obviously, looking to go for the Spark Forge Dagger first item, just to get a little bit more poke onto the side of Nova Esports.
Yeah, and getting that damage going to be key, right? Setting it up with those poking and prodding, because HBSE, when you have Jihong with that long range, essentially, it's going to soften you up. So you need to be able to fight back in some fashion, because if you're looking at the rest of them, they don't have a whole lot of that range.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe using the Agudo here, Musan King maybe going for a bit of an engagement. It's going to be the Ruling Blade that actually connects onto the backline with the board as well. Can we get the win slash from Belligerent to lock down Musan King? And potentially First Blood has just been lost. Musan King gets to the backline there, but now it's down to Guayu onto the Tri-Light, just trying to force away Nova out of the enemy jungle, but still, they're sticking around, and that's the beauty of the Doom pick. Takedown First Blood goes to Wendy.
And we knew that there was going to be some long, sustaining team fights, and you saw exactly why. That Dune CY so tanky, plus he had the secondary, the Unruly Blade with that Celestial Melody. You had a lot of options in terms of what you wanted to do. He is just so tough to deal with at this stage.
Exactly. I mean, that's the good thing about what Nova has going for the side of themselves, right? Obviously, they have the opportunity, they have multiple chances because of that Celestial Melody we were talking about moments ago, Hauler, that is coming from the Adolia. That second ultimate is a blessing.
Yeah, a lot going on with this draft. I mean, it's a great, there's so much synergy with it. Almost everyone has a tremendous value with that Celestial Melody. They'll continue on. And, oh, that was up attention.
That was close. That Annihilation was a runway to disaster there, because that really could have upset the pace of Nova Esports, and especially that gold lead that they have curated for themselves now with the Wind Slash, the Ruling Blade, into the backline there, now connected with this Wind Slash. Look at them try and contest this Azure Golem, which, taking it away from Musan King, would be deadly, and they're able to do it.
Yeah, able to do it, and they've essentially walked away. No,
they're not walking away just yet. No, we have the Tri-Light, we have Guayu trying to dive in, use that ultimate, but now flashing in with the Q1, the Dune caster there with that beautiful catch.
Yeah, great catch on that one. I mean, like CY, yeah, he's sustaining, but he's going to be taken out at some point. I mean, just too many from them, and HBSE are happy with this, because again, they like to go sustaining long team fights, and they made them pay.
Exactly, the monitor has now defense, but we are getting a bit of contention here onto the Azure Golem at the side of Nova Esports. So now, can they steal away the Azure Golem that's obviously Nova politely took away from them? But you can see here, VB just playing the macro playstyle, getting that first turret onto the gorge here, trying to get the win advantage for HBSE in other means rather than these team fights.
Yeah, really smart play by HBSE. Just understanding that, hey, if no one's really going to contest, we'll just run that one down, take all these free towers. And yeah, the lead is only about 100, 200 gold or whatever, but this is a situation where it's like the small wins. Taking out those outer towers is going to be a huge start.
Exactly. If you can't get the lead in the gold here, you may as well try and get the objective lead, and that's what's happening so far here. But I mean, we have one turret over to the side of HBSE, we have one neutral objective over to the side of Nova, so I feel like that kind of balances it out. I mean, yes, your turret doesn't come back, but now looking for a bit more engage. The Gorge mobilization, trying to force out the infinite fastness, and it is a success.
Yeah, that was way closer than I would have liked. Muji just like taking that one to the absolute limit.
Oh, I mean, pushing it to the limit right now is going to be that re-engage from HSBC. Maybe try and get the taking liberties here to do a bit of damage onto the backline of HBSE right now, but they refolded back into their jungle to reclaim their Azure Golem.
I mean, it was a good attempt in the bottom lane, right? If you force him out, he's not getting that farm. He has to actually make the walk of shame back into the lane. It looks like he's going to be in the mid one. So you kind of bought a little bit of time for that, plus you push them away and secure the Azure Golem as well.
Song on this Nua is so aggressive. The emergence into the annihilation, just making Chuan run, is definitely a sight you don't want to be seeing if you are Chuan's teammates, especially into that top side of the map. He looks pretty low. He has to stay there to defend that T2.
Yeah, that numbers advantage quickly turn in favor of HBSC. So Nova, if anything, they kind of need to use the buddy system, make sure that nobody really gets caught out.
Yeah, they need to make sure that nobody gets caught out. Maybe try a little bit more macro playstyle here from Muji. Muji has been pretty much within the team fights from the word go, and there's been no real pressure created here down to that bottom side of the map, which you can kind of see now. Guayu's like, hey, I've taken my T1, it's now time for you to take yours, but now we do have that Unruly Blade into the back line once again, straight onto the back of that U1, but Sure is able to get it alive thanks to the flash, but now having to force the flash from Swan to get out of that pit of the Crimson Golem. This could be an epic win slash here, connected with the Flaming Palms.
Yeah, with that Unending Sorrow on cooldown, Jay had no reason to be up in front, and now HBSC contesting.
Yeah, they are trying to contest a little bit more, and there we go. Guayu gets to pick up onto CY. He's looking to dive in. He forces out even the fastest once again, which is obviously given over thanks to that Dolius. So Celestial Melody not quite up, but now Guayu looking to go for another kill, but that taking Liberty's going to stop him in place, but the dog gets placed down. And who let the dogs out? It's HBSC with the Quadra, not able to get the Penta here, but maybe a teammate forcing a flash out here of Wendy, but ultimately falls. HBSC with the brawl in mid.
I mean, they could take the ace, and it was off of Guyu, just literally hounding forward every single time, just leapfrogging after the next one, just getting all the kills. He got a Quadra kill, and they ended up getting the ace off of this one. Just look at how much space he created. They've lost all the towers going up into the T3 in that mid lane, all because of this play.
The real estate taken away here from Nova is irreplaceable, because we saw this yesterday where Blacklist played this exact same move. They got a great team fight into the mid lane, they took the T2s, they go for the neutral objective, and then basically it's all she wrote. It's pretty much FF at 15 at that point and go to the next game. But now it's to Nova's diligence that they try and have the comeback, right? They still have the high ground turrets here, they still have the potential means to come back.
Yeah, and this is kind of uncharted territory for Nova Esports at the KIC. They have not played HBSC, but it seems like they're the kryptonite right now. They have completely figured out the puzzle that is Nova Esports, and now they're down 3.3K.
They are down by 3.3K. I mean, the last time we mentioned the gold lead is already about, what, 200, 300 gold, which again is literally just not even a point of concession here. It's just what you do at that point. You go for the objectives, but look at objective-wise here. Nova doesn't have a single turret yet to their name onto the side of HBSC. They have all the real estate. If this was Monopoly, you would be paying the side of HBSC right now as they're trying to go for a bit of a team fight, but using even as fast as it gets. Muji back into safety here, trying to clean out this wave. The minion wave gets taken down. Maybe contested here for that Crimson Golem.
Yeah, continuing on with the Monopoly metaphor, and it's like Nova Esports are in jail. Yes. HBSC are the jailers. They've had so much control. They pushed them back and made things so difficult. Now Nova Esports have to figure out a way to get a little bit of space and more time and farm to get really back in this one.
They definitely do. I mean, we need some access into the backline, but the denial of the backline access is great onto the side of HBSC now. But you see the Flaming Palms, they do connect onto the side of the Q1. They are looking to try and take a big fight around this Shadow Tyrant. CY into the thick of it. He gets taken down already. The Annihilation comes through. Does a lot of damage onto the Wendy, onto Wave Pit. The double W's have been drawn out of this Tyrant Pit, and it looks like it's going to go over to the side of HBSC unless we get some clutch last hits here. We do get the Wave Breaker, but it's not going to connect. It's going to go over to the side of HBSC.
Yeah, CY's positioning not great on that one. Way too far out, and the way that the layer kind of wraps around, it was made it difficult for Nova Esports to help support. He was caught out. Everyone from HBSC were like, okay, we'll take this literally free food that's right in front of us. We'll just target all, shots into this Death Star that is CY.
Shot. They're looking for the gold. They're looking for the neutral objective. They're looking for whatever they can lay their hands onto here on the side of HBSC, right? I mean, BB, I feel like he's been so kind of like under shadow in this one. Like his positioning into the team fights has been literally like second to none here. He's yet to be caught out, but he still is building that itemization. As you can see, that Doomsday from BB and Musan King is really going to put a blunder onto CY.
Yeah, BB is kind of like the Toyota Camry of the team, right? Very stable, consistent. He will always get you from point A to point B. While the rest of the guys might be a little bit flashier, they might be faster and all that, and take up all the the fame that is around Honor of Kings Esports, but Vivi is the guy that will ensure that they get over that final hump.
Yeah, you know for a fact why he's like a Nissan Skyline, right? Like he's into the back line, just going straight in there. But now, speaking of going in, is looking to be HBSC with that fantastic annihilation, putting so much damage onto Wave Pit that he has to force himself to the back of this team fight for the community here down to the bot side just to try and zone out those minions. But it's not going to be enough here. They're looking to keep pushing these high ground turrets. It's going to be HBSC opening up the base of Nova Esports.
Oh, Jihong with that annihilation, as you rightly pointed out. I mean, the angle that it went on, it hit like 3 members of Nova Esports, and they all got low. And they were like, okay, actually, we cannot fight. We cannot defend on this one. So just the way that they're able to poke and prod, pushing Nova Esports back, and now they have to just fix all the lanes. This Overlord, it's free for HBSC.
Yeah, they've got to fix their house before they can try and go any further into the enemy jungle, or even just that neutral point into the river. But the Shadow Overlord going up the side of HBSC now is going to be a deadly call here as they look to try and get the push onto that Azure Golem. But a bit of a saving grace there for CY. They're able to steal it away for themselves.
Yeah, and being able to take that one, I mean, he's salvaging what he can, but they are so far behind. If you're looking at the net worth difference between the two, yeah, it's 6.9, but you're looking across the board, there's like a 1K or like a 3K or 2K advantage in the mid lane between Wendy and Jihong, and he's starting to do some serious damage.
Exactly. I mean, we get into that late game, right? Obviously, this is where we start to see Zohan come online with that duo, and we've already seen from that 3 hit of the Annihilation. The Honor of Kings version of Bingo, you get a straight line, you get that takedown of the enemy team with that Annihilation, but now they have the Shadow Vanguard being pushed in top side of the map here. Schwan has to play some defense.
All right, really? Is it a Bingo, though, if you're not getting the kills? I mean, yeah, you're doing a lot of damage, but he's 006.
I'll take it any day. They're on the winning team. They have no T1s being taken down right now. But what is going down is the house of Nova Esports. They're at the door. The Annihilation. Musa King gets a double kill here on the Schwan. Shut down here for Mucci, but it's not going to be enough to get the Crystal being safe alive. But no, HSBC take game 1.
Just completely dominating that game. Once that moment happened, that tipping point where they got that ace, it was pretty much all she wrote at that point.
For the side of this game, number 1, I do want to give props over to the side of HBSC. The way that they play the competition from early to finish has been phenomenal here. Breaking down the bottom side with the Agudo and also the match straight combo here, making sure that the side of the Loom piloted by Mucci wasn't as easy going as it is. And the key tipping point was the moment when Guiyu found that quadra kill on that Tri-Light Yang Jian. That's where everything shifted in favors for the side of HomeBois Blackshire Esports.
That's why he was the finals MVP at the MKL Grand Finals. I mean, he was just like, plays like that are very rare, and the ability to go in and just be like, okay, I'm going to go in, I don't care if I die, but taking 4 members down with me, that's a great trade.
I mean, that's it. It's not just obviously the MKL FMVP, right? It was KNC FMVP.
Yeah.
This is a back-to-back kind of guy. I mean, maybe he might even be the FMVP of KIC2025. I mean, this is still too early to tell, but the stars are definitely shining for him.
It's slowly aligning as we speak, right? If you can really do the 3 Grand Slam of the back-to-back-to-back FMVPs, definitely a storyline for this youngster on the stage right now. He's what, 17?
Yeah, he's very young, but I think going back to it, the IKL fans, I mean, he was previously on Dominator Sports, which was in the IKL, and then I'm sure those guys are like, wait, we let this guy go? Why?
Let me quote them. Pulangkan guyu kita. It means return our Goyu back to the IKL. But jokes aside here, let's check back on towards the entire statistics here for Nova Esports going up against HomeBois Blackshire Esports here. It's really down to both of their drafts, the way that they execute it. In the first few minutes of the game, you can see the Dun Dolia pulling to a lot of aggression here, consistently finding those engages in towards the front line, making sure that the lead in about within 1,000 was in favor of Nova. But the tipping point was due to the fact that if you lose a lead with this composition, you do not have sufficient DPS to handle the double marksman and the insane late game being funneled by the side of the jungle, mid, and farm laner coming in for the side of HomeBois Blackshire Esports.
I mean, looking into this one, you're looking at kind of the damage that Jihong did. Always tenderizing, always poking and prodding, and making things very difficult. Yeah, Wendy had 96,000 damage himself, but it's just a value that they got really wasn't able to take place. And I mean, you're seeing the gold grab just completely in favor of HomeBois.
I mean, yeah, it's the point that obviously Sagi was making, the first point I made, right? Obviously, if you do lose the lead and then the lead goes over to HBSC, you saw there was obviously the Doomsday both being built onto the Agudo as well as the Magistrate there. that's going to really tear apart CY, because obviously that's a health percentage-based damage come through for their team, and having 2 of them is definitely going to be better than 1.
And this is also Musang King's one of his signature heroes back in the 2024 year, bringing it back once again into the global ban pick of our current year. He's been phenomenal so far on this Agudo here, with a 5-1-1 scoreline and almost completed item build against his jungle opponent CY on this Dun.
Complete control, right? I mean, with this Agudo, not only was he very oppressive, but the fact that he was able to get some of those kills as well. I mean, he completely outclassed CY, who did have a good start, but unfortunately, just in the end, it looks like the MVP is going to go the way of.
And back to the 17-year-old stage, getting an MVP for himself here. It's going to be none other than Guai Yu on that Yangjian, the Twilight. He access into the back line for the side of HBSC. Really puts a nuisance for Nova.
The only 4 kills that he had was the most important 4 kills to topple the game entirely in towards the favor of HomeBois Black Shoe Esports here. And this specific matchup, we have seen it before. If you give HBSC a lead in a BO7 setting, they immediately prowl on you and win the entirety of themselves here. But let's check out the replay here. We will put our focus on towards Guiyu on the Twilight here. He's pouncing on towards the back as the flank here. So the first execution that he did with the spell 1 was on towards CY. Once CY is down, he immediately forces out an Infinite Vassal away from Muchi, and this is where every single house started landing here. First one on towards Shen, refreshes here, jumps on towards Wayfit on the second one, and then tags on towards Muchi, gets Muchi, and then that's already a quadra kill for his team. And with Shikusaki coming towards back line, this is a clean sweep, only for the price of Guiyu.
I mean, that was absolutely insane, right? Guiyu right there, just literally that highlight should have just been the game, because that was pretty much all you needed to close this one out.
Exactly that quadra kill into the mid lane, and then the takedowns of the T2s as well. Really put a nerve into Nova Esports there, but I mean, right now, obviously game number 1, it's very early, it's a very early series here, but HBSE are looking to try and recreate that MKL Fall season finale.
Yeah, this is a bit worrying coming in for the side of Nova Esports here. It feels like the nightmare is slowly but surely haunting them back and putting pressure on towards their mental and shoulders here. They need to maintain composure and find a way back towards this whole best of 7 series here. But with that first win here on towards the upper bracket finals, HBSE do start the BO7 with a bang.
Yeah, just with a bang. I mean, getting up 1-0, it's going to be huge to set things up. Because again, we've kind of proven that Nova Esports Psyche might not 100% be there. Now, is it going to be similar to how they were in MKL? Are they able to bounce back in game 2?
I mean, it's not like they kind of took like a non-expensive draft onto the side of Nova Esports, right? Like there were some big picks, especially the Dolia, the Lung coming through in game number 1. And that's already been taken off the board here because we are playing with those global ban pick rules, and obviously that is going to be at the victim here for Nova Esports.
But you know what? I'm a victim of being hot in the venue here. But you know what's going to be fixing up my temperature here? Definitely going to be Mightier. Smart control anytime, anywhere with good, decent, very good energy management and AI technology feature here. If you need Mightier and you need AI Eco Master, do give it a try.
Yeah, and actually, I think we could use another one here because it's getting a little bit hot here, but it might be because of the play that we're seeing, especially with Guiyu making plays like that hot.
I don't know. I think it's just because you both sat around by me, you know? I mean, I'm just generating a lot of heat
pretty
here
sure it's
right now. How dare you, sir? How dare you? But what you should do to bring me back up and my self-confidence is follow, obviously, a HOK Esports social medias, and maybe even drop a follow over to Blamat MOBA if you really want it there. You won't get any freebies like you would do if you follow HOK Esports, but you will get to see me and hear the British voice.
Of course, like if we do follow all these like HOK Esports social media side, you get the bits of the talent, you get bits of the players, and most importantly, you get the bits of the entire venue here at Ayala Mall's Manila Blade here in Philippines itself here. So if you're nearby, do drop by here to really enjoy the atmosphere and join in on all the activities here, free gifts, free, I don't think there's free food, but you know, I'll get you food if you come over.
Well, you heard it first.
All right, I could use some free food. I'm just going to claim that one now. Not me? All right, well, only some people. Okay,
yeah,
all right, I got it. But we're going to be going into game 2. Now, if you happen to be the coach of Nova Esports, what are you telling them to bounce back here?
Compose yourself. You are a strong championship material team here. It's not about beating your opponents. It's about besting your former self and conquering your fears.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of conquering some fears here, obviously the Mighty Conqueror being taken off the side of Nova Esports is going to be not an option for them going through for the rest of the series, right? Like Schwan now has to hope that either the Dharma comes through, maybe go for the Mayin, Byron, obviously both available for these two teams still, but it's going to be Nova still situated on that blue side, so Will they go for obviously something that's going to be more orientated, Prio Blue, or will they go and lock in something maybe for Muji again?
I think specifically on what I know so far for Nova Esports, Game 1, Game 2, they will definitely try their best in getting the side of Muji, the best farm lane possible here, with Alien Long being away from the pool. Next will be Parasola or potentially Channel or Direnjay. All these are the prime picks that are suited for the Nova Game 1, Game 2 draft. And when we pace to Game 3, Game 4, that's when the Mai Shiranui, the Pei, the Augur stops coming in.
Yeah, I think that we'll see a lot more of those complex strategies going into this one. I think that, again, it's just Game 1. Yes, it was expensive for both sides, but it was kind of like a feeling out process. You saw that Nova Esports were taking the fight, especially early, but again, it came down to HBSC just understanding how Nova plays, and we're able to just decode them, so to
And
speak.
that's the one thing that Blackshire Esports is good at, right? Is just reactivity. They are literally a nuclear reactor of a team. They're like, you know what? Let's see what they're doing in the first 4 minutes. Oh, they managed to get Tyrant. Never mind. We'll just basically tear them apart at that point because we know what is going on and how they're playing these team fights.
The team fight so far, like Vlad mentioned here, it's always around these specific objectives here. Not only the Tyrants, but around these small neutral jungle camps or around the buffs of the enemy territory. These are the prime places that you want to be fighting for, and especially when towers are taken down, they don't respond like players here. Hence, they need to strategize a very decent of a mid to late game composition with sufficient teamfight material.
Yeah, teamfight material for sure. I mean, going back to that Game 1 draft, it looks like they were trying to set up CY to kind of have a good game. He likes the Dune. That's one of his top 3 heroes. But again, HBSC being able to figure that one out. Now, he needs to shake off that a little bit of an off game for him and really bounce back, because this team rides on CY's play.
I mean, definitely a different change up here in pace in terms of obviously what the designation of these bans are, right? Obviously, last game it was Dharma ban. Now it's going to be the Pei here. Not really want to give it over to Musan King, and then obviously the Luna, the Moonblade as well, being banned out for the side of CY. So maybe once again we're looking at going towards that tanky brawl in that jungle. Maybe something like the Flowborn tank.
That can potentially be the case here, but to really bring confidence back into the side of Nova Esports here, they are hovering the Fire Ninja Mai Shiranui here, and we know the entire tournament so far, or in 2025, this player, Wendy, is one of the best Mai Shiranui users in the tournament.
Yeah, and you want to set the tone in this one. Game 2, got to strike back. Pick something that you know that you have high tempo on and kind of control the game, because you want that early game lead.
And you look at this Yixing, you know what's coming next? It will be the Dharma potentially for the hands of Guiyu here, the MVP from last game himself. This is looking very scary for the side of HBSC coming in towards this game, but they do reduce the priority towards it. They're hovering towards the long, and with that will be locked in.
Yeah, give the long go with the BB here. It's definitely been the flaming palms that the guy's so nice. They named him twice. Gets his pick here, but now it means that Schwan is able to get that Dharma. I mean, do we go and lock in something like either the Zhang Fei here for the side of Wei Pit, or something with sustainability like the Diadea?
Yeah, that could be potentially the case, right? But with these two picks, would HBSC just lock in a Zhuangzi and force Nova to be reactive?
Very true.
I mean, they could. I mean, there's still a lot of options. And I really like this Chano pick because it really kind of helps out. Obviously, it's looked at as kind of a pseudo counter in some ways to this Loon, which is going to be a bit of a problem. But it has a 63% win rate at the KIC. It has a lot of potential because of those wolves. It makes it very difficult. Plus, it has that mobility.
Exactly. And you have the soaring shot as well, right? Like, if he's going to get Ryan in wind, you may as well just hit him with that soaring shot, push him away a little bit further. Here, but like you were saying, 66% win rate is decent into that farm lane, especially how far we're into the competition as well. But we're getting to that second ban phase now. The Nurtza ban gets banned out here for the side of HBSE, because I mean, a Skyfall right now would definitely be a dream for Nova.
Yeah, all the engages coming through for the side of HBSC is going to be very scary. You look towards the side of Nova Esports, they know for the fact if this Zhuangzi has to go away from the drafting pool here, they cannot really commit if you are seeing a Mai Shiranui and Dharma negated by this passive of a hero.
I mean, look at this crowd. They're all, like, excited. You see all the cosplayers there. I mean, if you happen to be in the area, please do come down. I think it's absolutely electric that we're seeing. And again, just, like, the players are here, the cosplayers, the activities, the carnivals, everything that you would want. Plus, Sagi's giving away free food. So what more can you ask for?
I don't know. I think there's a little bit more I can ask for him. I mean, a free drink from yourself here, Hauler. Would definitely not go amiss. Speaking of going amiss, could be potentially the other pick up here, the white anchor for the side of HBSC. I feel like this pick hasn't come through that frequent within the KIC. Maybe once or twice already.
I think the last person who actually played it was probably Bigatron by Vitality's Zan Q, utilizing this. But an interesting one thus far because you have sufficient self-defense here. Ata, Mayin, you have a form of CC immunity. And for the side of the Aoi Long, you have the Infinite Vassal to bail away towards safety here. And then with the Yixing, the Board Master, you also have the passive to save yourself from all these sticky situations here. So if Nova Esports is unable to find the perfect engage against the Sun Bin Ata here, that's going to be an issue here because they are unburstable.
Yeah, unburstable indeed. Plus they have so much control. But the problem is they have pretty much VV on this Loom doing all the damage. He goes down, you're going to have a problem because the rest, yeah, you can control them all day long, lock them in boxes and things, but you're not going to be able to kill them.
Now this is the problem here. Yes, in theory, HBSC's composition is very well complete, but that is only if the Sun Bin, the Time Bender, gets to scale towards that level 11, level 12 mark. When you get more points in your spell 2, that's where you start being able to save your teammates with proper cooldown reduction, and you can rewind time on their health bar, because it's not a heal, it's about rewinding time itself. So, the early game for Nova is exceptionally important here. All eyes will be on Wendy's, Fire Ninja, Mai Shinui to take on those early leads.
The funny thing was, obviously, when we saw that Arta come through, I knew for a fact that Sun Bin, the Time Bender, was going to come through as well, right? That's what, generally we see that pairing, right? And for them to draft this so early is the fact that obviously HBSC are like, you know what, let's keep some of those big support picks for later on. They still have the likes of the Dolia, which wasn't even banned out. They have the Zhongfei, they have and even Lapu if they really want it, right? Like the Rifa Datu, one of the latest heroes on Honor of Kings, but now they lock in the Time Bender.
Yeah, I mean, going into this draft, if we're looking at this one straight up, HBSC side definitely on the weaker side, not as expensive. I mean, the Ata and of course the Sun Bin, I mean, they're great heroes, but they're not the level of like the Dharma, the Chano, the Mots. These are power picks from Nova Esports. And if you're looking into this one, you're thinking late game. This series might go the distance.
To know if it goes the distance here, we need to see the proper execution here coming in for both of these squads. With HomeBois Blackstream Esports currently leading the series 1-0, it's Nova's time to bring it towards the series. Can they equalize it, or will HBSC push it to a 2-0?
Exactly. Supernova, like they are, they need to shine bright, but can they? Will the HomeBois look to take this home very quickly? But if you want to take something home, pop in that CD key, dash for it to get a free everything box, but we are seeing everything being taken away into the mid lane by HSBC.
Dash for it, as in the caster dash? Okay, interesting that they would have his own redemption code for that one, but I think going into this, of course, gonna be key, right? Nova Esports, I mean, Sagi was rightly pointing it out that Wendy on this mine needs to have that serious impact on that outside lane because a lot will ride on that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can see that obviously the Time Bender here, he has that ultimate that's going to have that silence, right? So if they try and go for a huge engage here for the side of Nova and he gets that time bomb, that's really going to upset the pace and any potential that they thought they would have the tempo or even the devastation from the side of Nova.
Yeah, and that's a good thing that HBSC can do, really. They can just literally just walk away from fights. Obviously, they have that speed with that time flux. It will definitely help them out. But in the bottom lane...
Okay, the bottom lane, there is a bit of a brawl, bit of a tip attack going on there, but obviously it's a little bit too early to take that first blood, I feel like, here for the side of Nova Esports. They don't want to try to get too overzealous. They want to try and get that first blood without trading.
Yeah, and pushing them away, doing great in that sense. Is that you're doing the damage. You don't have to get all the kills. Obviously, it'd be amazing if you got first blood, but, I mean, it's more of just, like, again, like pushing them back so that they actually have to respect your damage.
I feel like here we're just getting that buddying system just to kind of match the pace of the Agura, right? Obviously you see the movement speed increase here from the Sun Bin, just really trying to like speed up the tempo for Musan King. As you can see, currently he is not quite trailing behind. He has the goal lead going into his favor.
Yeah, but I mean, the level differential is definitely there, so something to take note of. But into the bottom lane, you're looking at Bucci and BB just going solo. I don't think that you need to worry too much about having that support.
Yeah, because I mean, for Nova, obviously generally goes in their favor, quite a solid counter towards the Lung, especially if being left alone there. But I mean, right now, it's going to be that mid lane where we're seeing a lot of brawls going on, taking liberties, including pace, and obviously the Gorge mobilization with the Wild Grove here. Just trying to put pressure onto this T1 of HPSE.
Yeah, Nova Esports, they have a plethora of stuns. They just don't really have a lot of the damage. And it's got to be annoying for HPSE where it's just like getting bounced around and they couldn't really play the game because they were being controlled for so long. But the damage was next to nothing. Obviously, it's still very early, but it's something to take note of because, again, if you're looking at the side of Nova Esports, it all rides on basically Wendy and Mucci.
Exactly, they are the damage outputs. Obviously, Mucci a lot later on into the game, whereas Wendy could potentially come online a little bit earlier, but the Spirit Wolves definitely laying waste to Zhang on that I Ching, the Boardmaster.
Yeah, oh, the Cannon Blast.
The Cannon
Blast. And with those wolves providing that vision.
They're still going, but he has the passive. It's absolutely fine here. He's going to be okay. But now and then, oh my goodness, he was playing with his own life.
Yeah, that was too close for cover for me. Jihoong understanding just the absolute limit and how much damage these wolves do in the end. But, I mean, with that Cannon Blast, this is the thing. I mean, it's kind of underrated in the sense that the wolves provide that vision. Makes it very easy to hit with those Cannon Blasts.
Yeah, the Cannon Blast obviously does like traverse the walls as well, right? So it's not going to just kind of like be a little bit of a limp Cannon Blast. If it does hit a wall, it's going to go through and be devastated, as it almost was for the side of HPSE.
Yeah, and this game, a little bit slower paced right now. HPSE will continue to farm. The Musang King CY matchup is probably going to be the one to watch, but, I mean, when this 4-minute Tyrant spawns, that's going to be probably the big skirmish.
Yeah, green light go for the side of HPSE. Obviously, last game, Nova was able to claim that Tyrant, but will they make a bit more of a push here for it as they try and get this position of privilege into the bot side of the map here for the side of HPSE? But no, CY is looking to claim this one whilst they look to make sure they gather and keep composure of that Azure Golem for themselves.
Yeah, Mucci using all of his abilities to push back BB as much as possible. He was taking so much damage that you knew that he wasn't going to contest the Tyrant. That could have been a potential steal because he had that Dragon to get on out. But it wasn't really going to happen because Nova Esports understanding how to slow siege these Tyrants, and they took the first one themselves.
Getting the first Tyrant once again is going to be huge here for Nova. Obviously, it's going to definitely enhance that very small kind of gold lead that we're seeing right now go over to the side of Nova, but in a moment's notice, that can easily switch sides here for HPSE. We know they can do it, right? We saw that quadra kill into the early game of the previous game #1, and then the T1, T2 takedowns as well. They are just trying to be methodical. They're looking for that opening.
Yeah, the net worth lead, I mean, it's like 600, 700 gold. It's not really much at this stage. I mean, as you rightly pointed out, HPSE will find ways to get back in. Again, their team fight, when they initiate, that is key, because when they do, they understand when they're strong.
The Ryujin going in, can they get the backline access? But no, first blood, thanks to that forward, pitting in Nova. You are not fighting, you are not stuck in there with them, you are stuck in there with Jihoong.
Yeah, and Jihoong making them pay, right? You just trapped Wendy into that one. He was trying to be aggressive, and then this is why they counterpicked the Mai with this I Ching here.
Ooh, the Cannon Blast does connect onto VV here, but a pressure being put onto the bot side of the map. We do see the rotation from Sher as well as Musang King. There is that time bomb, only hitting the minions, but it's going to be enough to clear out the minion wave here, but VV looking to get a lot of damage. I think inside the box gets thunked because it gets stopped. And now we're seeing a lot of damage go onto the Mai team here, but it's going to kind of curtail any of those kills that could go over to the side of Nova for now.
Yeah, great disengage by Nova Esports. And understanding when to use your abilities, like Wave Pit threw out the box to slow him down just a slight bit, just so that he could get a little bit further away. The Ghost Ship not able to trap him as CY jumps over, hurdles it with little to no issues.
I mean, we could coin that one the Wave Pit stop, right?
Oh, I see what you did there, and I do agree. And it was a very fast pit stop indeed, because again, keeping him alive, that's the biggest piece right now.
Yeah.
Nova Esports, again, you've only given like a single kill, not the worst thing in the world, but it's about that macro game.
Exactly. But the macro game, the single kill, obviously first blood is going to give you that extra little bit of gold there. It's definitely going to make it go into the favor of HPSE ever so slightly, but there's been the double knockup onto Yu, but now comes the rotation from BB with the ride in the wind. Doesn't quite save his teammate, but it's going to put a lot of damage and pressure onto Schwan to get out of this team fight. The ball just connect onto Mucci. He's stuck in the middle with Yu, but gets that flash. Using that soaring shot keeps him safe.
Yeah, Kuyu, new reinforcements are on the way. I mean, he just stuck around. He was fighting 1 versus 2. He actually got the pick off even before Nova Esports were able to get the return one, and only because they had help coming from the mid lane. So, again, Kuyu just understanding the absolute limits of his hero.
Limits of his hero, the timing of his teammates being with the rotations and knowing what they can get out of those team fights, especially that T1 top side of the map here. But we could be seeing a takedown onto Schwan, but it's going to be a takedown onto She as well. A little bit early there. there for the Sunbin, but that time bomb did not come through in time.
I mean, Schwan there with a nice truth, and he did get the kill on the Zhe before he died, but I mean, he was right under the tower, and HBSC were still like, hey, we're going to trade you away. We'll gladly trade away Zhe for Schwan here.
Exactly. Schwan for Sure is definitely a decent trade for the side of HBSC, right? Obviously, Clash Lane already been put under a lot of pressure there with that T1 being taken down, but rightly so. You see that Nova takes the T1 down bot side, so really, BV has no safe space here. If anything, he's only going to go down there to gain the farm and get that lead back into the favor of HBSC.
Yeah, I mean, if BV has no safe space, you know you're in a bad spot, right? But they're just like 600 gold behind. It's not the worst thing. Right now, it's just, again, they're funneling that farm into him. He is your win condition. If you're looking at the rest of them, it's all about the control for BV to knock everybody else down.
Speaking of control, who is going to control this next Tyrant? We're at around about the 8 minutes and 30-second mark. But again, just looking to tip that into the bot side of the map here, but they've got to be careful. Nova, Wendy, Waypit, and Muji are all here, but still stuck in the middle is going to be CY. And if he falls, you are losing that smite, and there it is. CY for BB, though. This could be trouble here for the side of HBSC if they try and take the next team fight.
I mean, they could, but they don't even have Smite because that's on cooldown as well. So they can't really use this opportunity to, you know, because CY's down, no Smite, right?
Yeah.
But trading away VV, probably not great for HBSC because, again, this lineup is a 4 protect 1. VV needs to stay alive. He needs to play a little bit safer.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the secondary sort of damage output, which is going to be Zahong here onto the Yixing. But in terms of, obviously, escapability and viableness is going to be more going towards the side of BB, right? Obviously, you have the infinite fastness, using the flash as well. Yes, you have the passive of the Yixing, but you don't turn into a dragon.
Yeah, you don't turn into a dragon. That's the problem, right? Everybody wants to turn into a dragon. Who doesn't? But if we're looking at the squad here, I mean, HBSC being able to take that Tyrant, now that they have a little bit of a, a chip into that lead that Nova Esports have built, you're seeing just how close these two teams are.
Very, very close. This is all riding on like the feather of either of these two teams, right? Like if Nova takes a good team fight, that goal lead goes even further. But if HBSC take a good team fight, they lose it onto the side of Nova here. So it's definitely playing to a fine-tooth comb here between these two teams, Nova and HBSE. Looking for a bit of a ball into the mid lane, maybe potentially getting the setup of that T1 before those Shadow Tyrants and Overlords.
I like it how HBSC, the way that they were able to just kind of pivot forward, pretend like they're going to go, but then time flux on back. And like they have a lot of mobility, which is going to be a bit of a problem for Nova Esports. If they want to get some sort of catch, maybe get onto Zhe as well, but like his positioning is just really annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it's the HOK hokey cokey, right? They're like, oh, we're in, out, we're shaking all about, and then HBSC's like, no, we'll turn around and we'll reconvene and go somewhere else. But to the diligence of Nova Esports, they get the top T1 as well, neutralizing that lead for the side of HBSC in top side of the map, and they do have a minion wave crashing through at the bot side. So Nova are playing a good macro game here with the minions, but Schwan maybe getting caught out here into the box here. He's not able to land a truth, and that hurts the most as Schwan gets taken down once again. They're looking for members onto the side of HBSC. Potentially that white anchor, Musang King, but he's still alive.
Very uncharacteristic mistake by Nova Esports. I mean, Schwan was up in front. He was in the perfect spot to set up the truth. And he hit a small one, but at the end of the day, you needed the rest of the team to back you up.
Oh, missing out that flash of the Rouge. It really cost Wendy his life there, Holler. But now, this is the perfect setup for the side of HBSC. They have all green lights go. CY is top side of the map. He has to prioritize that Azure Golem. He doesn't have the correct amount of teammates to even contest this Shadow Tyrant.
I've seen this mistake happen time and time again here at KIC. I've not been happy with it, and the reason being is that Schwan was down for the count. Why are you trying to pick a fight 4 versus 5? You're a man behind. That is a terrible decision, too much risk, and it's not worth it in the end, and you paid with your lives.
They did pay with their lives, and they also paid with that gold lead as well, right? Finally, for the first time, HBSE have that gold lead going in their favor. But now I feel like if Nova want to play this one well, they just keep chipping away at those side lanes.
Yeah, and they need to, right? Nova Esports understanding that the state of the game is completely shifted in favor of HBSC. Now they need to think about ways to kind of deal with this death ball, and of course, that's by not fighting and split pushing.
Exactly, the split push could be coming through here as well, but also CY has to go on the retreat, but the board does actually connect onto anybody here, but now is Schwan into the back line. Can he make the truth count this time? But it's going to be infinite fastness. Wendy gets taken down. The ghost ship keeps him in place. BB with a triple kill. They're looking for another quaddy, but now they're open to force that T1 into the mid lane. HBSC going for the copy and pass the strat.
Yeah, they were trying to go all in on WB here, and he just gets on his dragon, and then they got caught completely out of position. Nova Esports, again, these uncharacteristic mistakes. They're trying to get the right target. It makes sense, but the rest of the team isn't there to stack the stuns with you.
Yeah, beautiful use of the ultimate there from the time bender. Sunbin just basically created a zone of silence that meant that T3 has gone down. So they not only just lose one, they lose two and three turrets in one fatal blow. HSBSE are looking scary.
Very scary, and if we're looking at this board, I mean, he gets over CY, he just barely gets out, and then Juan shows up a little bit late, and now they're like, oh crap, now we gotta go. Wendy, again, very squishy at this stage. With the dragon, there's no real sort of catch. Juan dies in return as well, and they kind of clean house at that point, especially with Guyu in the control in that back line.
Yeah, they're the cockroach infestation, and HBSE had the green light go to just burn down the house of Nova Esports, and their base is definitely opening up, and now we have that Shadow Overlord go over to the side of HBSE as well. That's going to put a lot more pressure onto Nova.
Yeah, this is a very desperate attempt here. They have 4 members. Is Guyu going to fall for this bait? Probably not, and they show up. HBSE, despite her senses were tingling, they knew something with a stray, but you know that Nova's in a bad spot when they're going for these sort of Hail Mary plays.
They are, exactly. They're just trying to just kind of force any kind of space here from the side of HBSE, but now they might be able to find it here, but the board is really going to separate these two members. Schwan gets separated from the party of Nova. He has been hit with the mutiny.
Yeah, absolutely destroyed on this one. And again, Schwan on this Dharma, this is one of his power picks, and getting caught out like this, HBSE using all the space, and it looks like they're going to take this top T3 for essentially for free.
Yeah, the single lonely ballista, but it is going to be taken out by that Kachusen there, nicely played by Wendy, but it's not going to stop the party of the HomeBois.
Yeah, it's just too much at this point. HBSE, this is that problem. The Shadow Vanguard in the bottom lane as well. Nova Esports really, if they're able to get back in, it would have to be a miracle at this stage.
Oh, it has to be a miracle, right? Like, they are really trying to find a wedge into the door of HBSE right now. They want to join this party, but the boys are like, hey, we got to be Black Shrews, not Supernovas, and they're looking to put that board down once again, zoning that T3 down to the bot side of the map with the time of Flux Bomb as well, as they look to open it up with the Vanguard. There it is, another one being broken down. The House of Nova is slowly crumbling, and down goes Wendy into the back line. It's going to be the 70-year-old Mastro. YU forcing him into the base. Double kill onto CY as well as Wendy falling. It is all just turning the pages once again. Muchi falling, Team Ace and HBSC take game 2.
Busan King with that triple just to kind of ice things in that end. But the way HBSC were able to play, catching somebody else out. I mean, Wendy was trying to go for that play with that, just go to the back line, but he's very squishy at that stage. HBSC had all the answers.
And that's the time flux value here coming in for a Sundin time bender that has successfully scaled the levels towards the late game here. If you don't take him down in one full skill rotation, the healing rewind will provide so much value that your burst is really put into an awkward position.
Very exactly. A lot of awkward positions being put there for the side of Nova Esports, especially with that board master. Like Zhong there on that Yi Xing was just absolutely beautiful, especially that last play we saw, right? Chuan dives in, he puts the board down. He's like, guys, I can't get to you. We have literally created a border between the members of Nova Esports.
And that was such a difficult ask for them, right? Because Nova Esports needed to figure out a way to get by that board, but his boards were on point. The positioning was flawless that game.
That was true, and the early game actually was looking in favor for the side of Nova Esports. They got a decent 1,000 lead, but yet again, it's those few micro mistakes in the team fights that really cost you the later stages of the game itself. And a very interesting build that we need to highlight here. VV going for the semi-tank lone fighter build here. Axe of Torment into the Frostcast Embrace, into the Pure Sky. This build, there's a reason why Schwan, when he's losing gold, if this is a squishy long, normal build, he would have gone out. But the fact that he went this semi-tank build, it always pulled in so much time for Zeus Time Bender to rewind time and give him back all the HP.
Yeah, HBSC right now hitting that next level, firing on all cylinders. You're seeing some of those KDAs where, again, Musan King did die, Jihong didn't as well, and they just set things up. I mean, with that board and the ghost shift, that was just so much control.
And really props to the side of HBSC's time bender player Ze here.
Yeah.
Every single engage that's been initiated by Wendy or Xuan, immediately you'll see the ultimate time bomb being thrown out and silencing any form of CC continuation.
I'm sorry, I forgot. Roam lives do matter. Zhe is definitely, he had a lot of play. Sorry for not pointing that outside.
I mean, it killed me to say it yesterday. I'm not going to say it today. I mean, back-to-back, you can have that win anyway. But, I mean, right now, we're looking at the goal lead here, obviously. Very much favoring the side of HBSC. But it was that kind of, like, fine line for the entire game, right? Like, obviously, Nova's trying to kind of surmise some kind of resource heist here from HBSC. But, once again, it's just that fight in mid lane, the takedowns of all the turrets was really the changer here for HBSC.
You can definitely see a bit of a momentum shift up here coming in for South Nova Esports. Their gameplay is not as clean compared to their upper bracket run here. Maybe it's really because of the side of HBSC. Currently, they're 2-0. Will we see a 4-0 similar nightmare for the Nova boys?
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because it's just 2 games.
Correct.
But, to be honest, it's not looking good for Nova Esports. I mean, I thought I would see a much better bounce-back game. They had some of the picks that they really like. But the way HBSC were able to dismantle them, it didn't seem like Nova Esports were able to find their footing at all in this.
Yeah, in the words of Costello, it's not looking good, Brev. But what's looking good is going to be the MVP here, on the side of HBSC with those time fluxes. He was doing the time warp, baby. The party is this guy.
He was so consistent on this pick itself. That's why we say there's no bad heroes, only bad players. I'm sorry, but definitely.
Ouch! I took that personally.
Whoa, he looked at you there.
Definitely, he plays super well on towards the time bender Sundin here. The way he uses his spell too, the way he uses his time ultimate here, everything was really impactful. Let's check out the replay of what exactly went down here. Masterful outplay here coming in from the side of Guiyu here. Before he falls, he makes sure to stall enough time for his teammates to come by in this play itself. And this was the playmaking coming in from the side of Xuan. And this is VV's build. Take a look at this. If he went for the normal build, he would have popped. But due to the fact that it was a semi-tank low, he got so much value out of it. Ze was giving him shield from redemption, rewinding time. He survived through everything.
I mean, they were trying to take him down. I mean, it makes sense, right? But the rest of the team needs to be there. The way that the terrain was positioned, it was going to be a very difficult ask. Nova Esports don't really have enough mobility to get on and to stack those stuns.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that Hail Mary play there from the side of Nova Schwab, right? He really tried to get that Nova Room bomb come through, but it was really upset there by that time bomb, and then the base, the House of Nova, fell once again.
A difficult road up ahead for this MKL second seed here. This will be one of the toughest ones that they actually face off, I think, on par with their group stage games against OG Esports.
I mean, if you're looking at some of those guys as they were winning, business as usual. It's so calm, cool, collected, and there's a reason why they're very stable. They're up 2-0 at this moment over Nova Esports because, again, they understand how to decode Nova Esports.
Yes, the Supernova has been contained for now. Obviously, like we keep saying, we get a bit of ahead of ourselves. It's only the second game in a best of 7. There is still a potential of 5 games here between these two MKL teams. But we've already seen this scoreline before where we saw HBSE take a 4-0 over Nova in the MKL fall season. So maybe they're trying to replicate that one and show their dominance.
It could be a very well-written road for the side of HBSC, but Nova Esports, they came with a challenge is to complete the year with multiple Grand Slams in the international tournaments here, but so far, it hasn't been looking good for them. So for this upcoming game 3, because we know every time it goes to the halfway through the series, we will go to a short break here. So they need to find this win here. Whatever they do, they cannot bring it to a 3-0 if you're a Nova player or a Nova fan.
Oh, that'd be terrible for them. I mean, just the Psyche being down 0-3, that is a hole that is going to be very difficult to climb out of. And yes, none of these teams are going to be going home. They're going to be going into the lower bracket final, so they still have that other life. But again, you want to kind of win this one out, get yourself to the grand final so you can rest going in.
I feel like they need the Nova fans here with the Nova chips that we saw in the group stage, right? Maybe that's why they're losing. I don't think it's sponsored. I don't see any packets of the Nova chips here, so I feel like they need to be shaking it into the camera just to give them a bit of a buff.
Yeah, they need every single energy provided by the crowd to really funnel back their mental state right now, because I could really tell from some of the engages in Game 2 itself, it wasn't really composed as we used to. Not as clean as the upper bracket series that they have shown us so far.
Yeah, not clean. I mean, this is, again, Nova Esports. This is a situation, again, we haven't seen at the KIC. They've been behind. HBSC have been able to solve them almost every single time. But if you're kind of looking at how some of these other two teams, if we're talking about like Blacklist, they were kind of able to figure out HBSC. Nova Esports need to, dare I say, borrow some of those strats to get themselves into the series.
They need to find the code breaker, right?
Yeah.
They need to find the Da Vinci code that is obviously HBSE right now in this one. And Nova definitely looking for any kind of strat. But here is the update global ban picks here for you see. Not quite the same scenario we had yesterday where it was a ladder like game 1, game 2, game 3, flickering from side to side. It's literally a whole domination here from HBSE for now.
At the first quarter of the series, definitely it's looking super consistent and dominant form inside of HomeBois Black Shoe Esports. At the very least, this game 3 pick and bans here will need a lot of focus coming in from the Nova team here. They really look stressed out here, but as you mentioned here, you lose the series, you don't immediately fall out of the tournament here, but you have to bear the consequences of it, potentially playing even more games at the lower bracket finals.
I mean, going into this one, the biggest demoralizing thing is the fact that they beat you with the Ata Sunbin.
Oh, yeah.
I think that that's got to hurt, right? Understanding that I was like, oh, they still have all the power picks and they're still beating us. We're in a bad spot. We need to figure it out. But game 3, this is, again, got to use your expensive heroes. Got to get yourself back into the series.
It's not like it's a cheese strat as well, right? Like,
True.
it's literally like, it's solid. Like, sometimes you see it in other tournaments and other regions, right? But that was actually played to perfection there. I feel like it was really set up with YU onto the Mayin as well.
Every single thing that they did was really funneling into that Sunbin late game that we talk about here. Usually we see Sunbin. Yes, it's a very strong hero in the late game, but how do you pace yourself from a weak early game to a consistent late game? Every single lane did their duty here. Surviving lane, making sure that Musang King didn't lose too much of the jungle pressure.
Actually, that's the biggest thing also, is that HBSC, if you're looking at that early game, that gold graph, they were losing. But they were like, okay, actually, we're still farming efficiently. We know how to get back in because it comes back to that team fight. Once that happens, again, Nova Esports just get blown up and they just lose the game.
They do indeed lose the game, but I mean, with the MVP of game number 2, right, obviously Zhe here, he has big hair, he has big plays, and he's looking to obviously try and get that Athena to come through as well, right? Like, I mean, if Nova lets this through in game number 3, it's going to be a hard game, or at least something that you have to try and formulate a strategy to react and win over.
I think with their current state right now, the Athena will never come through here. At the very least, it's time to dial the Blacklist hotline and ask, like, hey, Blacklist, how do I come back from this series? What did you do in your series that make it a 7-game against HomeBois Black Shoe Esports here? So, for Nova Esports, first thing to really solve is to remain composure and play your composition to the fullest.
Yeah, and to be honest, calling the Blacklist hotline is a local call, right? So it's not going to cost you a whole lot of money. So getting into that one might be key for them because, again, they need to figure things out. They need to kind of tap into the Blacklist mind of just how they decoded them and getting themselves back into the series because right now they're in a world of hurt being down 0-2.
It's a bit of an oxymoron as well, right? It's Blacklist International, but right now we are national. So we're not going to be paying those international costs here if you do want to call that hotline, but the hotline will be closing in around about 35 seconds here as we get into game number 3 BP.
I'm thinking from the side of Nova's perspective here. Did anyone see what side did they select this game?
I don't know if it was. I didn't see it. So I don't know. But
I was too busy calling the Blacklist.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm too busy calling them. So in the world where it's game 3 and blue side still has priority here, potentially they will have to result into more of the pay strategies here because so far, yes, you don't really win in the skirmishes against HomeBois Black Shoe Esports, but the macro game has been consistent thus far in the first 4 to 6 minutes in game 1 and game 2 for the side of Nova Esports here. Maybe. Just maybe, this blue side game 3 here, shift out the plan a bit, play the early game tempo, but give yourself sufficient late game insurance.
Yeah, and going into this one, I think that we've kind of seen CY heavily targeted, right? He's gotten all the heroes that he wanted. What more could you ask for other than the victory, which they did not get, right? Because again, HBSC, understanding that, hey, he likes the Dunes, he likes the Agudos, make him play some sort of assassin-style hero, which he's not as great as, and kind of put a little bit more pressure on this team.
Potential pressure being put on the team here. Obviously, Nova did get the Mai Shiranui last game. Ban out the Oberen here as well. So, does HBSE ban out the Athena or give it over to Nova's Way Pit?
It's a competition between the Pei and the Athena here. This will never come out to broad daylight. Now, Nova has to select. Is it going to be Muchi's Arlie or is it going to be CY's Pei here? Because you're trading really aggressively here. It will be on towards the hands of Bucci on a signature Parasola here, which allows HBSC to pick up the pay with no real all-grand counter.
Yeah, and with Nova going blue side almost every single time, it seems like HBSC have done a great job with counter picking.
Correct.
They've always been able to kind of, again, not using the expensive heroes, but having the right, answer to that hero.
The pay and the pack leader, the Tigress and pack leader do come through here for the side of HBSC. I mean, the next part of the batting phase, it's either that Nova takes away the Byron here, or give it over to HBSC. I mean, that would be scary, right? Like, give it over the pay Byron combo. Definitely not what you're playing against when you are down 2 points already.
Maybe on towards this third pick, there is two directions here. You take the Clash laner here, the most consistent performing for Xuan has been that Guan Yu, the War Saint here, that will be locked in here, which gives HomeBois Blackstreet Esports on this third and fourth ban direct access to all the bans against the matchup here. And this will be the Revive Datu Lapu Lapu being hovered and soon to be locked in here, which gives me back to the point. Third and fourth ban here, it will be heavily targeted towards CY.
Yeah, heavily targeted. But Nova Esports, this is as powerful as they can go, right? In terms of expensive picks.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's on a familiar hero. If Xuan loses on his Guan Yu, it's going to be a huge upset because in Absolute Beast, then you have Wei Pit on the Zhang Fei. You have a great composition thus far.
Yes, the War Saint here coming through for the side of Nova is definitely going to be a tried course, but also we was talking about obviously a targeted ban onto CY, but I mean Wendy's also getting some targeted bans here as well, right? Obviously the Sure, what they're really lacking here is obviously a little bit more control, maybe feeding over, using that Silking Grid to just bring in and just make it easier for Xuan here on that Guan Yu, but now we are getting some bans over to Guan Yu onto the side of Nova.
Yeah, Guan Yu has been having a phenomenal series thus far. A lot of these fantastic plays and survival mechanics coming in from the youngster himself. So putting more pressure onto him coming in from Nova makes a lot of sense. Might even see potential of a Byron or Charlotte that will be removed from the hands of HBSC, but it will be putting the target ban against Zihong on that Xiao Xiao here. This Breeze Heart will be a very big tool to deal against an early here, but it will be removed.
Yeah, it's got to be removed on that one. I think it just has a lot of counterplay. Plus, you know roughly where the fights are going to be with Zhang Fei and Guan Yu going into those. So having that just banned away going to be key for this, but I think that this is an easy lock-in. They got to go with the Byron here to match up with that pay.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they've got two fantastic engages now, right? Obviously, they have the Lapu Lapu. They have Byron, the Storm Mace here as well, obviously with the Storm Strike knock-up with the ultimate of Lapu Lapu here. This then just can mean, like, Busan King on the Tigress can come through and just clean up shop, but now they have obviously that double kind of marksman combo come through. They have solid front line. We need a little bit of a potential sustain here maybe for the side of HBSC.
Yeah, but HBSC's composition so far, their laning phase is very consistent with the Byron and also the Channel. That really counteracts their lane opponent here. And I like the direction that Nova Esports is bringing here. They're going with the Musashi, the direct 1v1 jungle matchup that they favor against the Tigress, and also to finalize, they do pick up the Garuda, but when you do the Musashi like that, they will hover and block in that Princess Frost. This is an insane counter against the Musashi. Once you lock in with the Due to the Death, she's just going to lay down the spell 2 below your feet and you will be frozen.
So CY cannot be going in solo, right? He cannot be initiating. I think somebody else needs to really start the fight. Maybe you get the reposition with the Guan Yu from Xuan, and then you're looking to go in. Because again, when that team fight gets out and you get isolated, and you're going to take a ton of damage because these guys are going to just focus you down like they've done in games 1 and 2.
You get isolated
boom,
by Princess
boom.
Frost. But no, the Majestic Guardian as well as the Swordmaster coming through here for the side of HBSE. But to your point there, obviously, maybe they use the Garuda, they use the Wings of Judgment to get the damage up onto the backline, and then CY goes in. Could be the potential setup here for them.
But the execution needs to be perfected from the side of Nova Esports, which hasn't been showing thus far in Game 1 and Game 2. So I'm interested to see whether they are well composed enough to pull off such a aggressive, engaged composition in this Game 3.
They've actually tried to initiate, Nova Esports that is, in games 1 and 2, but it just like the positioning of the team of HBSC with the terrain that's around them has been very difficult. If they want to make this happen, Xuan needs to be setting up the plays, and I expect to see a big bounce back game here.
It will be very important for Nova Esports here. If they want to find signs of life in this best of 7, this is the perfect time to do so for the Nova Esports boys here. But HomeBois Blackstreet Esports, they are no pushovers here. They want it to go towards series point right here, right now.
Exactly, they are getting ever so closer to that series point, but what would it be without a tech pause here. I mean, we are potentially going for a pause after this game as well, because obviously game 3, the break does happen, but maybe something's going wrong with these devices. Let's get them in fit shape for Nova to come through.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're going to look at this team fight action, I mean, one thing that I've noticed when teams play up against like a Lapu Lapu is that they try to isolate him and just go all in on him, and then they're perfectly lined up for him to get that Raging Sea and just like counter initiate. I feel like he's one of those types where you need to isolate him. He is a difficult hero to deal with, and it seems like some of the teams are not too familiar with how to deal with him just yet.
Still a new hero released towards the tournament realm itself, so it will take time for players to pick up the exact mechanics of the Rehab Dadu here. So, at the very least, in this game itself, we might see one of the best roamers coming in from KIC show us how it's exactly played and executed in this game 3.
Yeah, I expect to see nothing but the best from him. I mean, Jay has proven time and time again that he's one of the best here. He's able to just kind of win out, getting MVPs with like a Sun Bin, the Athenas. Like, what more can you ask for from him?
Exactly. I mean, to be honest, right now, obviously, we were talking about the Lapu Lapu, and I mean, the first day that he got released in this tournament, he had like a 75% win rate as well, right? Like, and yesterday we had some dominant performances from Blacklist and the likes of, where we saw some really big, great initiations. I think it was APG as well, right? Like, Saber on this hero was crazy.
It was at that game 5 scenario, the final fight to stop Boom Esports from actually coming into the game as well. But talk about coming back, we are back into the game, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go, getting back into the game. Muji actually getting caught out a little bit too early there between both Muzan King and Vivi, as they both like to rotate down to the bot side of the map rather than go for any of their buffs. They're looking to claim that Fire Phoenix.
Yeah, just we'll set the tone early. HBSC again, just getting those leads. I mean, it only spawns one time, and getting that one to kind of really help you out. Really going to help out HBSC to start this one, because again, Nova Esports is in a must-win situation. You cannot be down 0-3 going into the break.
Must-win situation, but it's a bit of a glory run here for HBSE, and that is a CD key if you want to redeem some freebies in-game right now. But as you were saying there, Hola, the fact that they altered the rotation to go down bot side to get that one solo, one-time spawning creep has really gave a bit of a lead there, but see why top side of the map gets first blood.
Okay, they 100% needed that to bounce back into the series. That is a great win for them. Fuyu a little too far out. I mean, you think you're Byra, you think you're one of I mean, you are one of the best fast laners in the lane, but he did not expect CY to be there to help out, and unfortunately for him, he gives up first blood.
Yeah, first blood going over the side of Nova is definitely going to be a telling tale here for them, maybe potentially in this game number 3, but right now, a bit of a tip back going into the mid lane. They'll get frozen. That Bridge of Prison really locked Wave into place. If you want to take down a Zhongfei, it's before level 4.
Yeah, and they were just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him, but he was still tanky enough to kind of just withstand all of that onslaught there. But to your point, he's not level 4. That's when things are going to really turn.
Yeah, the Beast gets online at level 4 here, but right now, obviously, Nova are just out shooting ever so slightly with around about 200 gold lead for this now point of game number 3. If the HBSE win this one, they are one step closer to match point and reconfiguring that 4-0 win that they had over Nova in MKL fall season.
Yeah, Nova Esports, though, are going to just do whatever to get themselves back in this one. And if we're looking at Xuan here, he's kind of the guy, right? All eyes will be on him in terms of those team fights. HBSC are not going to be willing to take any sort of really big fight without knowing where Xuan is.
Yeah, the War Saint needs to win the battle here over HBSC and then try and win the war. But now, Nova, obviously, they were able to get first blood pretty early on here as well. The Unbridled Outburst with the Wings of Judgment is the setup that Nova needed, but will the Wings be casted? A kill onto the side of Nova. Not quite. A lot of expensive ultimates being used there, but not a single win or kill just yet. But the War Saint charging through, forcing the flash from Sha, means that it gets something, but they get no kills.
Oh, that was so close. Xuan actually saw a very low Zhe. He was kind of baiting it out, and yeah, Zhe had to just flash just to stay alive, but man, Xuan almost gets that kill.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been brutal, right? I mean, imagine the goal lead if they got those 3 kills. That was really kind of like the potential here of Nova, but they've got to be careful here. Guayu into the bush now, trying to get the stop of that Space Sprite come through here onto CY, but he now dives into the backline due to duel to the death now. The Imperiled State means that Muzan King falls. The King has fallen, but so has CY.
Yeah, I mean, they traded away, but CY getting that first kill before he died, obviously a better trade for him. And they were like, hey, actually, you want to stop my teleport? Okay, great. I'm going to turn this around. Let's continue to fight. It almost seemed like HBSE should have let him teleport away and then maybe taken a fight.
Yeah, I think it's just going to slow down the, obviously, the go for of these neutral objectives, right? Both junglers died just before these now spawn coming through, so they have to get their momentum going. They have to try and get some of their camps going before they try and go for this one. But both of the Azure Golems have the same countdown here as well. And HBSE know that. They go for the Tyrant. The Wings of Judgment come through to get a bit of poke onto the side of HBSE, as well as the Unbridled Outburst. The combo didn't land the same way it did in the first phase.
Yeah, didn't do as much on that one. I mean, people will kind of walk out of that Wings of Judgment, especially when the objective had already been taken, right? So it's a little late on that one. It's for this Garuda pick to really pay off, it's going to be when those standstills are happening, and then he starts it. Think of it like a Gon and Mo when you got those plays, doing that a decent amount of damage before you go for that fight.
Exactly. That's definitely going to be the setup here that they have to go for Nova to get the maximum impact of the Majestic Guardian Garuda. But now, it's still gold lead going up to Nova for now. Very slim 500 gold lead. We see Schwan down to the bottom side of the map here, just trying to put pressure onto the late game assurance. That is VB once again.
Yeah, they're very familiar territory for HBSE, right? They're okay with like losing kind of like the early game. I mean, they're down about 600 gold, which is really nothing at the end of the day. And HBSE, again, it's a certain point when they hit their items and they're like, okay, we're comfortable, let's fight.
Yeah, nice bit of a drive away there for Guai Yu. He's like, hey, I'm using the space probably come down to help you guys. But he's just like, you know what? Hey, Schwan, yes, he may be on a horse, but he still can't make it top side of the map there. T1 takedown for the side of HBSE. They were trying to get the advantage here for Muji down to bot side, but unfortunately, it failed.
Yeah, Schwan should have taken the Uber and not gone on his horse to kind of protect that. A little too slow with that rotation. Losing that top T1. This is a huge one to kind of start things out. Who you doing a great job. Again, with the Byron, this is why it's such a strong pick, because you have such early game dominance.
And what's the one thing that you meant to do with Pei here, the Tigress, right? You meant to just keep farming and farming and farming, and that's exactly what Moves and King's been doing. Other than that one death top side of the map, this guy has not let a single cap drop, and is not looking to let that happen anytime soon as well.
Yeah, Moose King has kind of been farming efficiently in his own jungle. He hasn't been as aggressive. He's kind of been off the map. So Nova Esports, on the same way, they're like, okay, if he's off the map, I know that he's not on our side of the jungle. We're going to continue to farm and protect ourselves. And now if you're looking at the net worth, a slight lead in favor of HBSE.
Yeah, I feel like everything needs to be funneled into Muji here as well, right? Like, yes, obviously give CY the correct amount of kind of like camps here and just give over those small little bit antidotes here, but also give over the Crimson Golem up to Muji, because obviously that damage over time, those hit markers are really going to put the paint on the side of HBSE.
Yeah, Nova right now looking to trade with HBSE, top tower for the bottom T1, so it's going to be an even trade in that sense. So going into this, again, you want to kind of counter move, and they've done a good job of like the yin and yang, so to speak, of this game.
Yeah, they're trying to display the map 50-50 at this moment in time between HBSE and Nova, but right now, Waypit is looking for a way out of this one. He has the Unbridled Outburst. He will proc it at the last moment, only catches on to 2 here, but now it's going to be the help and the reconfiguring of Schwan on the Guan Yu. Trying to just force away Guan Yu from his teammates, and there is the mutiny being casted here by Nova, but that is it. Winter is here. Signals have been sent from the boys of HBSE. HomeBois are on the prowl. They get the kill onto Schwan. Flashing through is going to be Sion trying to get the Bridget Prism, but gets the takedown onto Waypit as well.
Oh, She-Hong, so much control. Those Bridget Prisms were on point. The way he was able to flash forward, ensuring that they get the other catch. I mean, Nova Esports were running for their life. They were protecting CY, and they did. But unfortunately, Schwan and Waypit sacrifices their lives for CY.
A little bit of a sacrificial lamb there, unfortunately, but I mean, that is 2 picks off you want, right? I mean, yes, obviously, it's a good time to lose your support and your clash lane if there's ever a good moment, right? When there is no big neutral objective fight to be had, you want to make sure you lose them then rather than at that point in time. But now you can kind of see Muji is starting to build that itemization. Like, he has the Doomsday, so really the health bar of Lapu Lapu is going to get decreased quickly.
Yeah, and if we're looking at how Nova Esports, like, this is a really tough nut to crack from HBSE. They're so tanky, and they have, they can stack their stuns.
They can stack the stuns, but now they stack the Tyrant onto the side of the HomeBois. CY looks pretty low as well. That double marksman comp, the Pei and the pack leader is putting a lot of pressure onto the Musashi here.
Just too much damage, and CY needs to be afraid. And yeah, that was the last pick for Nova with that Musashi, but he's getting caught out. If he dives deep, he's gonna get killed. So this is why Nova Esports need to kind of counter the play of HBSC by having Schwan or Waypit really set things up, let Muchi get the damage in, and CY on cleanup duty.
Yeah, we know they can do the setup, right? We've seen it time and time again with obviously the Unbridled Outburst, with the Guan Yu as well, just taking the charge, but now they have to be careful here. Obviously, Wendy, Wings of Judgment haven't been quite the most judging of Wings.
Yeah, judging quite a bit. I think more in terms of just like what they're eating more than anything else. Not really too much in the damage department or those kills. Wendy's, again, just trying to tenderize, but with this minion wave, it's going to be a bit of a problem. So, like, how they go in, how they get onto Shihong is going to be the big key going into these team fights.
Yeah, I feel like if they do take out the Princess Frost here into an early team fight, really is going to enhance CY's just playability around that team fight, but now we're looking to go for the Crimson Gold and just maybe feed it over to BB here as well. Obviously, he is a late game hero, looking at itemization. He has the Eternity Blade, he has the Shadow Ripper. He's looking to build the Daybreaker. Once that gets online, it's going to be scary for the side of the Nova boys.
Yeah, and this is the problem, right? BB's been quiet. You never want to, your farm laner on the opposing team off the map and just constantly farming, because you know that he's going to come out of the jungle and he's just going to be like hulked up and he's going to just tear everybody down.
Oh, absolutely there with Lapu trying to kind of like force out Waypit here, but Waypit does have the Unbridled Outburst. CY maybe has to make use of that double catch there, but it's actually just going to push them away. Maybe they get the lockdown here onto Guayu, but the sustainability from the Byron is a little bit too much for the Muchi to be tanking the damage here.
Yeah. No value out of that ultimate. You pushed them back, they didn't even start the Tyrant, and now they're looking to turn.
They're looking to turn this one around as well. Lapu with that engage, the kill onto the Majestic Guardian. Wendy gets taken down. Schwan into the backline. He gets stopped by the Frigid Prison. They are looking for more. 3 kills going up the side of HBSE, and it's once again the same scenario. We are walking the same song and dance. It's that mid lane brawl.
Mid lane brawl. Shihong with an absolute god play right there. Juan had him lined up, was about to go, but the Frigid Prison just locking him in a prison in that sense, and no chance. But of course, HBSC with the initial pick off onto Wendy, and you see how the Nova Esports lineup just crumbled without him.
Oh, absolutely crumble indeed. And I mean, we are speaking of crumbling for the side of Nova Esports right now.
Tyrant being picked up, HBSC, this is going to be the freest one that they're going to get throughout the entire game. But the way that this team has been able to set things up, I mean, the double marksman you've already rightly pointed out with the Pei and the Chano, of course, but I mean, Shihong, QE, Jay, all of these guys, so much control. It is so hard to team fight into this lineup.
It's very hard, especially when Zahong gets that catch right. Like, that's been the turn in the pinnacle point of these team fights. That Frigid Prison just completely stops Schwan in his tracks. He doesn't get the Frigid charge. He's not able to kind of just push and bully around the side of HBSE. But more importantly, Guayu is just kind of making sure he's getting that intel for his buddies right there, looking to go and get this second Shadow objective onto the board for the side of HBSC. But it seems to just be the same MO, right? Like, they get the mid lane, they get the Shadow Tyrant, they get the Shadow Overlord, they get the Crystal.
Yeah, and Nova Esports need to respond a little bit differently. They cannot be looking to just fight this mid lane. And I mean, obviously they need to defend here, but they need to be looking for split pushing. They need some sort of space. Because again, Nova Esports, they're trying to go for the initiation, so they keep getting caught out by HBSC.
Yeah, it's as if sustainability wasn't enough problem for the side of Nova Esports. We see the Ida Phoenix being built here by the side of Guayu, and also the Shadow Ripper as well. So BB is going to get a little bit of help on hit back now with the Chano, but now they're just trying to force this Vanguard down to the top side of the map, as well as bot side looking at T2 takedown with the solo Vanguard as well. But it's going to be Guayu trying to lead the charge, and now Lapu, they both get hit with the Unbridled Outburst. They try and take down Zahong and BB, but then they get met by the Makers. That's a 2-1 trade here for the side of HBSC. They have the Vanguards, they've got damage to defend this base, but is it enough for the side of Nova? Muchi Waypit goes down, and now Muchi looking to follow suit. Schwan as well. Game number 3 to HBSE.
HBSC just too strong. The way that they were able to take the two fronts in. I mean, you saw how Nova Esports were trying to go for the back line. They tried to go for VV, but again, they were able to just withstand it and out-sustain everything.
Absolute domination here coming in from the side of HomeBois Black Esports here with the series score on hand. It is now 3-0, not a 3-3, but 3-0. This is an absolute masterclass thus far.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen the Nova players look so deflated. I mean, see why there. He looks so frustrated. But the boys of HBSC, they're having a party. They've got all drinks on the desk. They got bananas. And what did Blacklist say? Bananas are key.
Bananas are key indeed, and right now, you definitely need a lot of bananas for the side of Nova Esports to get that energy in their mindset right now. Something is going on for them.
Yeah, completely, right? I mean, they were able to just not really come back into this game. I mean, it seemed like they needed to eat a little bit more bananas during the break, but they have a little bit of time now because, again, they need to get back. They're down 0-3, world of hurt at this stage.
World of hurt indeed, actually coming through for the side of Nova Esports, unfortunately. I mean, that's just another wall of Nova's house falling now, but right now it's going to be, obviously, HBSC. They need to, obviously, try and run this one out.
It's very difficult thus far right now, and if we look at all these situations, right now, Nova Esports, they have expended a lot of these expensive picks, and it's not as easy to really come back when you are in such a draft disadvantage in Game 4 later on.
I mean, at this point, I don't know what to do because CY, I mean, this draft seemed almost everything was what they wanted to pick. Yeah. But HBSC, again, this the red side, the counter picking has just been next level and been able to kind of withstand anything that Nova Esports throws at.
I'm going to relieve that stress, Holler. You don't have to do anything, mate. You just have to sit here, look pretty, and give the intel to those watching at home and on the stage, right?
And yeah, Holler, you look pretty today, same as you, Blam. But you know, what's not pretty right now is for the side of Nova Esports. It's horrible. It's 0-3, down series score. Yes, you don't lose the entire tournament. You fall to the lower bracket, but comes with consequences here. You have to play not back, but you have to play another BO7 later on at night.
Yeah, and that's the biggest worry, right? I think HBSC right now, 3-0. I mean, I'm wondering if they just throw out the Athena just to kind of close out this series in style and going into this one because they are so comfortable. You saw that after that game where how happy they were and just relieved that they're in this situation.
It was just another day at the office for them.
Yeah.
I was like, lads, right, okay, clock in, clock out. Let's get another win onto the board here. But, I mean, they do get to clock out ever so slightly with a break after this post-game. But, honestly, the play style of Zohong here in this mid lane was the saving grace and really the kryptonite of Nova Esports in this game.
It is. Like Zihong and also Guiyu, they played a very masterclass style of limiting the enemies. And the main part that I really want to point out was actually, once again, the roamer. Just Lapu, every time he was finding those engages, he found multiple members, he disengaged them beautifully, he found the backline masterclass in every single moment here. This guy is on such a roll.
They had so much control. I mean, they had everything that you wanted, plus Jihong was there, but this gold draft, like you saw the shift into HomeBois. No choice for them. And you were talking about Jay just having a monster game, 0-0-10. Those, like, the way he has 7.1 net worth, I mean, you're seeing exactly how he just completely outclassed Waypit in this.
Exactly. I mean, and if we speak about no privilege onto the gorge here as well, but no neutral objective as well for the side of Nova is definitely not where you want to be going into game number 3 here. But I feel like Zhe here was just kind of a secret weapon here for HomeBois. Just like, there was waiting to have that fall at KWC, and it's like, you know what? Let's bring the guy back. Like, he is really charging the lead here with these support picks. But MVP is going to be none other than Musan King.
Always
pay on this one.
Always consistent on that jungle monster here. He is always on the spotlight here. When his team provides him the playground, he dominates it with almost no pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. He's like another marksman, right? Yeah. He's just farming efficiently, taking what Vivi's not really taking, and then just being able to like show up when he needs to, getting 4-1-6 with a KDA. I mean, 24% of the team's damage. He was always there for cleanup, really setting the tone with Vivi.
Oh, absolutely. It was definitely the domination into these team fights, especially when Sohan just gave them the green light go. It's like, hey, look, Schwann's locked down, boys. And you're going to see it here in these highlights, the way that these free-to-prisons were charged, free-to-prisons were being used here, just constantly putting him into place.
And the very much that I want to say it, the early game has been far consistent so far coming in from Nova Esports, but this is the one that I highlight about. Spell 2 flash immediately going on towards Wendy here and catching multiple members here. With a good flash coming in from Vivi, the formation immediately disseminated due to the fact that Zihong found that perfect bridge at prison.
Yeah, he was waiting just to put it under his feet, right? Like, he knew that Schwan was always going to go for the Princess Cross, so he was like, you know what? Put it at my feet, it's always going to land.
Yeah, and the same way, Vivi knew that, like, CY was going to be going after him. So, as long as they had the buddy system, and you see that they go for the jump, but then the counter initiation happens by HBSC and make them pay.
Exactly, but speaking of pay, it wasn't pay on the side of Nova Esports, it was the side of HBSE, and they definitely made them pay with this game at number 3 win.
That pay was painful for the side of Nova Esports, and right now, on the verge of falling towards the lower bracket here, what can Nova Esports realistically do?
I mean, they need to just kind of like shrug things off. Easier said than done at this point, and look at things as more of like a best of one, right? And try things out. What you've done is the old Nova. Like, we've seen this time and time again. These are the lineups that they like, but it's not working. HBSC have solved everything that you're throwing at them.
Yeah, not only solved everything that's on the Gorge, but obviously their new draft and obviously team as well is definitely looking at the defiant one so far for the side of HomeBois Black Shrew Esports. But look at the up-to-date bracket here, 3-0 for those just tuning in for HBSC, looking to go for that golden matchup that they had in MKL fall season.
It's a repeat of history, right, if it actually happens here. So this upcoming break will be a pivotal momentum shift coming in from Nova Esports. If they can really find their groove coming back from the break, then potentially in a very difficult role, it's going to be a long climb for the side of Nova Esports here. But talking about breaks, we definitely have to pass it over to a short break for these players to recompose themselves, rest up, get some snacks, get some waters. We will be back after this short break.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Taking numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Taking numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Live from Ayala Mall, Manila Bay, we are back into the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025, Day 6 of the knockout stage here, and we will be heading on into game number 4 itself. With the updated global ban picks here, currently, HomeBois Esports has such a dominant lead over Nova.
Absolutely dominant, right? I mean, just complete control. I mean, you pick whatever you want, and they're able to figure you out. I think Nova Esports, if anything, they might want to look to switch sides because the blue side is not working for them.
Exactly, yeah. Blue is definitely looking at a bit of a blunder here for the side of Nova Esports, but it's not like they're just like, you know what, having bad drafts. The drafts are good. It's just the execution of HBSE is better.
Very well agreed here, Blam. HomeBois Esports in every single important skirmishes at the 10th minute mark or at the 4th minute mark has outdone Nova Esports in every single occasion here. So that brings to the question here, is HomeBois Esports ready to take on that KIC2025 trophy? Because they are looking so darn strong moving to the final day.
I mean, while Nova Esports, it doesn't seem like they've been able to figure out HBSC. I don't want to count out the other guys, right? We have them in the lower semis with you know, Alpha Gaming and of course Blacklist International, who took them to a Game 7 HBSC. So if anything, that is a potential right there.
Speaking of potential, this could be potential change in terms of the tides here. Nova go for the red side. I mean, they have had the choice for the past 3 games, but now they decide to go for it now. I mean, maybe a little bit of a saving grace.
Yeah, you got to go red side. You got to go angry, right? Yeah. You got to get mad. You got to get upset, and you got to figure something out because right now you're too passive. You're letting HBSC dictate the pace of all of the games and taking it to you got to turn it up.
But you also have to figure out for the side of blue side right now, HomeBois Esports, their game 1, 2, and 3 drafts weren't that expensive compared to the side of Nova Esports here, so that puts them into a peculiar position here. Both teams finding their comfort zone right now.
Yeah, stop with the reality checks, okay? You're making too much sense, and yeah, you are speaking facts, right? But going into this one, I think they need to forget that. They need to just, whatever the hero they have available, best available right now, show up.
So, yep, show up indeed. Definitely what needed to be here for Nova Esports. Because, I mean, it's not like all their picks they have left the bad, right? Like, they're only 4 games in, but they've lost 4 games with some really expensive picks.
That's true here. So for the side of Nova Esports, forget about the first 3 games of what exactly happened. This is at a cost of you putting pressure on towards yourself here. This is not the end of the world. It's the best that you test yourself how far you can go under these tight situations here, which may benefit you when you, in the end, really go down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, we always talk about the fact that you either win or you learn, and I think that even if Nova Esports were to lose here, they're going to watch the other games. They're going to learn from that series, and then they're going to bring that into the lower bracket finals, and then potentially with all the lessons that they've learned throughout the day, they might even come back stronger tomorrow. But again, we're getting way ahead of ourselves as we haven't seen a single team get eliminated. We're only into game 4.
Yep, game number 4 with match number 1 so far with these boys from the MKL regions. Obviously, this is the repeat of the grand final so far, and like you were saying before the breaks, Agi, I mean, history was made yesterday with Blacklist International, but history is being is happening again on the side for the MKL teams here.
It's looking at the verge of a continuance from the side of MKL Falls Grand Finals here. So for this side of Nova Esports, maybe they're haunted by the past of the results that had really put pressure on towards them. This has been a tough year for them so far, especially for Black Esports here, because they came into spring losing to Nova Esports. They went to KWC, not the best performance, and then they went to a roster reshuffle, and that's where they slowly but surely started finding excellence in this roster itself, which brought them KNC champion, which brings them right now one step almost to the grand finals.
And that's why, you know, the Honor of Kings esports scene is ruthless. It's difficult, right? Because Nova Esports, to your point, they were riding high. They had figured out, you know, Black True Esports at the time, but they came back. They retooled. They figured them out and are now looking to be the top dogs and taking the fight to Nova Esports. It's looking like the complete role reversal.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely a role reversal here for the side of these two teams, because obviously, like you were saying, Nova, Season 3 champions, then top 3 KWC. Black True Esports didn't even make it out of the group stage. Like, they really blundered at KWC, and they have something to prove, and they have proved it so far with not only MKL4, but looking to prove it further with KIC.
That's the scary part about HomeBois Black True Esports. You can beat them down so many times throughout the year, but when it comes down to these most important titles of the year and KIC itself, they research and they are now at this current position here. It's just so scary on how they're able to reformulate themselves as a team.
Yeah, and that's actually the most impressive thing, right? There was some like teething issues in MKL. It wasn't the easiest thing, but towards the end, that's the only thing that really matters. When it came to the playoffs, they showed up. And the reason why they've been able to figure them out, and Nova Esports haven't played them since that grand finals. They haven't been able to kind of test any further strats. They're using the old tried and true, and it's not paying off here.
Exactly. But I mean, we talked about obviously the Honor of Kings esports system. You just saw there that you had the Honor of Queens within these audience as well, right? So obviously it's not just for the male players, it's also female players that have the representation here as well. And not only that, we have teams that have been in the past 2 international tournaments within the Open Series. These are community teams making it all the way to international stage. So there is a path for everyone in Honor of Kings esports.
One word to really summarize what Blam has actually said: inclusivity in Honor of Kings.
Okay, that's a long word, but yeah, I was like, how do we
spell that one?
Yeah, no, I didn't use it, but I do agree with you because of the fact that the teams have really grown. I mean, throughout the Honor of Kings, the global scene has gotten so much better.
Yes.
All of the teams that we're seeing at this point really deserve it, and they're so close. I mean, this series has been a little bit of an oddity, but I do expect, you know, the lower bracket semis as well as that finals to really be next level.
I feel like lower bracket is definitely where all the heat comes in because it's added pressure on towards you. One series loss will just fix your position in KIC2025 for the entire year itself here. So a lot of stakes will be on the bottom side itself, but right now, it also defers you. Are you going to the grand finals, or are you going to take a step into the depths of the lower finals itself? So it's a very peculiar situation. Whichever you win or lose, it sets you in a different path.
Yeah, playing a little bit of devil's advocate here. Even if HBSE were to get the sweep and go into grand finals, they're going to be feeling very good.
Correct.
Flying high and all that. But at the same time, if they get, you know, in a situation where the fight goes the distance, I mean, yeah, they did it against Blacklist International, but they're going to be, like, reeling at that point. They need to ensure that they're not overconfident in the grand finals, assuming that we even get there.
Yeah, I feel like Nova is not synonymous with the lower bracket. Like, that to me is a fever dream. I feel like I haven't woken up from last night's sleep, and now we're seeing Nova's nightmare, and they are looking to be into the lower brackets for the first ever time, I believe.
I think that is true so far. There wasn't a moment for Nova in this year itself to appear in the Nova bracket here. So that may be a realm that they are not so used to as well.
I think they don't even know what the lower brackets is. They're like, oh, we just lose the winner bracket. We're just out of the tournament, right? Well, what do we do? I have never been there. I have no idea how to play against this one. But, you know, jokes aside, I think Nova Esports, this is a tried and true. They need to test it out. Again, going into Game 4, it's not looking great, but try something.
Yeah, just as you would coach a kid. Yeah, just do something, you know. Just do anything. Just don't cry.
Yeah,
just don't cry. Just do something. And that's definitely what Nova needs to do in this game number 4. Because if not, this is match point here for HBSE.
I think to start doing something, you have to first look at the draft here first. I think until this very last moment, there is no way that you actually allow the likes of the Athena to actually come in towards the draft. And you have to pick between your second ban. Is it to lock away the Arlie or the Mai Shirunui from the side of HomeBois Black True Esports?
Yeah, I think losing to Athena would be one of the most demoralizing losses. So I think that you still ban that out and let them play a little bit more standard lineup.
Yeah, speaking of standard lineup, we've not seen a Diadea on either of these two teams, as we've just seen on the in the audience as well. So maybe Diadea comes through, maybe Dolia comes through for the side of HBSE, because they still can use it here. They haven't used that pick just yet.
Yeah, these are the global ban pick pressures that really surmount on towards the shoulder of both players and coaches here, because in towards game 3 itself, 15 heroes are automatically banned away from the hero pool, which places you in a different state. Do you have the sufficient hero measures to play those games, or are you really pressured because of your low hero mastery?
Yeah, and I don't worry too much about it, because we've seen these squads go the distance, right? They have heroes. They should be very comfortable going in into a longer series of Game 7. So not that big of a deal, but again, it comes back to just the counter drafting. It seems like HBSC have gotten the edge from the draft, which makes it difficult to out-execute.
Yeah, exactly. Straight from the jump here is being HBSC from the word go of this series, and we're still waiting to get into the BP here, and now there we go. The British man calls for it. We get it right now, and HBSE are going to be on the blue side, and Nova on the reactive red. Is this reaction going to be enough to take them further into this best of 7?
It will be very much needed and required coming in from the Nova Esports side here. But HomeBois Black-True Esports, they want to end it right now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you've been getting out-drafted the first 3 games, it's better to change things up, right? I think that be a little bit reactive. I mean, you don't need the prio picks, because even when you do pick them, it doesn't seem like that's enough to really take it over the top and get that W.
Seems like the trade-off between these top teams thus far is that they always have a reactive countermeasure when you are on the red side itself, which puts you into a comfortable situation. And talking about the idea that hasn't really been showing herself in the series itself, HomeBois Black-True Esports banning Tigress and also the Bomb Weaver away from the side of Nova.
They ban out the Athena here potentially, or did they ban out the Organ? Because this is now going to be potential Organ pickup for the side of HBSC.
Coming.
Ugh, do they give over the Athena here?
Okay, that's an interesting one. I mean, they're definitely thinking long-term. Jihong again, or even Musan King, but they're giving it up. Here we go, the Athena.
Wave the white flags, lads. Wave the white flags. No, we're joking. We're joking.
Okay, so a bit of a history repeat itself. Nova Esports back in MKL Fall group stage was the only team to beat HomeBois Black-True Esports Athena strat in one of the games. So maybe they have a strategy to really limit on his Athena here, but that does open up the Luna for the side of Nova here. I feel like this is a bit of a repeat of what I saw yesterday. With HomeBois Black-True Esports, they could potentially pick up the Athena and the Organ and formulate this double strong early game to really crumble the side of Luna's jungle.
Oh, but no, they're looking to go for the Featherfoot Fade here, potentially for the side of HBSC. They want to go and give the carry over to Musan King, but the shirt as well as the Moonblade Luna coming through here.
I mean, going into this one, like this Luna is going to be haunted throughout. See why he might not have the greatest of games. He's going to be constantly hounded. This Athena is going to be a problem. So they need to figure out a way to kind of deal with that. I mean, you do your damage, get the kill, and then kind of move on with your lives. It looks like other teams, when they struggle against the Athena, is that they don't have the burst and the proper time to get back and farm those lanes.
And to really surmount this early game pressure on the side of CY, you can see the priority on the side of Muchi will be on towards that Magistrate here. At the very least, you get one winning lane to look to assist your jungle against the pesky Athena.
Yeah, the Athena could be a real pesky nuisance here. We talked about cockroaches in the house of Nova Esports earlier, and now that Athena is definitely going to be the biggest, the mummy cockroach here, especially playing that the Athena distractive strat.
Yeah, the cockroaches are just too many at this point. There's an infestation, and again, I think that they need to call the pesticides to get things, because they need to get themselves back into this game right now. And like going against the Athena, I want to see how this team reacts, if they're able to out-execute and to deal with Zhe.
To out-execute and do it against Zhe, we really have to see how they formulate that early game here. So far, the bans are quite interesting. It's really CY protective. They are looking a lot on this Luna, this Moonblade, to carry themselves in this game 4. Hence, you can see the Kongming and also the Daji and also the Arlie. All these 3 picks are prime counter against the Moonblade.
I mean, the gunslinger here, Marco Polo, I mean, he's going to do a lot of damage onto Nova's Lapu here, right? Waypit is going to be the target, but it's going to be the Mighty Conqueror for the side of HBSE, which is obviously in game number 1 for Nova. But then also, Lady Jen, Cascader here as well. The Destructive Deluge, we've seen some really big highlights from this hero.
I mean, also with Jihong's play, right? I think Jihong has been next level in this entire series. I don't think he has an MVP, but the amount of impact that he's had in all of the games has just been so high. He's had so much control and made Nova's lives so difficult.
I think the consistency coming in from HomeBois Black-True Esports in this first game series here has been phenomenal. very little miss-ups in those team fights, and they have consistently been delivering better team fight outputs compared to the side of Nova Esports here. Hence, my question is, what kind of clash bane will we see on this final pick coming in from Nova here?
I mean, Nova are still yet to pick up the Byron, but that was going to be the Iron Bloom here for the side of Nova Esports. We saw this came up yesterday. Oh, wait, no, okay. Never mind. Never mind.
Attack clash lane coming in from the side of Nova here. So, okay, my logic here, since you are against an Athena that will be damaging one part of the jungle, you pick up another clash lane that's capable of bringing the smite and jungle item and contest the Athena in your own jungle.
Very much so. I mean, definitely, it's going to be a tanky one to obviously try and overcome, right? So the Arta here, the white anchor coming through for the side of Nova. I mean, this is the first time in like a series that this pick has come through twice, right? Like, obviously, we got the devastation blow with the synergy of the time bender, the Sumbin, but now it could be the potential difference maker here against the Athena.
I mean, going into the team fights, I think the thought process that you're trying to divide the team as much as possible, right? Use that go ship to your advantage and to pick off people that are in your side, right? And prioritize that as much as possible. It will be interesting to see because we don't see Ata too much from the clash lane.
Yep. I think this is the first debut white anchor pick that we're getting towards the clash lane. And interesting enough, this rare pick has came out in this best of 7 twice already.
Yeah, that's definitely once in the blue moon, right? That we have seen the Arta pick come through here. But now it's time for Nova to pull out all the stops, right? They need to do something to get this dub onto the board.
Yeah, they have to at this point. I mean, being down 0-3 and you're just going to lose a series 0-4, I think that they would be going out with a whimper. If anything, you want to roar back. I mean, take one game at a time. It's not going to be the easiest. We've seen this time and time again where HBSC have been able to figure them out. But just one game to get ourselves back into this series.
But the thing is here as well, like the fact is that Schwan is on the Arta. Like, he's normally the carry player here for Nova Esports. Is this the real switch up they want to do going into game number 4?
I think it's a specific draft counter or countermeasure against the likes of the Athena roam. Potentially we might see the Arta bring up the jungle roam, the jungle item in towards the clash lane to really counteract this Athena.
Yeah, I always make the joke that I was like, hey, you know, I mean, Nova Esports need to do better by trying things out, but I don't know if Ata is really the one we want to be trying out at this stage.
Only time will tell, right? I mean, they may be able to get a point onto the board here with this one. It may be the case for the side of Nova Esports, but really, they're hoping for this this answer to be the one.
Yep, a small technical pause will divide the game and also us casters in towards the reality itself. We need to get the device checked in first, but talk to me. Who do you give the edge to in towards a draft in this game 4?
I mean, we've seen Ja on this Athena just be an absolute menace, tear up the games, be those MVPs that you're looking for to just carry the team. I think that it's very difficult to go against from that. The data says that this is the team, this is the squad, this is their game.
Exactly that. I mean, definitely going to be the reason why CY is not going to have a great game, right? Like, he is always going to be contestant of that jungle. He's going to take the smite. He's going to smite away those camps. So his speed and his farm is not going to be the same standard as it was, like, if they weren't having the Athena and being on a Moonblade here as well, right? Like, that's a scary thought. If you have your Azure Golem stolen away from you and Azure is able to get out of your jungle, you're basically a minion.
It's got to be frustrating for CY. This is the most disheartening thing is because it's like you rely on the jungler to do so much, especially early and mid when you're making rotations and just really take the fight to them. But CY has not gotten going, and then in a must-win situation, now CY is being targeted. It's got to be so frustrating for them.
Well, diamonds are forged under pressure here. You need to be figuring out every single countermeasure and also maintain your composure in high-stakes games like this. That's why these two teams, they are considered the best of the best in the world currently.
Best of the best so far, but I mean, like it's just G saying in that introduction video, right? Like last year wasn't as fun for these players to play, right? There was a clear disparity, but now the other regions are getting so close to the MKL region, and Blacklist have already proven that and look to prove it in the next series. But with this series, it could be either the maker or the breaker of Nova Esports.
Yeah, and Joshi said that because he's winning a lot more. It's much easier. It's way more fun when you're winning. Obviously, very difficult when you're on the losing side. But Nova Esports, I mean, you're seeing the demeanor of the players right now. Obviously, calm, cool, collected, as on both sides. Nobody's kind of like hyping it or anything like that. But it's still a situation where now you got to be resilient. You're here for the long game.
the long game will start if they can win this game for itself. If they lose this, there's no long series per se. It's only towards the lower bracket where you have to climb step by step back to the grand finals here. But for them right now, being able to come up with a countermeasure here, we're not sure whether it will work out, but for us to really view, and if it does work out, potentially it might be a counteractive measure that is perfect for other teams looking against the Athena.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a lesson indeed, right? It could be a very valuable lesson, and definitely those that are still in this competition, like APG, Blacklist, they could be looking at this series and be like, okay, if we play against HomeBois, Black Shrew Esports next time, this could be the answer.
Yeah, I wonder if this is the way for the global scene. Everyone is just like, we'll pretend to bait out Nova. We'll go down 0-3, and then we'll let them pick the Athena strat. And then Nova Esports on the grand scale end up pulling the victory off, and then go for the reverse sweep, and then now everyone has figured out HBSC's Athena strat.
Calm down here, Holler. That is
I'm a script writer.
That is a long script and a long road ahead here for the side of Nova Esports. If they really want to look for a reverse sweep, the first thing to do is to win this game against Athena Rome. That has one of the best performances so far in this tournament.
Exactly, definitely one of the best performances so far, maybe even FMVP worthy, you know, like, hey, let's not get ahead of ourselves, but there is definitely potential on the whole side of HomeBois, Black Shrew Esports to be the FMVPs, and obviously used to be Musang King. He's taken a backseat to the 17-year-old Maestro. I mean, I'm not too sure what I was doing at 17-year-olds, but there was a lot of tissues because I was crying a lot.
Oh, I don't even think I was potty trained at 17. I mean, it's a completely different world, right? I mean, this guy, just the way he's able to play is just so next level. His decision-making, his execution is basically everything that you want from a Clash lane.
Yep, this was the Guiyu that we wanted to see back in the Blacklist International versus HomeBois BSE series just a few days ago here, but it's glad that we see the recovery of his form coming in towards a series that's so important today, because you play this series, you can win and go back home and rest instead of your opponents who has to play that lower bracket finals.
I mean, that's the big thing, right? I think that if you're having to play multiple best-of-sevens in a single day, that's got to be strenuous. And then if you pull that victory out going into tomorrow's grand finals as well, that is going to be potentially 21 games in 2 days.
I mean, the scary thing is as well is if you're playing 14 games maximum when you are the losing team of the upper bracket. Like, you have the momentum going. If you're in the lower bracket, you are the winner going forward. Yes, you're showing your best strats, but still, you have the positive momentum going forward. Whereas if you drop from the upper bracket down to the lower bracket, it's not the same kind of gravy. It doesn't hit the same.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's a double-edged sword, right? Where Blam mentioned that, yes, you play now, you go down, you get to rest, but you get to rest in a very sad mood because you just lost at 0-4, or you just lost a long series, and then this exact examination from the side of HomeBois Black Shrew Esports, they already give you the answers for the other teams that, hey, if you go down to the lower bracket and fight Nova, this is exactly what you need to do.
I mean, it's looking that way. So I think that you need to just mentally be prepared for whatever situation happens here. Obviously, you want to be coming back, looking for that reverse sweep, put the pressure on. But if that's not able to go in, you kind of just need to forget about it, right? HBSE could be a problem for another day. You got to figure out what these next two teams are bringing.
Well, at very least in this game itself, these two teams, they are bringing into an equilibrium of two things here. One, they're playing towards Athena Rome into the Luna here. One of the better matchups, I would say, because Luna, not the best heroes to be counteracting against these resources here. She's not strong level 1 to level 3. She only gets online level 4. Hence, we see the proposed strat coming in for Nova will be the Ata White Anchor, potentially bringing the smite.
Yeah, but the Ata was one thing, and that's the last pick. But why would you pick the Luna into the Athena? Because it was done right away in that first phase of the draft.
I feel like this question is really down towards Nova playing towards their comfort, and then also utilizing the Shi as a utility mage to give back the missed out farm towards the Luna itself. So when they pull the game towards the mid-game scenario, the Athena value will succumb to a lower priority here. But we will be finished up with our technical pause here. This will be Game 4 of HomeBois Black Shrew Esports at the verge of winning the series 3-0 already against Nova Esports, finding signs of life back towards this series.
Oh yeah, and we're getting Lapu with the smite here as well. Obviously looking for that double contestation of the smite. So hey, maybe that's the one way you come over the Athena, right? Like, hey, if they're smiting your camps, I'm going to smite yours too, because if you can smite, I can smite better.
you need something to compete with that, right? It especially comes back to those the big neutrals and all that. But going into game 4, elimination game right now, I mean, not elimination game, just a ticket to the lower bracket, and of course the grand finals going into this one. But again, I think that you need to look at it like an elimination game.
Oh, absolutely. If you are Nova, you want to be playing like your hearts are on your sleeves right now. Because this is potentially match point for HomeBois Black Shrew Esports as they look to be dominant into this one. But why are you actually put under a lot of pressure here? Maybe it's the 1v1 match against the Mighty Conqueror, right? You go for the White Anchor against the Conqueror.
That's going to be an interesting matchup. We have not seen the Fatih Ata matchup. Let me be completely frank, because the Ata in the class lane is definitely a rarity in that. But I think that it's more of like the mid to late game. When those team fights are happening, how much impact these ghost ships are going to have.
Yeah, but I mean, the Athena here with the smites already taking a lot of the camps away from the side of Nova Esports onto the red side, right? Like, they're just trying to go for the Spike Tail Beast here, just trying to get a lot of those resources through, but he may get lost in a bit of a hard place here between a place of a hard rock and a stone is going to be a strip, but he gets out alive.
He gets out alive, and that's the biggest thing. But I like the fact that Nova Esports are like, okay, we got to stop chasing. We got to get back into our lane, because most people get that tunnel vision, and they just focus on Jay the entire time. It's like, oh, we get we get 10 kills on him. But then the outside lanes, we have not been farming, and you get completely, decimated there.
Yeah, I mean, the scary thing is as well, right? Obviously, we've got double smite onto the side of HBSE, but we also have the hardened Jade Steel, right? Like, that's basically having 3 smites to 2. So I feel like Nova was forced to take the smite here rather than the flash, which has been a great engage mechanic here for the side of the Lapu Lapu.
I mean, the biggest thing here is making sure that CY gets first blood. They will secure it for him. Jay will be hunting him around, but like CY is the guy that's going to be mostly affected by this Jay.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's no point hiking the first blood onto Zerg, right? Like that, that's going to be just the case in point here, and the whole point of the Athena strat coming through here is that he's going to be dying quite a lot, and there's no need to get hyped about that one because they're just going to get one member onto the side of Nova Fat, and then if they get the takedown, that's going to be a prize pick.
Yeah, and you're seeing just the impact that he's got already. Yeah, he's died twice already, but you saw the bottom T1 was completely open. Uchi was like helping deal with Jia. And he's going to be tanky, he's going to be annoying to deal with, so you need damage dealers, but then again, that's why the outside lanes and the mid lane are going to be kind of, left alone.
Yeah, exactly. There again, we're getting the killing spree onto the side of CY, so if we get a shutdown of CY before the Tyrant, that's going to be a big boost of gold over to the side of HBSE, but then also the Tyrant takedown will be a little bit easier. Obviously, they will have to still contest with Waypit with the smite on the Lapu Lapu.
And another thing that they're doing very smartly, that is by Nova Esports, is that they're not starting any sort of the Golem, the Crimson Golem, until Jia is killed, right? And then you know that it's kind of free. He doesn't have that smite.
He doesn't have the smite, and there we go. Obviously, just another kill going over to the side of Nova. It's 4-0 at this moment in time, but that gold is going to kind of diminish the more you kill the Athena as well, right? Like, it's going to go less and less and less.
Yeah, less, and you're not going to do as much damage. So, I mean, he's not going to have as much gold that you're taking off when you get those kills. So it's going to be less of an impact, but he will be able to smite things away. And look, it takes a village to deal with this Athena strategy.
It's like a whole 4-man job here, and that's not what you want to be doing, right? You're taking resources from a lane, yes. Muchi's having a good lane in that bottom side of the map, right? Look at that T1. It's definitely taking a beating here, and BB is looking to be a Marco Polo that's going to be very absent from his lane going into that mid stage, right? Once he gets that itemization of the Sparkforge dagger being built just right there, as well as the Doomsday, he's going to be up and across this gorge taking T1s.
Yeah, HBSE, if they know what they're going to look to do, and obviously they play the Athena strike quite well, but they need to be aggressive in the lane. You want to be pushing, have the minion waves crashing into the towers as much as possible, so that Nova are punished when they try to rotate and deal with Zhe.
Yeah, exactly that. You saw there, right? Obviously, Zhe was able to get that Azure Golem away from them slightly for a brief moment of time. They weren't able to get the Tyrant here, but obviously first Tyrant finally for the side of Nova Esports is going to be in this game number 5.
Yeah, and the net worth lead has shifted ever so slightly, about 200 gold right now in favor of Nova Esports. So they've done a good job, and now they're being aggressive. And you're using that Luna for that extra mobility.
Yep, CY just steal away that Azure Golem ever so slightly, but it's that Ardent Jade Steel not going to come out in time. Takes a big of a beating, loses a lot of health, but now it's going to be Athena. Maybe here Zhe gets the kill off as well, but not quite.
Yeah, I mean, Zhe actually went for that Smite Steal, actually missed it. CY ensuring considering that he got it. So just not getting as much value as we've seen him on this Athena at times.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure being put on CY here is definitely a not what you want to be at if you are in game number 4 between Nova Esports and HBSE, right? Like that, you are contesting with 2 smites, with the Hardened Jade Steel, but still managing to outsmite them is a good call.
Yeah, if you're able to do it. But, I mean, he's just going to be annoying in other ways, and he's looking to smite here, competing, contesting, forcing out CY to use the smite.
Also meant to use a smite, but it's going to be the Overlord going up to the side of HBSE. So they haven't come out empty-handed here with this first wave of the jungle neutral objectives, but training T1 for bot side, the top side of the map here is going to be YU. Look at them put that pressure onto Schwan.
Yeah, Nova doing such a good job of just kind of weathering the storm, right? They've seen the Athena strat. They know that HBSE are going to be bringing it, and this is how they're looking to deal with it. And so if you're like, again, Blacklist or APG that are watching this game, this is the kind of style that you need to deal with this potential HBSE monster.
Oh, Wendy's got to be careful here. Silk against Beauty has to be careful, but even more so is going to be YU. Goes into the back line, uses the ornament, able to get the damage off. Oh, just about, but now Sure comes in, forces out the flash of Wendy, but still saving grace.
Oh my gosh, Wendy just saving the flash for that one, and now he's going to get dove under on this point. Wendy, what is he doing?
He's trying to get the ultimate off, trying to get that last little bit of damage. Can he get that damage off in time? Okay, so Wendy falls. This means there's going to be a trade for the T1 bot side, top side of the map as well.
Okay, Wendy there, I felt like he should have kept running instead of just stopping. I know Joe definitely has the dashes, but you got to make him work for it a little bit, and just can't be free food just standing still on the side of the road, right?
Yeah.
So, but still, it's only the first kill that's gone the way of HBSE.
Yeah, first kill going over there as well. But I mean, look at the itemization being built here. I mean, definitely keeping pace, even though they have been put under a lot of pressure. CY obviously has around about the 2 full items being built, which is the Augur's Ward, as well as the Insatiable Tome as well. But you've got to be careful here. Schwan doesn't want to get caught out, especially with BB with that true damage.
Yeah, with that damage. And now you're seeing just the power of Zhe even more with the vision. Yeah. And Musan King was looking to go.
Yep, he's looking to dance around. CY gets the dunk onto Zahang as well before he can even drop the Destructive Deluge here. But down goes Zhe as well. So double kill going up to CY, looking to amass a lot of gold here. Not yet being shut down, which is still a good call here for the side of Nova.
Yeah, Nova Esports, on the other hand, they understand where Zhe is looking to go, right? He's going for Wendy every single time because Wendy needs to stay alive, potentially controlling Musan King, VV, stopping those, Fever Barrages, all of that goodness, right? So he needs to stay alive.
He does need to stay alive. Obviously, he does use the cleanse for them, but he gets the mark off the trade, the shutdown as well. So now you can see it. HBSE take a slight gold lead now to shut down the prize money, but CY being taken down here. It's now meaning that the damage is not going to come from elsewhere other than Mucci getting the takedown onto Zhe. But look at Wendy. He is so low.
So low. He has to walk. He can't just recall from there because he knows that Zhe might be coming back from the grave. So it's a slow walk in that sense, but getting a couple kills, VV and Zhe both down for the count, which is going to be huge for Nova Esports. But if we're talking net worth, HBSE are still making the strat work as they had the lead.
They do. They are obviously definitely putting a little bit of a halter to this Athena's just monstrableness I've never seen up throughout the most of the game. Obviously you saw there the try and go for the bit of a steal of that Tyrant there. Still not the Shadow Tyrant, still not 10 minutes. But that Hardened Jade Steel is going to be that lifeline inside of HBSE.
Yeah, and CY actually with the slight net worth lead over Musan King, understanding just how to out-farm right now, which is going to be key because all eyes will be on him as Musan King.
Yeah, Musan King tries to go in here as well. CY now has the help of his teammates. Wendy actually gets the flash and actually gets the Silk Imprint onto Zhe, which is not the target he was looking for. He was looking for the King himself.
Yeah, he was trying to go for him, but Musan King just too light, too agile. He gets on out of this. I mean, this bait is gonna be a problem come mid-game, especially when it's so close and you're fighting for those big neutrals later.
The problem is, I think here for the side of HBSE is Mucci actually playing a very good macro game. Okay, trying to use that pull into the lane there, but now CY gets a dunk on the 2, but Zhang actually gets the Destructive Deluge off, but it's not going to do enough damage. Backline access there from YU. He gets a takedown on the way pit. Wendy as well. They're looking for a little bit more, but Mucci is being kept in a very good place. Cleans up Musan King. maybe this is the opening for Nova.
Yeah, absolutely huge for Mucci. I mean, the fact that he was able to just understand that Musang King was hitting that back line, Wendy looking to go down as well as Wave Pit on that one, but him just being like, okay, I need to focus him down, taking down that damage as much as possible, and now Nova with a sizable 1.5k down with
Yeah, still, again, pretty decent for the time that we're in. We're about a 10-minute mark now without Shadow, Tyrant, and Overlord to come through here as well. Start to see Mucci try and make a good sure start here as well. But we do have, obviously, the Athena coming through here. Sure, does have the smite. They've got to be careful. Do they get the steal here? It doesn't look like it's going to be quite a potential because that Silk Imprint is going to delete YU here. The Ghost Ship comes through, tries to separate Chef from the rest of the team. But maybe this is going to be a bit of a split push here for the side of HBSC. They're looking for that juicy mini wave top side of the map.
10 minutes and 30 seconds into this game, Nova Esports weather this Athena Strat storm, right?
Yes.
They've actually turned the lead into their favor. If there's any other team that's looking, how do we stop HBSC's Athena Strat? This is textbook.
Yeah, oh, there is a Fever Barrage. It's going to be enough to get down Mucci. Oh, there it is. The Silk Imprint is going to stop Musang King in his tracks. Zahang and She have to defend the base.
Oh man, both of those guys, Musang King and Vivi, just not on the same page. If they went in together, they would have gotten the wombo combo with that damage. Well, Vivi going in with that Fever Barrage, and then after he died, Musang King going in, you can tell that they were just slightly off in this coordination.
Yeah, coordination, communication, maybe just a little bit of a intercom here between these two teams, but CY definitely been showing how his prowess on this Moon Blade Luna for now. Obviously trying to get stuck onto either or Vivi at this moment in time, but just getting that T3 takedown into the bot side and mid lane map here is really going to open up the house of the HomeBois.
Yeah, taking what they wanted, those T3s, but now they're going to get gone on here. Jeff just continuing to just do what he's going to be doing, right? He's looking for those steals, and he actually takes that, but he gives it right off.
Exactly, that's the problem, right? If you get the steal, you say give it right back. It's like, yes, you get the gold away from the camp, but you then give that, you give the buff straight back over to the enemy team.
Yeah, and this is kind of where that Athena strat really starts to crumble a bit. He hasn't really been able to get too much value. Yes, he's got that kill onto like Wendy and things like that, but just overall, Nova Esports have been able to, again, deal with this Athena.
Yeah, maybe HBSC's movement here is just get the macro play right. Obviously, you see the mini wave top bot side of the map there for themselves, but then top for here. Nova Esports looking to approach that final T3 here. Now they drop the radius as well. We see Musang King coming in from the sidelines. Can he get enough damage onto Schwan or either way Pit? Mucci looking pretty low, but he's just going to keep shredding that damage thanks to that lifesteal into Doomsday.
Yeah, and I mean, he's tanky enough. He was doing a decent amount of damage to Mucci. Almost got it, but I mean, Nova just turned around. The rest of HBSC were really not there to kind of help support. They went to suicide.
Vivi, oh, he gets taken down. He's not had the best game here onto the Marco Polo. He is definitely been put into his tracks here, but now it's going to be Nova Esports with the comeback here potentially. They're trying to stop that Vanguard, and Guayu does it for now, but there is going to be a base race here for the side of Nova. They come back in game 4.
Yeah, no sweep in mind. You know, Nova Esports, you knew that they were going to have something in terms of a counter strat to deal with this Athena strat, and they pulled it off.
Yeah, one break at a time as they look to pace themselves for a potential reverse sweep against none other than HomeBois Blacklist Esports here. But that is still a long way to go. But fortunately, for the Nova Esports here, they did found a decent answer against the side of HomeBois Blacklist Esports in the Athena room.
Took them a while to really get going. I mean, things were kind of like, is it really the right counter strat? Are they able to out-execute? And you saw exactly how CY on this Luna was able to out-farm. It was able to solo Ja, as well as get his own farming done.
I think the countermeasure that has been proposed so far that Boom Esports tried to do in their game. Remember the fact that Boom Esports, when they opened up the Luna first pick, and then immediately it was answered by APG with the Athena, and they went for the Dia Smite. It's actually very similar in this case itself, where you are looking for your roamer to take Smite so they can go for the jungle item and contest the double Smite against the Athena roam, and then the added advantage comes from your mid lane. Because your mid lane is going Knowledge Gem, they can always give up all the gold towards the jungler that's being sabotaged in that gold department.
Yeah, it's all about sabotaging, right? I think that's going to be the biggest thing. I mean, Ja here is 115-2, but most of that farm going into CY with his 17 kills, 13,000 net worth. I mean, you knew that CY had to have a monster game, and he really showed up in this one.
Yeah, he had to come through with this move blade, right? But I feel like the the opening and obviously the safe net that he had from Weipet and Schwan really kind of obviously gave him the carry potential here for CY, right? Like, if obviously Schwan was trying to play carry as well, I don't think this game would have gone in the same kind of highlight that it has right now. But like you were saying, this has been an absolute sabotage.
Yep, and you can see the damage dealt coming in from the side of CY when you give him an easy going game. 143,000 damage dealt on towards the Luna and 76,000 damage taken here. This really comes from the fact that Zhe has been that nuisance in the jungle, tanking about 150,000 damage from this Luna alone.
But also Muchi. I mean, his 82,000 damage, when they found that back line, he was there to do the damage to ensure that no one else got picked off, especially with the Zhe, who is tanky, but the armor shred was real.
Yeah, absolutely real. I mean, Muchi on this pick was absolutely just dominated, but that's all, again, just propped up by that solid front line, right? Like, when you have the Magistrate come through the D-Ranger, you need to have that solid front line, and that's exactly what Lapu Lapu and Schwan was able to do here. But I mean, ever so slightly, it was just kind of like a very much a battle of, between good and evil within this gold chart.
All right, wait, who's actually evil in the end?
Hey, it's completely perspective, okay?
Oh,
Subjective
okay.
perspective. I'm not putting claim on that.
Stop putting my buddy on the spot here, Gene. I'm kidding here.
No, I will tell you, it is definitely HP. No, I'm always for the underdog. You guys are always the underdog.
So I do want to point out that in this game, like what Vlad mentioned here, the Magistrate on the hands of Muchi, also an interesting build. It's not a tanky D-Ranger that we usually see. He's go up for the Doomsday into the critical chance D-Ranger here. So a stronger late game funneling for this marksman player here. And then the tipping point that we really need to point out was the fact that Muchi found the decisive kill on towards the Fade Musang King.
Yeah, and that's pretty much all you need in terms of the damage, right? But of course, it's got to be the MVP showing up when he needed to. When the team needed you most, it was, of course, CY on this Luna. He was. It looks like he's going to be 17-1-7. Makes it very easy. Like 15 of those kills were on Zhe. A little bit, buffed in that sense. But the 43% damage, that's where he truly shines.
Yeah, finally having a smile on his face there. Obviously, he looked very stressed going into this last series, right? So now is Nova going to actually be a shining bright after the death of their star coming through after this game number 3-4 point coming through for this team, right? But obviously that 43% damage dealt is absolutely monstrable. But you can see here into the highlights exactly how CY played the Moonblade.
That is such quick footwork coming in from CY's Moonblade here. Immediately exacting the backline, getting Zihong, and then kiting towards Zhe. But this is the tipping point that we talk about here. Goalie is dead even here, but take a look at Weipet here. When Musang King jumped towards the top, found the side of Wendy here, but at the second one that we see here, he gets pulled down by Xuan from the wall, which allowed Muchi to find that burning kill.
I mean, if you saw that kill right there, it looks like Musang King got pulled into the fight because Zhe was continuing on, and I felt like that was I mean, Zhe's going to die regardless, so Musang King probably should have got out of there. Just got to save yourself for the next day, but the biggest piece to me about this one is that fact that Nova Esports have finally been able to solve not only HBSC's Athena strat, but also them as a team and getting themselves one win in terms of the series.
It's a very good confidence builder, especially for the Nova side, but it's still match point in hand for the side of HomeBois Blackshore Esports here. One mistake that will be dealt towards the side of Nova Esports, that could just be checkmate, and there you go to the lower bracket.
All it takes is 1 point, right? One win onto the board, and that's the second win that you need here. I mean, yes, you are going to falter even further into the ocean of the global ban pick now, but hey, Nova's able to actually put out a win, so that's a good thing for them here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's my indigestion or what sort of feeling this is, but I feel like a reverse sweep is coming up.
Oh no. Let's hope it's indigestion.
That is going to be a spicy series here. I mean, what could you expect less coming in from two of the strongest MKL teams or two of the strongest global teams? But yes, for the reverse sweep to happen, we need to have two more back-to-back wins coming in from Nova Esports.
Yes, obviously Nova Esports need to try and come back here in this best of 7. So, are they going to take it to the ultimate battle, which we failed to see yesterday? Obviously, we haven't seen one yet after our 4-day break. I feel like we are due an ultimate battle.
Yeah, it's a huge confidence boost for Nova Esports going into this one. Of course, it's just one game, but you got to look at every single one of these games as like single best of ones. Right? This is the time where you need to just show up. I think that would be the ultimate demoralizers for HBSC if you were to reverse sweep them.
And they lost on the true strat, the Athena roam that they prize themselves a lot here. So maybe it's starting to look like a momentum shift up coming in from the side of Nova Esports against their competitors here, which is HBSC here. But all that needs to be starting on the drafting as well. And so far, red side today, 100% win rate.
Red side, best side, right? You're seeing exactly 100%. Oh, okay. Well,
There
blue
we
tie,
go.
okay.
Blue
Kind
tie.
of counteracting, okay, a little bit, but
Blue tie.
it just so happens to be in this series, red is fine. Let's see how the second series goes, but I think that it's, again, the counter draft has been key in up against these two teams.
Oh, absolutely. Your first prio pick has not always won them the case, or even the match point. It's always what gets chosen in that reactive red side, but as you can see, once again, we are getting further. So this is a total of what, like 20 heroes per side that's been taken off of the gorge here for these two teams. Yes, obviously the respective team can still pick the likes of the heroes that they have not, that their enemies have got, right? But it's still quite a lot of heroes that are now not available.
Yeah, not a lot in mind. I mean, going into this one, I think that they need to continue to ride this momentum train that is CY. He's feeling it after that last one. He got fed, got a bunch of kills, MVP, everything that you wanted for. They need to continue on. Let him do that same thing. Might not be as easy because you're not getting that takeaway of that food delivered to you into this next one.
And my question coming is, will Nova Esports play the Athena roam themselves, or will HomeBois Blackstreet Esports ban away the Athena roam here? So it will be an interesting pick and ban here coming into game final alone, but what I expect here at the very least from Nova is to remove the likes of the Maestro Nui and the Arlie from the pool away from HBSE.
Yeah. But not only that as well, obviously Orgren for both of these two teams has not come out yet. Obviously it was something that we were really kind of like hinting to in that last draft, but then they decided to go for the Featherfoot, the Fade, and obviously wasn't quite as fruitful as they really wanted to. I feel like if they did lock in the Orgren here for the side of HBSE, we would not be seeing this point go over to the side of Nova.
That could potentially be the case because, or for the side of HBSE, they are trying to reel in whatever draft that is available for Nova in game number 4 and do the decisive quick blow in game 5 itself. Because look at the draft here, every single one of the drafts coming in from Nova has been super duper expensive.
Very expensive indeed. I mean, at some point, Nova is definitely going to be looking for that Augurin. I think that is going to be one of CY's special. So at the same time, HBSE are going to be understanding how to counter that one. But we haven't really seen how that one's going to play out just yet. But I do think that is definitely on the table into these potential final games here.
Oh, okay, so Nova goes back over to the blue. So HBSE does get the win inside, the 100% win inside here. So it's now at their loss to lose this win inside the red side for the side of HBSE.
I think the blue side priority only lies on the fact that top Clash lane could pick up potentially like the Mayin or the Rose Fencer here. So these are the available options for the first pick here, or even the likes of the Augurin or Diadea. These are still the up and available picks that can be drafted for the side of Nova on their first pick.
Yeah, and it's still very open, right? I mean, we were talking about expensive picks, but these guys still have their signature heroes very much available, right? And then the assassin-style junglers, those are, Fade on the other end. You have, the Xing. That you have a lot of potential power plays still available.
A lot of power plays, a lot still at the helm of these two teams, but they have to draft the best spot, right? Obviously, especially if HomeBois don't want to go to an ultimate battle. I mean, yes, they have the better historical point that they've taken the victory on the only ultimate battle that we've had so far within the KIC2025. But they could lose it all to Nova, who was the Ultimate Battle champions in Season 3.
Ah, that's a very good storyline that you brought up here, Blam. So for Nova to actually pace themselves into that Ultimate Battle, it won't be easy because there is still 2 more games on towards the hands here that they really need to bring up to that Ultimate Battle here. And these 2 games, every single one of them comes with a lot of pressure. One mistake, one misplay will put you directly into a 1-4 finish.
And you saw in that last game, just like Nova made the least amount of mistakes, and they came out with the victors, right? So, I mean, hopefully they can kind of continue on that with that momentum, because that was a great win for them. They, again, it's been so far from when they last were able to beat HBSE, and just taking it to them, that's got to be a great confidence boost.
And the only way they can take it to them, first off, is in the BP here, where obviously the game of 4D chess between Nova and HomeBois, Blackstreet Esports come into play.
Yep, with Nova Esports going on towards the blue side here, they will definitely have to use up some of the bans on towards priority picks, like the Arlie, like the Maestro Nui, for example. Here, these 2 probably won't see the daylight in this series itself here. On the side of HomeBois, Blackstreet Esports here, the Tigers, and potentially another strong pick here. I would say that you will put more focus on towards the side of CY after such a fantastic game. Maybe consider banning out the Augurin.
Or maybe you just ban out the Athena again, right? Obviously, don't give it over to Nova.
Yeah, one thing to take note of, I mean, the fact that Nova, I mean, HBSC playing that Athena, now you don't have to worry so much about it, right? I mean, they were previously banning it. It's completely wide open right now, and they're going to feel a little bit better. They can do more standard bans.
There it is. There's the Augie boy coming through. Soul Guide for the side of Nova Esports. CY gets the charge with his tank.
This is a perfect scenario for the side of Nova Esports to start picking up the Ogren here. Because HomeBois Black Esports has already expended the likes of the Ladies In, and the pay is no longer available here. Two of the prime counters against the Soul Guide has been removed from the pool here, and priority has been given over to some of these remaining OP and Tier 0 picks, which comes in the form of the Soul, the Diadia, and also the Rose Spencer.
I mean, interestingly enough, obviously the Mai Shiruna is still available here for Zhang, right? They could go for this pick to obviously have early, fast-paced aggression here, but onto the side of Nova, it looks like they're going to be locking in the Byron here for Schwan. But ultimately, they still have the shirt here as well from the side of HBSE.
Sure is always a very good pick when you want to play the strong and aggressive mid lane 3v3, but I'm liking this from Nova Esports here. This Da Qiao is still serving as a flex pick coming in for both Wendy and also the side of Wave here, the double W's as you quote here. So this 3 picks is already very consistent in that early to mid-game marker.
Yeah, I really like this wrinkle from the Da Qiao, right? Because the Ogren will sometimes get caught out, even though he has that path of passing. But now you can see him fade him on back to safety. Again, just another level, because you know that HBSC are going to be looking for ways to control the CY Ogren.
Looking to control him is definitely going to be the name of the game, right? Or will they outpace him into the jungle? Obviously, the monkey pickup here for Musang King is another one of his cuddly favorite heroes here coming through for the side of HomeBois Black Esports, but banning out the Marco Polo, which is obviously a direct counter to the monkey dealing that true damage, really shredding his fur.
And the marksman pool is trying to get diminished coming in from both sides here, so it will be very interesting to see will they expend the full-born marksman on either side, which removes the full-born tank in towards the pool later on.
I mean, going into this one, there's still, I mean, the Kong Min being banned out, just to get rid of some of that burst. But this Menki's going to be a problem, right? He's going to be that tanky frontliner. I mean, it kind of to deal with the Ogren in that terms of that standoff that's going to be potentially there. But again, the Lady Soon here looking to kind of deal with this tanky Ogren.
Yeah, exactly. Using that frag grenade, could be able to do a lot of damage onto the side of the Ogren, as long as they don't get caught out, right? Because, I mean, obviously, yes, you have the rolling raid, but you've got to contend to the leaping koi tides as well, right? Like, that's going to really put the Lady Sun into the tracks of the always known as Cannonball.
The main matchup that I really want to see is that this Da Qiao has to be played to a flawless perfection here. If you can continuously land those big ultimates, transfer your teammates from a cross map towards your side for those big team fights, that could potentially put Nova in a much more comfortable position. And there you have it, Woodland Ranger, a direct counter towards Lady Sun in towards the mid game has been locked in here. Although the laning phase still favors Lady Sun, but if Bucci is able to survive this thanks to the help of the Da Qiao that's being funneled for the side of Waypit, this could look pretty decent for the side of Nova.
Yeah, and I mean, it really kind of revolves around Waypit's play, right? That Sea of Fate, how many people is he able to save? Is Zia, who's very static, right? Not mobile at all. I mean, Wendy might have a tough time, but now that he's kind of has that get out of jail free card, you might have some options here.
Yeah, the Lantern Lights obviously being the Chow here as well. And then obviously we have the Smith and Blade. Mo coming through here for the side of HBSE. And we love a good Mo play. And definitely onto a player like Zhang, where he's going to be wanting to lead the charge and be the carry here as well, right? Like, you're going to see those big, crucial setups from Guayu on the Charlotte here, and then also the Dream Roams from Monkey also is going to enable such great setup for those couple blades.
Yeah, it's a very strong triple core lineup here coming in for the side of HomeBois Black Esports, but it comes with a cost that it is very late game centric here. If they cannot defend themselves against the Ogren early game invade, things could go really sour for the HBSE lineup.
Do you think that they're more so late game than Nova's lineup with a Ogren, Gia, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, Kanso, you were to agree, like, it seems like they're kind of set in that late game.
I feel like it's a 50-50 matchup here, because if we were to look into the direct matchup here, Woodland Ranger Consort Yu does get outranged by the side of the Ganem Mo, and the Ogren occasionally isn't able to tank those full freshly forged stack on towards him, and then you have the Clash laners here. Byron gets outscaled by the Rose Spencer Charlotte here. So it's really down to a 50-50 how they play that early game, and the most important key part, that Nova isn't really winning in this series itself. Does Nova take the team fights?
Yeah, but I'm going to answer your question with a question. Do you think that this draft is actually good enough, though, to deal with that HBSE lineup?
I feel like it's a 50-50 between these two teams.
Get off the fence, man. It's really uncomfortable.
For me, it's for the side of Nova Esports that they actually can draft with the remaining pool here. Hence, I do favor the Nova lineup if they can execute those team fights that we talk about here. But let's save the talk. Let's bring it to action for the players themselves.
Exactly that. I mean, the fence has to be sat on, right? It used to be me, now it's Sagi, but now it's up to HBSE if they are going to be the ones to basically demolish this fence that we are sitting on to prove us wrong in this game number 5.
I feel like we need to put a little barbed wire on this fence, right? It seems like too many guys are getting a little comfortable on it. You don't want to be there the entire series.
I can sit on barbed wire, don't you worry. I'll find a way. I'll get a cushion somewhere. Cushion for the pushing. But now, here we are getting into obviously this game number 5 here between these two teams. A lot of pressure in top side of the map here, obviously rotation-wise. They're looking to just kind of funnel in every little bit of help onto VB on this cannon belt.
Yeah, for me, it's about this early game, right? Is Nova's CY going to get that farm to be really just kind of take himself to the next level? Because there's going to hit a tipping point where he's going to be so tanky and tough to deal with. Plus, he's going to be powered up by Wendy, and then he has that, Da Chao Steel Fate to get on out. So he could be a potential problem in that mid game.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like maybe the Sea of Fate's going to be there to save the Schwan on the Byron, right? Like he's going to go in, use a slow mace, get the knock up, and then if he gets 2 damage, it's going to be a hard task to damage him anyway, but obviously a lot of true damage coming from obviously the frag grenade as well as obviously the couple blades from Zahong. He can get sent back to base and then just reconvene.
And for me, this Nova lineup, I mean, aside from the Gia Wendy, which is not his stock standard, but the CY Augurin, Chuan on his Byron, these are the tried and true. If they're going to have a chance in this series and this game, those are the guys that are going to be making the play.
You definitely look at those 2 players to try and spearhead through another point here for Nova Esports, because if they don't, the House of Nova falls and crumbles into the lower brackets, but just seeing a bit of a fight and tip attack into the mid lane here, just trying to get that priority of the minion wave.
And Nova needs to do a better job of, again, understanding that your win condition revolves around CY. Get him as much farm as possible.
YU not having a great little time there. A bit of a tip for tap, but more of a scratch battle scar. YU running away from the pit.
Yeah, and he needs to run away in this one because, like, he will just be all in the bottom lane, and they did a bit of a lane swap to kind of give potentially VV a bit of an advantage in that top lane with that range advantage because you're going.
Ooh, so close. These leaping koi tides, man, they are literally denying access into Nova's Moochie's range.
And look at how Schwan, right? He's got that force field suppression, been zoned away, and this is the lane matchup that VV's looking for, right? You have that pace, the range. Obviously, he's going to outscale the Byron melee.
I mean, the thing is here as well, obviously the Rose Fence and the Charlotte, obviously you have the dash, but dashing into an oak ball is not where you want to be going, right?
Yeah, for sure. And in the same way, you just don't want to lose. I think Charlotte is more, again, the mid to late game. He just needs to get there. He just needs to not make or protect that tower as much as possible.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely a team fight setup here is going to be the Charlotte, but Guayu taking a lot of damage. There's the Eye of the Whirlpool come through, and first blood goes over to Nova Esports.
I mean, they set the Whirlpool. Those guys showed up a little bit late, but they were there in to high-five them, ensuring that they got that at least one because, Nova Esports, nice rotation there.
Yeah, chucking those couple blades, but now he's getting it chucked back to the Shadow Realm. CY picking up another kill.
Yeah, picking up a great rotation and a huge win. 2-level advantage over Musan King, and now they're putting the pressure on the bottom T1. It's not even 4 minutes.
It's not even 4 minutes, but Schwan not having a great time. Top side of the map, it's going to be VB getting that kill. Looking to trade that T1 as well. Actually saved by Musan King down to the bottom side of the map and saved by the Bell because there's no minions.
Yeah, HBSE must have done something like that. I mean, you have to force the issue, especially since the bottom lane was looking very rough. But now in the jungle...
Yeah, speaking of forcing issues, it's going to be the force of that Azure Golem. It is going to be BSE that is able to get that one for themselves, though. It needs that Tyrant is going to fall because it's just so fast. The damage from CY on this Oberen.
Oh! Steal away. I mean, easily done by HBSE right there. I mean, those free forage plays from Chi-Hong ensuring that they have both of the blues on that side.
That was precise. That was like quick scope, no scope 360 there by the side of Zahong. He gets the Azure Golem. Taking that away from CY is going to be at a detriment, especially the amount of mana this guy zaps away in a team fight.
Yeah, I mean, CY was spotted in the bottom, more or less, so it's one of those things where it's like, okay, we have a little bit of a time to kind of take that out. HBSC with a nice rotation. It's the little wins, and now they have a 600 gold because of it.
They do indeed, but it's going to be the other Whirlpool that's looking to put pressure on that T1 down to the bottom side of the map. We have Zohong here waiting in the wind, but that's the path of passing. It's really going to create a way out of those couple blades, but top side of the map, the pressure has been surmounted here onto the side of Nova Esports.
So the Whirlpool is like good and bad, right? I mean, yeah, you've got everybody there in a hurry, but the way that HBSC just disengaged, they're like, okay, we don't need a fight. We have nothing to do. We don't have the numbers here to be there, and they put pressure on the top T2. That's a win for HBSC.
Yeah, win so far for them. Obviously, they do get the Overlord here as well, going up to the side of HBSC. A bit of a repeat of the last game between these two teams, but I feel like the pressure definitely needs to be created by CY. CY has to be leading the charge for the Dream Roam, leads the charge here for HBSE, but the path has been created, and it is going to be a passing one here for CY.
Yeah, and that's what they need to be careful about, right? HBSC, I mean, they have a surprising amount of burst. You have Jiong on the Gun Bow as well as VP there with that ultimate shell, so you've got to be careful. And so this is why also Waypit needs to ensure that his Sea of Fates are there to keep CY alive.
Yeah, CY definitely doesn't want to be dying anytime soon, especially when that Azure Golem's up as well, right? Like, if he died then, that's another free Azure Golem over to the side of HBSC. But speaking of free, they're going to get a free T1 top side of the map, be trading for that T1 down to the bot side here. Giant's Grip, as well as support item being built for Wendy on Tasuya.
Yeah, I don't want to be over dramatic when I say this, but CY, if he dies in like the first 10-12 minutes, the team will crumble because there's so much that's riding on him to ensure that he hits that tipping point of items where he's able to tank and be able to survive, because the rest of them are really, they will crumble without this front line.
Yeah, but the good thing about the Ogren here though as well is the fact that it forces HBSC to build anti-heal items first. As you can see there for Zohong, they built a bit of a staff, they build the Blazing Cape onto Monkey as well, so really forcing them to get that one before the damage items come through means that you can try and build a big outcome for your team before that moment comes. But there's a Sea of Fate for the side of Nova, sitting in that brush there, but it's going to be the access onto the back line right now. Schwan trying to do a lot of damage, but the couple of blades with the rolling raid and the ultimate shell, but ultimately it's going to be Musan King picking up a kill, but then being on the receiving end of CY's death precipice.
Yeah, CY just strolling in from the top, ensuring that he gets the cleanup onto Musan King. That's going to be a win for them. But Juan kind of, I mean, he was tanky. He was, going in, but the Sea of Fate, it seemed like it was committed a little bit early, which is uncharacteristic of Waypit, and not able to keep him alive. If they were able to get the 1 for 0, it would have been much, much better for them.
Yeah, it feels like it was just using it to maybe get a bit of intel, right? Like, see if anyone would get the flank onto the back line of Nova Esports, just using it in that respect. But it did mean that obviously Schwan had to fall there, unfortunately. But hey, you fall for the enemy jungle, you get their Azure Golem. It's looking pretty positive here for the side of Nova.
Not the end of the world, of course, for Nova Esports, but Schwan is still a guy that you want to be tanky. Like, he needs to be that front liner because, again, if CY gets Sea of Fated, then who else is going to be that front guy? You need that backup, and Schwan is there.
Exactly. Schwan is going to be the Storm Mace going into these team fights. The Daybreaker being built here by the side of Muchi. Muchi's having a fantastic game so far. He has around about that 5.8k gold now for the side of Nova, and they're looking just to build more and more damage items, but looking to create that pressure is YU down to the bot side.
And this is kind of scary for HBSC, because CY is kind of that guy. He's not afraid to dive.
He's not afraid to dive. He's the raid boss. He's looking just to focus out, sure, on this Diadea, but for now they're just using that path of passage to be a driving force. The hammer came through, but it's going to be that fatal damage that gets taken away there. Keeps him alive.
Wow, the guillotine was just not enough to do the damage into killing Ja. He got thrown up, thrown down, but he somehow survived. Nova Esports, though, playing this Ogren, this draft perfectly, right? You want CY to go over, you want that path of passing, you want him to be aggressive, and then Waypit with that save, and to bring him back right on time.
That's what I mean. Like, if HBSE just drafted this Ogren last game, it would have been Joe before the side of Nova, but now they take the Shadow. Actually, not Shadow Overlord, it's just a Tyrant here once again, but it's still going to be another bit of neutral objective. Increased damage, increased movement speed for the boys of Nova.
Yeah, CY being able to take that one, just really huge. I mean, he needs to exert his dominance right now. He has a 2-level advantage. This is exactly where Nova want to be. Yes, they're behind in terms of this net worth, but that's fine, right? Because they don't have any answers for the Ogren just yet.
I feel like maybe HomeBois Blacklist Esports, their problem is a potential endurance problem. But speaking of endurance, it may be the endurance test for the side of Schwan. The dive in, the takedown, but it means they created once again huge pressure top side of the map to get away this Crimson Golem and also a big juicy minion wave.
Yeah, I mean, it took 3 members to take down Schwan, so that's not the worst thing. I mean, Nova, just ensure that you don't want to fight, but now the Shadow Tyrant is up at stake. This is a problem because, again, they're outmanned.
They are outmanned and outnumbered here. They are left to play at a disadvantage. Universal Law being placed down here just to drive them away. And see why, once again, just getting that soak of damage. Can the couple plays come through? BB gets the steal. Now it's time to go in. We see Guayu take the charge to see if fate is going to save CY, but can they get this T1 takedown into the mid lane? Whilst we have the absence of CY, he looks to get the path of pass in just to get the minion wave taken out.
Yeah, I think, I mean, CY up in front, I was like, oh my god, why are they taking this fight? And I totally forgot that Dachao was there. Wave hit with the ultimate save, ensuring that CY stayed alive. If he were to be picked off there, that might have just completely shifted in favor of HBSC, but the fact that, again, HBSC has a 2.5k net worth lead, they're still playing well to get themselves into this.
I feel like Nova Esports are just listening to the BGs, right? They're just staying alive. They've got the beat in their head. You're like, right guys, we've got timers, we're clapping our feet, we're in sync, and that's all that matters. But speaking of which, definitely in sync is those minion waves on the opposite side of the teams crashing into those T2s.
Yeah, you said NSYNC? No, we're not doing that. We're in the Philippines, we're not going to do a karaoke. Okay, we're going to continue on with this one, but look, HBSC, this is the great situation, right? They have enough damage. You're seeing that VV is able to do some serious work.
Yeah.
Nova now have to play a little bit scared because they understand that that burst is real.
The burst is real for this team of Nova Esports as well as HBSC, right? Obviously, they definitely need to be putting in all those couple plays and throwing them wherever they can. But Nova, they have to contest this Shadow Overlord. If they don't, it's going to be a hard task to compete.
Yeah, you don't want to give up anything for free at this point. Something to take note of, though, is Muchi is level 16. He's gotten that level up from Wendy there, so that's going to help in terms of this damage because he's been largely quiet, but Waypit can pick up elsewhere.
He got deleted with the Eye of the Whirlpool into the mid lane here as well. And Musa King, he gets the Shadow Overlord. He's like, boys, look away as we come crashing through. VV with a kill onto CY. This means that mid lane, unless the Universal Law wipes him out, is going to fall. And now it is the same song and dance from HomeBois Black Shrew Esports as they march down mid.
Oh, they find the right opening. They get the pick off onto Waypit and CY without his brother there to kind of get those saves with those Sea of Fates. Opening up the door, HBSC full control of this game now.
Yeah, using that Vanguard down to the bot side of the map, really going to kind of mitigate that huge blue wave that we were seeing moments ago. But now Guayu goes for the split push, CY back up in 2 seconds, Waypit here as well. Maybe enough to drive away these Vanguards.
Yeah, I mean, the push is real from HBSC. The damage that you're talking about, how do you even try to get onto VV, who's the guy that's been doing all the damage? You have so much pull from Shihong, Musan King is there as well.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough one to crack.
You've really got to kind of hope that Schwan gets that really big Storm Strike come through, but now you have Guayu just kind of constantly checking him, having that intel onto the team, right? He has the flash, he can use it, he's just looking for the right moment for BB, but BB's playing at the complete opposite side of where Schwan is.
Yeah, they played this one perfectly in terms of that comeback. Things were looking rough for CY, but when you don't have Waypit around, he's very vulnerable. And HBSC have made him pay. Yes, you have the level advantage in terms of Wendy and Muchi, both level 17 at this stage, but the net worth is shifted. It's going to be tough because you're taking so much damage.
You're taking a lot of damage here as well. Now, obviously, we see a Iron Dome version of Nova Esports, right? They are looking to make sure they keep that T3 alive into the mid lane because right now, HBSC, as they kind of push further and further into this late game, it's going to get harder to contest this damage, especially if they go for this Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, Nova Esports, though, haven't really been able to kind of, I mean, aside from the saves, but CY looking to go in.
Oh, CY is definitely looking to try and go in and contest this one. He doesn't want to lose this at all, but they keep the Crimson Golem. It goes off the Waypit. Probably not the best hero to have this one, but it's still going to deny the side of HBSE that extra bit of damage. But Guayu as well as Schwan having a bit of a tip-tat into the mid lane, and definitely Wendy gets taken down by the Destined Encounter, and that's the name of this series. It is a Destined Encounter by the two MKL teams once again, but it's going to be Schwan into the back line. Tries to get the saving grace. He's swinging the mace. He's trying to stay alive, but BB into the back line. It's only Schwan alive. Minion wave into the mid lane. Dream Roam comes through, keeps him from going back to base.
I mean, that was an absolute masterclass of how to initiate. HBSC looking to end.
Looking to end this one. The House of Nova is falling. HBSE do it once again. They are your first grand finalists.
Congratulations to HBSC as they are into the grand finals, easily winning that game, complete dominance, and things were looking kind of scary in the beginning, but HBSC understanding how the lineup of this Augur and the Dachiao were to play out, and they were able to counter that in the end.
And still the beautiful team fight strategies here being committed from the side of HomeBois Blackstream Esports. Every single game thus far that Nova Esports has lost, it was really the early game. They were doing decently well, but the mid-game team fights, HBSC finding a certain member in the side lane, converting that into a 10th-minute objective, which led to them to win this upper bracket finals, qualifying as the first seed to the grand finals itself.
It's all about making the least amount of mistakes right there. And they, again, HBSC just understanding just how to take advantage of those gaps that were available to them.
Oh yeah, the gaps indeed, right? Obviously, there were moments in time where it looked really healthy for Nova Esports, right? Like CY with Waypit on this Dachao really put them to the test, right? That Lantern Light, using the Sea of Fate, using the Eye of the Whirlpool, really kind of turned the tides. It really reminded me of OG when they had that strat against them as well, right? They really put the pressure onto the macro of Nova Esports, but obviously, ultimately, Nova won that one, but lose this series.
This is the real test that we have shown so far. You can play such a strong early game with the Augur, but when the timers hit for the Ganemo, Charlotte, and also the side of the Marksman Lady Sun, you start to see the triple late game come into fruition for the side of HBSC, which outscaled the side of the Nova Esports lineup here, which in the end, it happened here because they missed out the crucial 10-minute fight.
Yeah, just missed too many. I mean, like, the level advantage was a non-factor. It was all about the damage at the end of the day. And once VV hit that point, it was kind of like it doesn't matter where you were at. You're not able to sustain that damage. He just does way too much in the end.
A lot of damage came through for the side of HBSE. But I mean, look at VV, man. No death run here for both the boys down to the bottom side of the map. It was Diadea, it was the Lady Sun, just sticking together. Sticking like glue meant that they could not be torn apart by the side of Nova.
This specific setup coming in from the side of HomeBois Blackstream Esports, the Bond Weaver and also the Cannon Bell, they really did super well in limiting Schwan with the early game lane swap, and in the mid game they repeatedly captured Strand in towards the side lane, deeming the 10th minute mark a 4v5 essentially for the side of HomeBois Blackstream Esports. You can see the damage dealt coming in from VV on this Lady Sun. He's been phenomenal this series.
Yeah, they had no way to get to that back line, right? I mean, you see the Augur, it's very linear. You know where it's coming from, and they just kind of work around it. And this lineup that you're seeing, I mean, the gold grab is completely in favor of them because of the way that they were able to just take those fights on.
Yeah, exactly. You can see here, there's no kind of like fight for good and evil like we was talking about in the last series. It's literally a wave of red. And once again, the red side having a 100% win rate here as well. And we're looking at the head-to-head here, obviously, into the mid lane. Obviously, two different kind of playstyles, right? The Zuya is there to give the sandification, the universal law, to have that wave clear and give over a little bit of an unlocked potential to one of the teammates. But Zahong here, obviously, just dealing so much damage. 70k compared to 57.
Yep, it's a knowledge gem mid-start that we talk about here, that you funnel all the single available resources in towards the hands of the Augur here. But if CY falls in those fights, the goal lead immediately explodes with this Zihong Ganemo being the sole factor here. But, of course, VV having a phenomenal game on that Lady Sun, well deserved of the MVP coming off this game number 5.
Yeah, completely carried on that one. Just his farming efficiency was really, really great because that's what they needed. They needed that damage and with those items. And 31% of the team's damage, 402, was never really at any sort of risk because, again, if you're looking at the draft, Nova Esports had no way to find him.
They did have no way to find him. I mean, especially that last team fight, right? Schwan was on the opposite side. Like, they were literally like Romeo and Juliet in that one. They just could not get together. But now we see these highlights. Those couple blades really just put so much pressure onto Schwan here. Like, he was literally like deleted or pretty much like at death's doors before anything even else happened.
And as of this point, CY already got outscaled by the triple damage dealers coming in for the side of HBSC, which in these team fights, it's very difficult for you to take on already here. CY with no real armor item here, gets immediately taken down by the multitude of damages here, just landing on towards his auger.
And look at how they got that single kill, Wendy dying early, and they just turned it on, right? HBSC just going for the flank. Green light go, we have the numbers advantage. Guyu not afraid of dying. He does not care about KDA. It's all about the victory.
It's definitely all about the victory here, especially when it gets you into a grand final spot, right? Like, we have our first grand finalist of the KIC2025, and we've now kind of already started to show that that's 5 players potentially worth of this MVP skin.
Wow, that's the thing, right? If you see the entire performance coming in of this upper bracket finals, HBSC really proved this fight that Nova is their kryptonite. For HBSC, they really counteract against Nova every single draft that they propose in the first 3 games.
I mean, going into this one, we're going to see in that Blacklist International versus APG. Blacklist has been the closest to taking down HBSC. I think they need to make the miracle run to potentially go into the grand
Imagine
finals.
They're just basically ticking up the boxes, right? If they get APG and then get Nova, they get the rematch and try and tick off the 3rd and final MKL team. That's such a great story.
And then to talk about storyline as well, Blacklist International taking on Alpha Gaming, MKL's 3rd seed. Then you take on Nova Esports, MKL 2nd seed, and then the grand finals taking on MKL 1st seed. And this cementing yourself as the best region in the world, that's an absolutely insane storyline that Blacklist International could potentially pull out of their pocket.
Couldn't have written a better script, right? I mean, exactly in the order that they're going. I mean, it's not even like 2-3-1. It was like 3-2-1. Let's go. Let's take them down one team at a time.
Well, with that in mind, Nova Esports did suffer a loss against HomeBois Black Shrew Esports in the upper bracket finals here, but we do want to hear from the HBSC players. Butters and Mara do take away the interview on the stage.
We now have our first grand finalist, HomeBois Black Shrew Esports. Congratulations, Guiyu!
Yeah, and as for the first question, congratulations on winning that upper bracket finals match. And it's the same, it's almost the same as the MKL Grand Finals, but they won 1 match this time around. Now, my question is, were there any difference in the type of preparation that you did for this upper bracket finals?
For this few days in our scrim, we prepare new draft like Sun Ping. Not that all. We still have secret weapon in final.
You know, Guiyu, it shows how prepared you are. Because every time you go up against another team, HomeBois always dominates them. How does it feel to be considered one of the strongest teams in the world when it comes to Honor of Kings?
I felt very happy because before the match, I see all the talent is support Nova. We beat the prediction, and I think they already forget how we win Nova in MKL. I have them review in today.
You definitely proved that you are the stronger team. Now, if you were to predict who you would face in the grand finals, who would that be, or who do you want to go up against?
No have any special team I want to against. Just see them fight first. I think that was very amazing.
He doesn't care whoever
He doesn't care.
gets
He doesn't
in
have
grand finals.
any predictions.
He will beat anyone who steps up to that grand final stage. But now, tomorrow, you will probably get the chance to meet what people are saying, what the Filipino people are saying, that is your long-lost twin, H2. Now, do you have any message for H2 that's probably watching right now? Do you have any message to him?
H2, let's take a photo. We see really same or no?
The crowd is definitely gonna love that. You guys look almost like twins. Now, what would you like to say to all the supporters, not just for HomeBois Black Shrew Esports, but the supporters of MKL?
Thank you for your support. We will try to do the best team for MKL.
Congratulations once again, Guiyu. You guys are phenomenal.
A lot of things are going to happen, but first, we will take a break. You are watching the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025, and we'll be back.
战卫师们，大家好，我是解说02。
Hey everyone, this is Jipu.
Hello， 大家好，我是成都一超的凯特。
Hi everyone, I'm Bai.
Hi guys, my name is Shafiq Aiman.
大家好，我是诺菲尔。
很开心再次能够回到 KIC 的舞台。
很开心再次回到 KIC。
I'm really happy to share that I will be attending the KIC2025.
这次我将以一个新的身份参与在菲律宾的 KIC 表演赛。
And I'm very happy to join KIC 2025 this time.
And I'm really happy to share that I'll be going to the Philippines for KIC 2025. And I'll be participating in the show match as well.
And I will also be participating on a show match.
期待在表演赛的舞台上见到更多的国际朋友们。
这一次在马尼拉要和大家打一场特别的表演赛，能和这么多海外的朋友们一起打比赛，是一件非常有趣的事情。
And I will be making appearances for all 3 days as well as participating in the epic show match 5v5.
Guys, kita-kits tayo sa 28, 29, 30 sa Ayala Mall, Manila Bay. Sa 30, kakantang SB19. So, abangan nyo yan. Tapos, syempre, supportahan natin ang Boom pati Blacklist.
Make sure to watch KIC 2025 and send your support.
See you there.
我们菲律宾见。
不见不散。
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is top talent. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. Never stop it, I'll be ready all the time. Now, take a breath. When my pain is colder than ice, you don't pay the price. Sit the trap, got my body's in the back, you better think it twice. Coming on, never. Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Deeper, step again. We're gonna dream it up high, the limit in the sky. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. A rebel, won't be tamed. I'm burning up the fight, and I'm reaching for the sky. We gonna burn it. I'm a warrior, fighting for the game. Make glory, running for the name. Yeah, we putting up a fight, 'cause we get whatever die. We're marching on to the sky. We gonna bring it on it. From honor, we beating the odds. We got the honor, if we are the kings, it's on a showtime.
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami.
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is top talent. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. See you flicking, slipping now, how you couldn't copy this.
Magkakasama palagi. Kami ang PPL.
Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings.
Semalam telah berlalu, hari ini kami buru kejuaraan.
Finding illusion as well.
Hi guys, I'm just a jungler from Blacklist International and welcome to my vlog. So, first of all guys, when I wake up, I drink water. Just need this in every day. And then after that, like, I'm going to like wash my face and also to brush my teeth. But I think there's a people here. My roommate Golden guys is inside. Hey Golden! he's saying he's taking a bath. In the playoffs? Yeah. For me, I think the venue, because I think it's like so much bigger compared to the other venue, and also like there's so many people will going to support and also watch us. So I think that's the most exciting part. And also the SB19 one, is they're going to perform at the grand finals. So like I hope we can make it to the grand finals. After I wash my face and also brush my teeth, like I go like to exercise always in the gym. Because there's a gym here.
Can we go to there?
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh, alright, let's go.
Let's go guys. In this gym guys, you can connect to the speaker. I love like, you know, the speaker compared to the headphones or like AirPods. After I finish the workout guys, like exercise, this is like my finisher. Like walking into the shirt. It's more fun to play right now because the competitiveness of the tournament is like getting closer and closer compared to last year. Because last year is like Malaysia is here, that like all the regions is here. But I think right now maybe like this or maybe equal. So guys, I'm done. So I think I need to prepare and go back to my room because we have a media day for each occasion. This my teammate also, guys. Hello.
Hi, bro.
I think this one is Golden Kite, guys. You think so? I'm going to take a bath, guys. Bye. Let's go, guys, to the media day.
So now guys, we're here in Carmuros in Baluarte de San Diego. This one is like avocado and mango guys, flavor, so good. Should try.
Congratulations, bro. Bro, Chami. Next time, Chami be like that after 2 years.
After 2 years?
Like this. Hey. Hi guys, we're still here in Tramuros, like doing some video shoot and like that. Yeah, it's for the it's a video day right now, and this one is for I think for the trailer for HOK playoffs. For me, I think Nova because Nova's playstyle is really good. Like their playstyle from early to late game is super good. I think we can win the championship.
Our media day is done now, guys. Thank you guys for supporting us, and I hope that you will continue to support us, especially in this upcoming November 28 to 30 in Ayala Mall, Manila. See you guys.
Time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I feel like
It's an honor showtime.
We burn if I guess one, crashing pieces you can cheat. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain. Say. I've triggered my soul down. On my pace. We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's how we did. Go, live from back and we go.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Hello and welcome back to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. This is day 6 of the knockout stage. We are here in Ayala Mall, Manila base, here in the center of Philippines here. And just now, we saw how HomeBois Black Shoe Esports systematically deleted the side of Nova Esports and sent it right going into that lower bracket, which also awarded HBSC to qualify for that direct slot into the grand finals here. But it's not just me, it's also our fellow casters here. We have Kindofu and also Holla back onto the broadcast here.
Yeah, and obviously happy to be here as well. I mean, Blacklist International going against APG, who's going to move on to play on Nova Esports. Everything at stake because this is, of course, an elimination game.
Yes, and it's going to get very tiring because both these teams, they have to go through another BO7 again after this. So I feel like this game for APG as well as Blacklist, it's important that you try to end this fast so that fatigue doesn't get to you when you play against Nova in the last series of Best of 7 today.
It's not only about fatigue as well, that's the primary thing, but also you don't want to go to the extent of 7 games, which shows you all your trump cards to Nova, who's just waiting to pounce on you in that lower bracket. They suffer a bitter defeat, so they are definitely angry and looking for someone to vent their anger towards it. But this is our featured matchup of the second one today. it will be Blacklist International taking on Alpha Gaming. Agents' first test of endurance against an MKL team.
I mean, this is the first one. We were kind of talking about in the last series, right, where they have to play essentially all three MKL teams. It seems like they've lined up from third, second, first, all the way to that grand finals going into this one. But can they break the code here?
I mean, it's going to be difficult. This is like a taste test, right? Okay, so what kind of difficulty do you choose? 1 to max. I mean, there is no difference here. Every single team coming from the MKL region is very strong. And of course, the first challenge they have to face is going to be APG in this second half. And I mean, we're approaching towards the end of the KIC 2025, so you really have to perform your best.
And it's also Philippines' final hope at stake here. If they can really make it towards that lower bracket finals, and we do the numbers game, Blacklist International is the only team thus far in the playoffs that pushes HBSC into a 7 games, which Nova Esports couldn't have done just now in the upper bracket finals.
They've looked impressive, right, in the KIC. This is a whole new Blacklist that we've never seen, right? The way that they've been able to step up and being able to find it out. Yeah, they did lose in that Game 7 against HBSC, but that was the closest that team has gone to losing.
Exactly, and I think this might prove the point for PKL because, look, they have been growing thus far. Every region has been growing, but the growth of Blacklist International specifically, this one works wonders, and perhaps they can dare to dream.
I do believe that in this scenario itself, Blacklist International is no longer the underdog, but a fierce tournament contenders here. They are ready with whatever it takes to get this entire tournament in towards their back here. But to really allow them to do so will be to traverse the lower brackets here. In front of them is the MKL third seed Alpha Gaming, and if they do make it past APG, they still have to face the 2025 Grand Achievers here, Nova Esports, in another BO7.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because Nova, while is a formidable foe, but they still got to go through Alpha Gaming. This is a team that's right third place. You're seeing why they're one of the toughest teams in the entire KIC. Yes, they're ready to go, but this is a situation now where can, again, Blacklist find a way to overcome the first MKL team in the KIC.
Yeah, and it's only going to get more difficult, right? Because, funnily enough, it is now ranked third, second, and first. So if you beat the third, okay, welcome. You're going to go up against the second team in MKL. And then the final challenge in the grand finals is going to be the #1 team, HomeBois Black True Esports.
I want to know who the scriptwriters are because they set it up perfectly, right? I mean, this is going to be the first true test, as you're seeing here, in terms of endurance, because not only, again, third, second, a second waiting in the wings, then you have first place potentially tomorrow. All of the MKL teams are like, Blacklist, come at me. But of course, we'll see if, of course, they can first overcome Alpha Gaming.
And this is the head-to-head matchup between Blacklist International and also Alpha Gaming here. In terms of kill participation, they are neck and neck tied at that 71%. And all of these statistics, they are rather 50-50 between these two teams. Even the average deaths per match and also the goal, all these are very neck and neck. 50-50 between these two squads.
Yes, very close. And we'll take a look at a very specific lineup here, head-to-head. We're talking about the farm laners, Golden Kite and Sun. Now, Golden Kite obviously has impressed us in the group stages, going to knockouts, and now in this final stage of KIC 2025. Sun didn't really show up until the later parts of this tournament, but still, the stats are pretty impressive on this guy.
Well, Golden Kite is the only player so far in KIC 2025 to get that pentakill on that specific channel pick here. So it will be interesting to see. Son has been one of these high achievers in the 2024 year of HOK Esports. I want to see them battle out. And also, the rivalry between these two players was not day one, because back in 2024 KC, that was Blacklist International defeating Team Secret, and Son was on that roster.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a little bit of bad blood. Son will want to show up. I mean, you talked about the fact that he showed up a little bit late here, but now he's here, and you're seeing Alpha Gaming kind of hit that point, right? They've been much better. I think they've been way more stable with Sun in the farm lane. This is something that they need to be worried about, Blacklist, that is, going into this series.
I think it's always better late than never. This is not to excuse, me being late every time, but with that being said,
every time.
Every time.
Now is the time to show up, right? Not just for this particular game, but for the rest of this tournament. Because look, the prize is 300,000 USD. That's a lot of money, and it's a big bump up, right? We start with, 60,000 from the top 6, and now we are at top 4, so there's a lot of money involved. It's 80K minimum.
I think it's like every time you win, it's like a 30,000 jump, then 40,000 jump, and once you hit that 100,000 at second place, you get that ×2 jump to 300,000 here. So it's not only about prize pool itself, but it's also for regional glory here. Being the sole PKL team from the Philippines surviving and thriving in the tournament, they definitely want to make it as far as possible, or maybe be the first team ever in the global landscape to get that FMVP skin.
Yeah, and getting that one, of course, but getting top 3, that's pretty much where they want. I mean, the fans right now are lining up. They want to see Blacklist International win, but they have to take and overcome Alpha Gaming in some fashion to really get themselves into that lower bracket finals.
I mean, they have the home ground buff, right? If you guys didn't notice, this place is packed, like all over the place. There are no seats left for me. I was trying to squeeze in the audience just now, but couldn't really find a space. So let's see what happens in this particular series.
But hey, we need to introduce the home crowd favorites here. Blacklist International, one of PKL's best performing teams. They will be taken on the stage with a teaser video that we have prepared for you. Let's take it away.
We start in the Clash lane. It will be the infamous, the #1, Chemi1! Now we head into the jungle, and of course it will be Joshi! Into the mid lane, we now go with Dragon. And no, you're not experiencing deja vu. And now in the farmland, it will be Golden Kites. And the roam, the man with the plan, it will be none other than Chaz. The PKL #1 team, if they're going into this one, there's going to be a lot of pressure, and they're going to be going up against Alpha Gaming, which will be showing up next.
Now let's take a look at the Clash lane. It's going to be Alpha Gaming Siang. Don't look away. In the jungle, it's going to be Yi Long. Let's go to mid now. It's going to be Shi Shan. Of course, in the farm lane, we have the one and only Sun. And to complete everything, it is the sword himself, Saber. APG stands in their way. Does this become an MKL final? Let's take a look.
The Blacklist International will do whatever it takes to stop them and debunk the culture. But dude, bring me through their rivalry in this roster.
It will be Chami1, Dragon, Joshi, Chaz, Golden Kite. This is the team that has actually found their footing. They're hitting their groove. Everything is going away. Yes, they stumble against HPSC, but this is a team that is still proving that they are one of the top teams here.
The growth has been phenomenal so far coming in for the side of Blacklist International. Their KWC run was about first round exit, but right now, in front of you, in Manila Bay itself, they stand tall and they are right now in top 4 and hungry for more.
Yeah, very hungry for a lot more, and they are not the only team that has the hunger in their hearts and stomachs. It's also about Alpha Gaming. Now there's 5 members, San, Shishan, Yulong, Saber, as well as Xiang. These 5 members have shown us that they can be extremely clean. Now they have taken down the brothers of Blacklist International yesterday, Boom Esports. Is this going to be the gatekeeper for the Philippines squad?
I don't know, because this is definitely the new and addition PKL gatekeepers in the form of Nongshin represented back in honor of King Season 3 Invitationals here. And can Blacklist International break their top 4 curse? Because they were stuck at semi-finals, similar to where they are right now. If they can break it through, maybe, just maybe, they can push it towards the grand slam of the entire event.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about Blacklist is they need to do what they've been doing throughout. Always having a good game one, setting the tone. I think a lot of the teams were like, wow, Blacklist have leveled up, and they're very surprised, and they're caught on the back foot, and that's a losing situation.
Okay, so they do get the blue side, they get the prio pick. But then let's take a look at APG. You have the man himself, the monster in the jungle. 3 games, 3 MVPs. Yulong here has been just tearing it apart for APG.
But Justji has also been the concern so far, the voice of the team, to really elevate them into a different realm. He has phenomenal performance, especially when controlling the map with the picks like the Agudo or the All-Ground here. But aside from the jungle, we need to highlight the matchup on towards the clash lane here. Chami1 versus Xiang. Xiang has been one of the best performing clash lanes in 2024. And in this tournament alone, Chami1 has shown very brightly.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the more consistent. Right? I think that we're seeing time and time again, like a lot of the plays are just literally won off a single team fight, and it usually sets up by one of the clash laners. And I think we have some 2 amazing ones in this series.
All right, so to shine a little bit of light about what the potential situation is. Now, Xiang has come from a championship team before. They have won the big international events, but Chami1, he has also gapped some of the biggest and strongest clash laners in KIC 2025. So the challenge today is going to be about who outshines another, because when you get that perfect setup, you know the remaining 4 members on both sides, they can clean house really quick.
But that's the difference between the 2 players' playstyle, right? For Chami1, it's about those big plays and big setups here. And for Xiang, he's like the strong shield, the sponge that absorbs pressure coming in from the enemy team. When the team is in a dire situation, needing of someone to forego that farm, it is always the side of Xiang providing the farm to Yulong, Shisan, or even the side of Son to get their groove back into the game.
Yeah, but Chami1's kind of the same way. Things are looking dire. Things are not looking great. We need some, like, amazing truths. Like wombo combo stun, Chami1 has always been the guy to shine and to really step up when the team needs him.
So what kind of truth will he be spitting today? Is it going to be welcome to the grand finals for the side of APG, or is it going to be welcome to the grand finals, or go home right now?
Well, the home is pretty near. It's literally in Manila. But all jokes aside here, they will do whatever it takes to forbid the grand finals of MKL of re-happening here in Manila itself. Here they have a lot of things on the line here for these 2 teams. At the very least, for Blacklist International here, the first thing to do is to solve the puzzle. In their eyes is Alpha Gaming, the team that sent their brothers home in yesterday's match.
Yeah, I think that they're going to be doing a little bit of a revenge tour. I think it starts, obviously, with this first team in Alpha Gaming ahead of them. But Blacklist International, the storyline could not be any better. We know what the other teams are going to be in terms of where they are. Nova's waiting in the wings. We see HBSC all the way in the grand finals. Yes, this is going to be one of the toughest roads ahead of them, but the chance to make history here at the KIC, oh my gosh, it could be chef's kiss.
Exactly. So this is kind of like, you know what, the expectation is I'm going to open a book, I'm going to read like 5 pages. But right now, Blacklist, they are going to be in such an engaging position that you might just finish the whole novel in one shot. That's the dream scenario, right? Blacklist runs through all the MKL teams, gets the biggest win of KIC 2025, and they bring PKL as the #1 region.
That is such a beautiful storyline that could potentially happen with how they are currently in the standings in the lower bracket here. Taking down APG, then towards the Nova, then potentially the HBSC rematch here. That is definitely something all the Filipino fans want to see on the grand stage right now. But you have to do it with actions here. And what better way of starting the action than to jump into game number 1's VP, starting off with Blacklist International, taking the blue side, and Alpha Gaming on the red side with a 100% win rate today.
It's been very good. It's been very, I mean, it comes back to the draft. I mean, we know that both of these teams, I mean, the coaches are really going to be digging deep because it's all about that edge. You saw it in the first series about just having a slight edge in terms of the counter picks. It's super helpful, and it really gets your team over the top.
Yes, and one main difference you notice about this KIC 2025 in comparison to all the other events was that previously if you ban something, it's more of like, okay, this person cannot play any more heroes, it's going to be an easier game. Right now, in KIC 2025, it's more of pick your problem. You are going to have a difficult time regardless what the team chooses.
And Blacklist International putting APG into a situation that forces the side of themselves to potentially pick up the Luna here. Liang and also Arlie, some of the best Luna counters here, but it will be the Athena roam, hover, and potentially lock in for the side of Blacklist here. A very quick start to the series itself, but just now in the series here, Nova, in the one game that they won, they show us how to crack down this Athena roam strat.
Actually, this is interesting because, you know, in the last game that they played on the international stage was against HBSC in that game 7 where they lost. But they're just setting the tone because, again, Chaz is able to play this, but also it's one of those situations where the bans, you don't have, that was like the main target, but they did a good job by fortifying and making sure that their heroes were tanking enough to deal with this one-on-one.
Yeah, so I like this particular pick, right? The Zhang Fei, the Beast, has been very effective. And, you know, talking about tanking through the damage, that's definitely going to be a problem for Chaz. Let's see what else this APG offers. The final 2 bans going to be focused on the clash lane. As we talked about it, Chami 1, a big problem coming from the side of Blacklist International for APG. What are they going to pick to try and stop this growth of Blacklist?
And that's 5 clash lane bans between both Yang and Chami 1 here. With APG having the final pick in the last pick here on the red side, they do give more advantage towards the side of Xiang to get that counteract pick after Blacklist gets limited in this clash lane pool.
Yeah, and if we're looking at this, it looks like the Flowboard Marksman, Sunsa, to kind of round out this draft. Again, I'm not a huge fan of Sunsa, you know that, but I think that it has played because you needed some sort of counter initiation. If anything, we're going to rely on Chami 1 to really make some of these plays.
You know, for the rare occasion, I agree with you for this one. I feel like Blacklist International don't have enough tankiness, right? And if this strategy fails in the early game, it is almost over. And APG, they're going to add on to that difficulty. Yes, you have the Zhang Fei, the Beast, but now we have the Night Plume as well. Ambrosia with the double lives. How much damage can you deal on the side of Blacklist International to try and break that crystal?
Because Blacklist International in this stage itself, yes, how much damage can you do? It comes from how fast this mastermind on towards the hands of Juschi is able to look for those resources, make sure that he gets the power spike as soon as possible here. Then the snowball starts when you start taking these advantageous fights in towards the mid lane. Make sure that you win out these skirmishes, steal away the jungle camps, strive aside of pay the Tigers on the hands of Yulong away from these resources.
So right now I feel like APG is kind of like the forbidden fruit, right? You have the shred coming in from Blacklist International. So if they shred down the skin, peel their defenses off, and then you get the taste, the juicy victory coming in from the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, but Blacklist International, I mean, this is a squad that, I mean, with the Kongmin, you have that burst. It seems largely like they're able to mitigate a lot of that, especially when you have the Ambrosia there. But this is looking to be a squishy lineup. All eyes right now on Chaz. How much impact is he going to have on with this Athena?
For the Athena, at the very least, the early game, you will want to steal away multiple camps from the enemy jungle here. Make sure Yulong doesn't get that level 4 as early as possible here. So it gives you a simultaneous edge towards the side of Juschi to get that level 4 power spike and start himself getting going the farming tempo here. But there is also a concern. Sure, you enter my jungle. Have it, Chaz. I'll just enter the calming that's weak at level 1.
That's true. Right now, I think the scariest thing is the punishment coming from APG is actually very valid because they have 3 very big chase downs. They have the Mai, they have the Pei, and they also have the Ambrosia. These 3 heroes can actually catch Chaz out really quickly, and even if you steal the buff, taking the life away of Chaz is going to be very valuable for APG, at least at the early parts.
Well, execution is always what we talk about here in Honor of Kings Esports here, and right now, we are at top 4 closing to the finale of the HOKKIC. I'm very excited to see which of these teams can best each other in this tournament.
I think it's going to be super interesting. I mean, the draft from the APG side, kind of stock standard, right? Especially when you're talking about a pay, somebody who wants to be a little bit of fast pace and just really take off with a tempo, but then now you're seeing the Athena. How does this put a wrench in the wheel, so to speak, of this APG lineup?
And also the add-on to that difficult equation is, how does Joshi get that finishing blow? We all know about his ultimate, right? The winning strategy. It's a huge, big burst. It follows you target side like a heat-seeking missile. But if the side of APG gets a little too tanky, then Joshi is effectively silent for the entire game.
Now, this brings back to the question here. Where is the setup coming in from Blacklist International? It will come in two forms. One, Dragon on towards the Silk Weaver Shi. Number two, the Seafarer and Sun Tzu on has a Chami 1. These two are the primary sources of crowd control to allow the two carries on the teams of Blacklist International, the Mastermind, the Golden Kites Flowborn Marksman. These two picks are the late game carries here. So it's really down to perspective here. If Dragon and Chami doesn't perform, this team crumbles fast.
Yeah, and crumbling, which is definitely going to be a problem. But Blacklist, this is kind of not that most of expensive lineups, right? You kind of threw it into, with the Athena, and you're thinking, you know, we're going to have a great time. We're going to definitely pull this out. And APG, you're like, okay, we have to counter. But if you're looking at these drafts, I mean, the Kong Min Sun Tzu, this is not the end in terms of like a long series.
I agree. I feel like APG needs to win this first game. Even more importantly, right? Because if you take a look at what's happening, let's entertain the mindset that, hey, Blacklist, this is not a very expensive lineup. Is there a cost? Yes, there is. But with that being said, even if this strategy doesn't work, they still have many more picks to explore.
I think it's a very good game 1 draft. You're testing the waters a bit, use up the Athena roam in game number 1. If it doesn't work out, sure, we can just pace on ourselves to the following game series here, because I think for Blacklist International, they're not afraid to lose. At the very least, if they can get some info out of that game itself, it's very beneficial for them.
And we've seen them being aggressive, right? Especially in that game 1. This is one where they're kind of not as aggressive. They've definitely thrown a curveball in terms of what they're trying to do, and they're looking for this in terms of the late game, right? Like game 5 and 6. That's kind of what they're eyeing right now.
Okay, we may be reading too deep, but for me, I feel like, hey, since the pay is on Yulong's pay is one thing of wonder as well. Very scary pick. Maybe they don't mind throwing a couple of these wrenches in the plans, right? You kind of waste the pay pick, but we'll come back even stronger in game number 2.
That's true, and it really comes down to these early game setups, right? We keep saying like, oh, the Athena's gonna invade your jungle here, but you lose out one member in defending your own jungle against what? The strongest trio in the game. You have what? Hey, Zhang Fei with Smite, and also the likes of the Mai Shunui, who is consistently going in towards the side of your team.
Yeah, so obviously Pei and the Mai will be doing a lot of damage. And so at the same time, Chaz needs to be a bit careful because the burst is there. But once he hits that point where he's kind of able to survive that, I don't think that they're going to have too much of an issue. So they need again, the timer right now for me is on APG, especially with the Pei. You need to be high tempo.
Exactly. If it goes to the late game, I feel like Blacklist, they will definitely be able to bring the pain over to APG, because in the late game, this Athena is going to be a threat nonetheless. And now it's a double smite. And, you know, if we ever hit into the Tempest Dragon timing, 20 minutes and above, this is what makes me super excited.
Yeah.
4 smites, whoever gets it, it truly is the better smiter.
Yeah, it really comes back down to that last one. But for me, this Athena one is also just like, it's tanky enough. He's able to solo some of these guys, so I think that they're going to be fine in that sense.
But with that being said, let's head on towards the game number 1, Blacklist International, the PKL's only hope, taking on the high and tall mountains of the MKL Third Sea. Let's get it going.
Okay. There's a little bit of a false start. I think that some people were we're just going to do a quick little pause to kind of see exactly what's going on with that one. But, you know, look, I think that we need to make sure everything's right going into the series. Everything needs to be crispy, smooth, and clean.
Yeah, I like it. Everyone's right. Then we go into a pause. I mean, of course, we definitely want everyone to play on a fair battlefield, right? So we're going to have to work through some of these technical difficulties that, you know, some of the players may have. But in the meantime, this gives us more time to explore about the potential situations that may arise in this best of 7, because we might be in for a long one, we might be in for a short one. I think there is no in between. This is either going to be an absolute domination, or we're going to have to fight tooth and nail between these two teams to really get a result here.
I feel like we need to do predictions in terms of the series. Like, you know, is it going to go game 6? Like, you know, 4-2, 4-3? Like, who are you going to give the edge to here?
Okay, Ken, you go first.
All right, so here is that very big take. I think one of the teams is going to hit lower into the lower brackets as well.
What?
Deeper into the lower bracket, sorry.
So you essentially didn't answer the question.
Wait, what? So no. Which of the two teams is going to win? I think that's what we care about. And then we're going to talk about in how many games are they going to move on with.
So the team on the left. Your left, my left, I don't know.
Okay.
He's playing words.
Sitting on the fence, I guess.
Yeah, I saw this fence just now, but here we go. Straight away, APG, they're going to be able to take a big steal in terms of the Azure Golem. So APG start this game well.
Yeah, they'll start off that one. I mean, APG, this is a big piece. And Sun, look at that damage on the Golden Kite. He's been scurried away at this point, and this is the stability that we're talking about with Sun joining APG here.
Yeah, I think he has been a very stable player for the side of APG, which is exactly what they need, right? But at the same time, take a look at what Chaz has done. Chaz has already stolen away the Azure buff from the side of APG, and it feels like they're not looking to punish Chaz, but they're looking to look for a win elsewhere on the map, and Chami 1 seems to be the ideal target for the side of Alpha Gaming.
I mean, the biggest thing also is that Chaz, yeah, he got the steal, but hasn't given up first blood here. So you're taking away buffs, plus the fact that you're staying alive, and that's got to be super annoying for APG.
Yeah, it definitely has to be. But you know what? This first blood, I think, would then be so much more valuable because APG, I don't think they want the first blood on Chaz. They want it on someone else. And imagine if it's going to be Joshi.
Yeah, obviously that would be best case scenario. But you'll take what you can because Chaz will be out of position. You'll be in the enemy jungle. He's still there now, man.
Yeah, look, the difficult thing I feel is Joshi has no room. There is no space on this map for him. Yeah. He is being targeted.
Yeah, but speaking of being targeted here, Joshi and Dragon, they've been scurried out. So APG are like, hey, you want to invade our jungle? Okay, but at least the farm is not going into Joshi.
That's true. And that's what we need, right? From a Kong Ming pick, you need to have the levels, you need to have the gold, you need to have the items as well. It's a very expensive pick in terms of the winning condition.
Yeah. And he'll be able to do that damage. And APG are going to be worried. They are vulnerable. Yes, you have the Final Frenzy. Xiang, maybe not as much. But when that's on cooldown, I mean, you have opportunities. This could be scary here. They decided to go in. Shasan gets the pick back, not able to push away Joshi, but here comes the reinforcements. Golden Kite gets pushed away. Shasan's going to dash away, but Dragon's going to be killed. Yulong pounces forward, gets that kill.
And that's what exactly they need. It's going to be a return kill for the side of Blacklist, but APG have done the damage. Hang on, Sun.
Yeah, Sun get dove on here. Chaz not playing scared, looking to go on this one with that tower, but he will be fine. It's a 2-for-1 still in favor of APG.
Yep, APG didn't lose too much here. As long as nobody else falls, oh, hang on, Chaz.
Yes, Chaz is still sticking around. I think that we'll see him die many a times from here on out. So, that said, you don't want to be giving Yulong all that farm.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Yulong getting farm is already a problem. This guy has had almost every single MVP that Alpha Gaming has in the number of games. So this is a very scary stat to have. Now, at this point, they do have a slight lead in terms of gold. But the biggest thing here is, what do you do with that gold? Can you take a turret? Can you take more offensive objectives across the map?
I mean, you're going to want to. And so you're going to have to find the numbers advantage. And look at what APG are doing. They know that the Athena's in their jungle, but they don't care. They'll let them go. I mean, yeah, you farm as much as you can. It's not going to be as fast as what they do. APG right now are like, hey, let's use our numbers advantage in the lanes itself.
That's true. I mean, coaches have told us about this particular pick for Athena. I mean, it's either or. So if you leave her alone, she gets the free farm. But right now, looks like even though they're free farming on the side of Chance, that has very little value for Blacklist International.
And look at another buff, that blue buff that's going to be taken away from Joshi yet again. They know that timer is there, but at the same time, Blacklist are like, hey, you're going to take mine, I'm going to take yours.
Yeah, biggest challenge here is going to be the 4-minute mark. This is where the first tyrant of the game.
Although set sail actually connecting on. It looks like the shields are going to be there with Leaping Savior. The Silky Imprint not able to connect onto this one. They find Shasan with the winning strategy. That's going to be huge. And now Chaz is on the back line, finding 4 members there. Chaz with those shields, he will be there, but APG getting away.
All right, so they actually get it. So APG trade that tyrant, put the life of Shasan in the mid here. Is it going to be worth it? I think at this point it still is. But take a look at the farm that Golden Kite has had access to. He is just melting Sun down at this point.
Yeah, doing a great job. That Aerostorm is doing some work, and Golden Kite with a slightly 200 gold over Sun. And then, I mean, APG looking to invade as much as possible. They've got the pullback, but not enough. It looks like the red buff will be picked up by Yulong.
The craziest part is actually Joshi is keeping pace with Yulong, even with all the buff steals happening right now. APG looking to punish Chance. I don't think this is going to be too much value here. I mean, Chance should be able to get it. We'll start running out and take a look at that.
Yeah, in the bottom lane, they find him. The Dragon is just way too low, but the winning strategy snipes out Yulong. So making a pay, and Sun gets picked off as well, but they lose the bottom T1.
I don't think that's a big matter. Yulong now has no buffs, and there's no more buffs coming back for the next few seconds.
Yeah, and actually that's going to be a big one, right? I mean, you take the tower for that. You're looking to trade Chammy1, looking like he's going AFK. Yeah, I thought he was looking to bait him out more than anything else.
I was looking, okay, where are the rest of the Blacklist members? They were nowhere near, and now, of course, this is where we have to go for a pause because I think we might have to explore that situation. But let's talk about it here. The pacing on APG is so fast, but Blacklist is catching up. And we talked about the funnel. That funnel is working. Everything is going into the hands of Joshi, but also Golden Kite, which is a very scary situation for APG. You need that timer to be much longer for Blacklist, but their timer has been cut. Blacklist is coming online soon.
Oh yeah, with the notice of how Joshi is able to scavenge all these kills towards the cross map and Golden Kite getting the lead over towards Sun, these two late game monsters will be coming up and available even shortly, especially at the 10th minute mark here. So it's not the greatest of the news for the side of Alpha Gaming, considering their draft is very snowball reliant.
Okay, I'm gonna make a dad joke here. You know, it's looking like they're taking the escalator. They were expecting the escalator, but right now it's escalator.
Okay, all right. I get it. But, I mean, this is a situation also. I mean, we're talking about speed and pace, right? APG, we're definitely going to play fast, but Blacklist, their lineup is kind of able to do this. I mean, they're able to kind of counter the plays as well. I mean, you have Kongmin Vijashi, who's doing a lot of damage already. This is a squad that's able to kind of counter that fast pace.
But how long can you do it for? Because if you take a look at what has happened so far, it's kind of weird, but on the side of APG, they haven't really made full use of the unbridled outburst yet, right?
True.
We haven't really seen the saves come in from the side of the roam for APG. In the meantime, Blacklist, because of the composition they have, they're able to be so mobile, they're able to change angles as and when they need, and that's a very scary situation for them.
Oh, we have some friends for the side of Blacklist International actually coming over to the venue to support them, really. And Malaysian flag as well, supporting Alpha Gaming here. So, of course, in the venue itself, here at Manila Bay of the Ayala Mall, you have a lot of fans and a lot of people supporting each other.
So, when you see the Malaysian flag like that, I feel like the fans, I mean, we're in the Philippines, they should be booing right now. Their team, their last surviving team is here. I mean, yes, they're super friendly and hospitable and all that stuff, but man, this is the time to be booing that, right?
I think you want to add one more letter and boom it up here, right? Take the spirit of boom, put it into your last remaining member on the side of PKL, because this is not just a tough journey, this is going to be a very tiring journey, because this is one of 3 MKL teams you have to beat to claim what is the biggest prize in HOK Global Esports in the entire year. KIC2025. This is where the best out of the best will show up.
It's like you're playing a mini game, and every time you win, you have to amp up the difficulty to get a better prize in this case itself. And for Blacklist International case, you beat APG, you beat Nova, and then you have to beat HBSC, which is a long but slow curve towards the top here.
Yeah, I mean, look, like the players here just really want to be geared up and just good to go. Alpha Gaming right now, they feel like they are, you know, the team, right? They deserve to be here going on into that lower brackets against Nova Esports, and they will play like that and be very aggressive. But Blacklist International thus far have, again, equalized in terms of everything that APG has thrown at them thus far.
Yeah, it's one thing to be able to see the future you want, but it's another to be able to create that situation for yourself.
True.
And right now, APG, they do see it. The vision is very clear. They want to play this early game and smash the heads in for the side of Blacklist International. But Blacklist, they do not see the same vision. And right now, that reality is taking place. Blacklist International is not only keeping pace with APG, but more than likely, in the next 2 to 3 minutes, if they play their cards right, they could be the ones holding APG on the floor.
And to really add on to your point as well, Shisan's Mai Nui is not a full magical damage Mai Nui. It's playing as a pseudo roamer to allow his team to get resources from him. And the primary benefactor of these resources is Yulong. And what did Yulong do? He suffered a casual death in the bottom side, which when you die as a carry jungle, it puts you behind every step you go. And to add on towards that, it's a tiger's pay of all choices here.
It's completely exacerbated, right? By him dying. I mean, he needs to play safe and understand that obviously he was going for those kills or whatever, but you need to kind of balance that risk versus reward. And I mean, getting caught out like that, not the greatest situation, because Pei is the guy that needs to always be there to set the pace of this game.
But this is HOK, and this is the beauty of it, right? You get to force errors out of your opponents. We say so many times, this is not a game of just physical ability. It's also about mental flexibility. Can you get into the heads of your opponents? And once you figure out what their train of thought is, you can start to really work wonders onto their strategy and make that win turn into a reality.
Game 1 is especially important because you win that game, you put yourself into such a comfortable position going into the BO7 series, as we saw from just now in the upper brackets. When HBSC won, they had demanding back-to-back first 3 games against Nova.
Yeah, and which will be very good in terms of that momentum, that motivation, all that psyche. They were so happy after that game 3 going into the break. I think I saw Joker smile. I don't think I've ever seen that.
I mean, he's a very serious guy who's always up for business, but to see him smile, you know for a fact that the boys actually performed super duper well just now.
Yeah, they did really well, and I think more props to HBSC for moving on. Well-deserved, obviously into the grand finals for a reason. That's the kind of play that they want to go into this. But now, like throwing it back into what APG, this has got to be about business. Handling the fact that you see a crowd that's kind of against you. I mean, yeah, you see a couple members that are throwing up the Malaysian flag and everything, but in the end, you're in hostile territory.
Oh, you definitely are, and this is where you really want to keep your composure, your calm and composure self, because it is the ultimate requirement. To be successful in HOK, you need to not only be calm, you need to be cold, you need to be calculated, you need to know what is next.
That is true here. Calm, collected, composed, the 3 C's that we need in a tournament setting here. And also, for these players here, I do think that they have what it takes here. You made it this far. We started all the way 2 weeks before. 16 teams going into 4 different groups, and then they battle out in the knockout stage and make it as far as towards the top 4 here. Today, we decide who amongst these 4 teams make it to the grand finals.
I think the coolest thing about this particular situation, right, is also that we get to really see how fast do you learn, how fast do you adapt. And that is the mark of a champion, right? It's not about, hey, I'm the strongest, I can get big games. It's about how do you adjust your strategy, how do you adjust your mindset when you're met with different problems. And these are not problems that you will know beforehand.
Yeah, and the reason for that is because you're looking at these top 4 teams and you're seeing the level differential between them. It's so small that it comes back to the minute details, the strategy, the execution. Those are the pieces that we're looking about, not just this like high-level gaps that you might have seen with the other teams.
And of course, I really love this Lapu Lapu cosplay here. It's so ripped and strong. He has the perfect bot for the Lapu Lapu cosplay here. Oh, and that's Carl in the stage as well. He's coming here to support the players.
Yep, you need all the support you can get, right? This is where the PKL needs to stand together. 1 as a league, 2nd as a nation. And right now, I think Blacklist, they're getting ready to go up against APG once more. We'll see, can they do further damage to the side of APG?
Can they? I mean, that's the #1 question, and we all want to find out, especially in Game 1, which I feel like Blacklist, they did not go full on, right? This draft is kind of, not dare I say mid, it's not like the best, but I mean, Athena's like fine, but I think that you're in the heads of APG already.
I think Athena is like another strategy that, yes, it performed super duper well against the HBSC side when they did against Blacklist in the upper bracket semifinals. But do you think it's a bit of a psyche bait? Because, yes, it did well in that series, but we just saw how Nova systematically destroyed it.
I think it will be, but only if Blacklist wins this game. Well, welcome a few more of the Boom players here. They're giving more support to Blacklist, the brothers. Now, if you win with what we consider to be a not a strong draft from the side of Blacklist International, what do you think that's going to do to the APG boys?
Oh, they're going to be in a awful territory then, because the draft is not cheap. It's very, very expensive. You have Mai, you have Zhang Fei, you have Pei. All these are the expensive drafts coming into Game 1 itself. But we will initiate a bit of a time machine reflex here to equalize out the game into a fair condition. So let's do drop into the break for us to initiate it. Let's take it away.
If just which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the loss, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, you know won't let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. Ta-ki-ki-ta-ki-ki-ta-ki-ta. 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 We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. If the comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. 'Cause it matters the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. 'Cause it matters the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to lie. We don't bow to fear.
Back from a short break here, we do have Game 1 of Blacklist International and also Alpha Gaming going towards live in just a short moment here. But with the recent kill happening towards the bottom side here in favor of Just Cheese Mastermind, I do think that's off to a very good start for Blacklist.
A great start indeed. I mean, that's kind of what you wanted. They got that kill really setting themselves up for that success, right? Because again, every single time you kill Yu Long, which is the guy that really needs to stay alive and just be farming, you're doing your team a great service.
You're buying a lot of time, right? You're delaying the game and you're fulfilling your win condition, which is for Blacklist International. Let's go to the late game. Let's make this Athena a true problem, right? There's two stages to this problem. First one being, okay, I'm going to steal everything from your side of the map. Now, once that happens, in the late game, he's going to be in a situation where he can abuse that anti-CC ability. He's going to die on the backlines as well.
Yeah, at what minute mark, though, do you think that if Blacklist just survive or go even, they're going to be fine in this game?
Blacklist International, I think it's definitely 10 to 12 minutes when you see 3 to 4 items coming into both Golden Kite and also the side of Just G. That's where the goal button is initiated here. The problem is, all these initiations needs to be initiated by the side of 2 players from Blacklist. Number 1, Chammy 1. Number 2, Shi, the Silk Weaver on the hands of the twin brother, which is Dragon.
Yeah, they're going to have to set things up, right? I think that will be key. Even for myself, I feel like Chaz, even on this Athena, once he gets those couple of items, he's already kind of tanky. He's able to slice and dice through these squishy heroes on the side of APG.
Okay, but even though that stands true as well, if you take a look at the side of Alpha Gaming as well, they do have that reverse condition, and that's going to come out to the Zhang Fei, the beast, right? Yeah. If they can land a perfect Unbridled Outburst, they should be able to heavily dive the backlines because they're really squishy on the side of Blacklist International. But if they miss the dive, I think it's the graveyard. Straight to the graveyard, you're going to have a tombstone erected straight away.
I feel like that's a very good point if the Mai Shiranui is going for a magical build. Because this Mai Shiranui, as we know so far, went for the roamer item start to compensate back most of the farm towards Yu Long here. And Yu Long's pay has suffered 1 death in towards the bottom side, which halted his farming tempo heavily. And we know a fed pay and a pay that has died, the difference is very big.
Yeah, it's definitely very big. I mean, I think going into this one, even with like Shisan, I mean, you're talking about the fact that like Mai has to be making those plays. But I think that early, this is it's on, you know, Shisan as well as Yu Long to be making those plays, getting some sort of pickoffs, and getting them a further lead. Because right now, it's looking a little equal.
It's also looking like they're heading back into the game. I think we might be ready soon. But you know what? We'll tease you for a little bit more, right? And I mean, with that situation, now the last scene we saw was the fact that Chammy 1 got taken down. But I think that is not going to be the case anymore. Let's see, is there any difference once we go back into the Gorge?
Yeah, it does look like the players are getting underway as they've actually picked up their phones, and then we'll be able to play this one. But as we load this one up, I mean, a little bit of a tech pause. Apologies to all of our viewers right now as we go into this, but we want to make sure that everything is Gucci, everything is running smooth as possible, because again, everything is at stake. Winner of this one moves on into the lower bracket finals. Loser goes home.
Yeah, I want to see who is the hunter, who is the hunted. Does that situation change? Let's head back into the Gorge, and that situation has been reset.
Yeah, it looks like it, just to kind of keep everyone in the loop, what's going on. 5-4 in terms of those kills, but only 6 minutes into this one. APG right now with only a 100 gold lead. You definitely wanted way more than that, especially since you got the pay.
Yeah, you definitely need to have the lead. But right now, I mean, Shishan's doing a good job of making sure he's getting the pokes in, right? This is, if you can't get the kills, it's okay. Just at least batter them down.
Yeah, and batter them out, put a little bit of damage on. I mean, even putting pressure on this bottom T2 is going to go gravy for APG. But Golden Kite, wow, with a sliver of life, just barely surviving there.
That was a little close. You want to make sure that Golden Kite does not stop farming as well, right? He now plays the same role as Yu Long. As long as the two of them keep farming, there is a big chance of a turnaround and maybe swinging the momentum over to the side, because right now we are dead even.
Yeah, and look at how Chaz has actually been on his side of the river, and before the 10-minute mark. Is he playing this Athena wrong here?
I think it's about getting more information, right? Yeah. And knowing that now APG knows how to make that punish happen, I think it's better to play safe. They do take the T1 at the top side, so this is going to be very important for Blacklist to find a trade elsewhere in the map.
Yeah, they lost the top T1, so APG again just ensuring that they continue to just grow with that lead ever so slightly at this point. But APG again, now that Sabers, the potential for that umbrella outburst, for that team fight winning combo.
I think if we take a look at the patterns that have happened over the past few days, if we take out a mid laner in most team fights for Blacklist and APG, they kind of combo. Yeah. So right now, Dragon as well as Shushan, the two of them need to make sure that they're in a very good distance, not just to get aggression on, but to make sure that they are able to escape as well.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, this bottom T2 already taking a lot of damage, and this is the pressure that APG want to put on, because once they have that map control, they're able to choke you out. It makes it very difficult to farm, and you, again, just grow that lead.
Which shows you there's a very thin line between success for these both these teams, right? Yep. And now the fact that they have the smite as well, you have to make sure you get those camps. Chaz did use the smite, but it actually went into the hands of Sun for that last camp. So APG edging it out just by a little bit. We're not having the biggest of goal differences, but another T2 take. This could really spoil the market.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here. I mean, that's going to be huge, but the Crimson is going to be used as well. The Umbrella outburst, they find the pick off onto him, and Joshi, just like that, gets picked off. Chaz is now running for his life. With that turtle shell, he will be fine, but they got what they wanted. Of course, the Crimson as well as Joshi.
And you start to see the value of APG's composition. Stuns for days. With just Saber and Sun, you can definitely get that finishing blow.
Yeah, finishing blow, but just start things off. Basilica Imprint onto Sion with that pullback. Not the real target that you're looking for, but if anything, they've defended the mid T2, but they're going to lose this Tyrant.
That's fine. I think at this point for APG, okay, they're achieving their win condition, right? Which is to put the mental pressure on. Now, as the side of Chaz, you are going to be a little bit hesitant to step into the jungle on the side of APG, and that's going to buy you a lot more space, which means you amplify the farm and rotation thing on.
Yeah, and they have a little bit of damage onto Saber. They're going to get the pushback onto him. They're doing as much as they can, but it looks like they're not going to get him. No, Chaz will find him and chases him down, but Golden Kite getting picked off. Dragon is going to try to flash away, but Yulon pounces on forward, gets that kill, and Chaz is down as well. It's a 3-for-1.
Yeah, big wins for the side of APG. This time, T3 is opened up. They can put some healthy damage here. They might be even able to take it.
Yeah, they're going to take this one easily. I mean, that Siege, nope, they're okay. Okay, all right. They calculated it to the final shot by that Siege catapult, and they'll happily take that as well as the mid T2.
That's why they call professionals. So with that being said, APG now have a 5,000 goal lead. This is what 2 minutes of the game can do for you.
Yeah, and APG right now, full control right now. This is not what you want to see if you're Blacklist. But again, we kind of talked about this. How are they going to able to weather the early game onslaught by APG? I mean, yeah, you have those T3 still alive, and Blacklist do have a chip in a chair into this game. But again, it's a situation now where you know, the 10 to 12 minute mark hasn't happened, as Hagi was talking about in the pregame, of getting to that point where they're going to able to equalize.
I feel like they may need even more time. Golden Kite, yes, is at level 12, 3 levels away, but he needs more gold to buy those items, right? He needs to be 6 slotted, and that really could change the situation, because right now Saber's able to soak in all the damage, but what happens when Golden Kite gets that 6 slotted state? Saber is going to melt.
Yeah, it's just all about the time, and now the Tyrant, he will be tethered back in. He's going to be leashed on this one. I mean, Chaz has been spotting this out, and APG, again, just playing with it. They're like, okay, does someone want to go? Are they not? But Chaz is still in prime position. He might actually decide to dive over the wall for this, but he's going to be killed even before the Tyrant can be taken.
Smart moves from the side of APG. Delay the Tyrant, Shadow Tyrant, by the way, and then get the life of Chaz before you complete the job. You don't want to put yourself at a risk where there is going to be a surprise steal from Chaz.
Yeah, and now with this numbers advantage, the super minions in the top lane quickly dispersed by Golden Kite on this one, but it's all about the T3s here. Chaz will be spawning very shortly.
Right, we'll see how much time can they buy. P3 is taken in the mid, in the top. This is not a lot of time left for the side of Blacklist. A big push could really seriously end the hopes of Blacklist International in this first game, number 1.
Yeah, and actually APG doing a great job of understanding how to finish this game out. They've got a 6K net worth lead, doing the perfect siege, nobody dying, and then getting away and then taking over your own jungle again for that one last route around, and just ensuring that you have that net worth to really take them over the hump.
Which is why I view Saber as a huge issue for the side of Blacklist International, right? Ominous Premonition with the Succubus cloak as well, so he has both physical and magical defense. Now, this is not enough time for Blacklist International, because right now APG have gotten their hands on the Shadow Overlord, and I believe this is with the Primal Bond as well. So add on that difficulty, their base is in trouble.
Yeah, definitely in trouble here. I mean, with this the Vanguard in the bottom lane, this is going to be a tough one, right? I mean, APG will just slow siege this bottom T3, wait for that Shadow Vanguard to actually make an appearance. But Blacklist International right now looking to kind of initiate at some point.
I mean, it's going to be difficult to get it done.
The turtle shell, Chaz is going to be fine.
Yeah, he's totally fine at this point, but the tower is not. T3 looking to be taken, and this is going to be an open base for the side of Blacklist International. Things are going to get more difficult from this point because the Shadow Vanguards and Overlord are here.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult indeed. I mean, the stuns, they have all of their ults if they want to go for this one. Silkenprint is really not going to do too much on that one, but the Umbrella Upper is going to be used. But the nice three-man stun with the Rue Engine, pushing them back. They've gotten Justy. They got the first. The Jamie one is going to be killed as well as Chaz. They've got a 3-for-1 that's so far, but they're going to take the Crystal. And just like that, APG take game number 1.
With an ace as well, with the cherry on top. So this is going to be a difficult situation for the side of Blacklist International. But what a performance by APG. They knew what the win conditions on Blacklist International was, and that was just time.
The time really meant a lot. When I talk about the 10 to 12 minute marks coming in for the side of Blacklist, that is under the consideration if they can make the game into an even state or a 1 to 2,000 deficit here. But with the superior macro decisions and team fighting coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming, especially Shisan and also Saber, that was just beautiful plays here coming in from that 2 setup.
Beautiful, right? And I mean, you were talking about the good macro plays, but it's very easy when you have a lead to kind of close things out. And APG understanding just how to play those heroes. They were able to do that damage, and just like in a flurry, you could just see them going in and taking out everybody.
That's right, and to add that on, the difficulty is that Saber is very tanky as well, right? Really quick Ominous Premonition for the physical defense. It also has that really quick Succubus Cloak, so he has the magical armor as well. Now, if you can't get past Saber, that's already one problem you have to solve. But what happens when the guy you can't break jumps at you instead? And with the Unbridled Albus, that was like the icing on the cake for the side of APG to take the game.
I think that was also a very important point that we really missed out in that game alone. Yes, Just Chi and also Golden Kai, they were really fed on those hyper late game carries here, but if you're always on the reactive end and the enemies don't miss their engage like how Shisan and Saber was doing on those crazy picks, then you are always in a position where you are the fish on a chopping block waiting to be decimated.
Yeah, it was just a matter of time, right? I think APG, once you had that lead, it was pretty much all she wrote on that sense, because they were just too squishy. Blacklist International was like, yeah, you might get some of those items, and we're looking at Golden Kite with like 9K, I mean 10K from Justy, but the other end, you're talking about Yulong with 12K, Xiang with 10K, and then Sun with 9,000. So just like the complete net worth was just way too much damage.
And I don't think the side of Blacklist International, they played the Athena roam to a full potential, because this is the first time I've seen Athena only having 5 deaths. Usually we'll see like what, 14, 15, and then you continuously steal away the jungle monsters and then send yourself in towards the enemy's mouths with a 20 gold bounty. That's the usual playstyle.
I like the way that APG viewed this game, because it's a very different game set and the mindset they have, right? So instead of going for the kills, they were very bent on making sure that we'll take the towers instead. We'll play the macro game, right? Because your towers don't come back. My buffs will. And even as long as we hold a similar or even a small gold advantage, we can turn this whole situation around. And once you see T3s drop, there is no more game to be had.
Yeah, and going back to Athena here, it's kind of like the perfect strategy against it. It's like, don't give the bully any sort of power. Don't give him any sort of attention. Just completely ignore him. And you saw Chaz was like, hey, guys. And he's trying to bully everybody, but nobody wants to play with him. And he was just like, oh, I'm so lonely. I'm just going to go back to my side of the river.
I'm very glad that the Athena roam has been having specific countermeasures here, which also elevates the competition to a different level. It means that teams are actively searching for a code breaking, how to really boil down this Athena strat itself. But this is the jungle head-to-head matchup here between both Blacklist Justy and also Yulong.
I see what you did there with the code breaking. Now with that, this code has been broken in game number 1. APG, of course, Yulong doing really well. 9-1 and 12. I mean, you expect this guy to be rich, but we also have to give props to Justy here. 3-3-2, but he was close by 10.6k.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to keep on pace, but he's vulnerable, right? Once Yulong found him, he would pounce forward the amount of damage that he had, and he's, again, one of the better pays in terms of the KIC here, so very impressive there.
Yeah, very impressive 9-1 and 2 performance here, and also a very strong invasion rate here, and also what better way to run up than another MVP title coming in from Yulong on the signature Tigress here in this game 1.
This guy's not looking for wins. He's just farming the MVPs at this point. 9-1 and 2. I mean, the way that he played this game, the game plan he had for APG was really clear, right? We're going to ignore every problem that they give us, but we're going to give them more problems to solve. And once we have that comparison, Yulong with this pay really just feasted on the entirety of the jungle.
Too fast, too furious, just in the hearts of the Blacklist lineup, just constantly. And he was forcing it down. This is the one where we talked about where like, Yulong, he died a little bit early. This is going to be a travesty. And he's just like, no, actually, that's my only death of the entire game.
And this is the perfect setup that we talk about here, yes, Just G has a lot of gold, but how do you use the gold if you're under the ground?
Exactly. The stun setups coming in from the side of APG is just insane, right? They're showing you that you can control the squishies, you can control the big burst damage people as well. This movement by, understanding that, hey, once you use your flash, only then will I start to chase you.
Wow, Shusan is just so clean on that Maestro doing here. Every single fight, it's either the specific target on Just G or multiple members coming in from the Blacklist roster here. You don't give this man a Maestro Nui, he's so scary.
Yeah, so scary. One of the best on that one. And you saw Saber, I mean, he kind of zoned away. He technically missed the Umbrella Outburst, but then Shishan was there to help clean up, getting that 3-man stun in that perfect spot because you funneled them in a certain area and he made them pay.
He indeed make them pay here, and we do see this side of the bottom here. Blacklist International lose out game number 1 against Alpha Gaming here. The third seed coming in from MKL, the tall mountain that they have to climb one at a time.
Yeah, just one game though. All right, I think that going back to this one, you tried the Athena, you tried to throw a spanner in the works, so to speak, but hero-wise, you're fine, right? Continue to just bounce back in game 2. Obviously, you need to expend a little bit more to equalize in the series, but I think you're okay in the long term.
So right now it's okay. Blacklist, they understand that APG are looking like a mechanic in game number 1. Right now they can have to start figuring out, okay, what other problems can we throw to the side of Alpha Gaming, and are there certain win conditions that we can try to force upon Alpha Gaming and make their life a little bit more difficult. That's going to start with the bans and pick on game number 2, right? This is where I think the difference will be made.
I think to put Chammy 1 on a much more secondary engaged role, that will be much more required coming in for the side of Blacklist International, and then put Chaz on the primary playmaking role. I think that has been the success story for the side of Blacklist in most of their games, especially against HomeBois Blackstreet Esports.
This is a Dharma game, right? I always say that he's always got 100% on his Dharma. Chammy won that is because he's just so good. This is the time where you need to kind of reveal that and just turn the tides, equalize in this series.
And if you want to learn a lot more, you have to follow us on social media. Make sure you learn from the best of the best. And of course, be experimental with that as well. All you have to do is to give us a follow. We have multiple platforms. You will also be rewarded if you follow all of our various social media accounts. Now, with that being said, I think there is a lot to follow through for today. I mean, game number 1 has just ended. APG now lead the series 1-0. But as we all know, this is a best of 7. It's a long journey.
It is a long journey, but with the long journey being pointed out in this BO7 itself, for the side of Blacklist International, you do not land on the correct step. However, for Alpha Gaming, they put on the right step in towards a long series right now. You will feel definitely more comfortable and energetic, especially the team morale definitely ups right now.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist International are like, hey, this is my house. How do you know where the steps are, right? Like, this is kind of a little creepy, right? I need to ensure that I make the right steps. And I think Blacklist International, this is the perfect time. We've seen this time and time again where they, at least at the KIC, Blacklist International have been able to kind of, step up when they face that adversity.
I think it's right now is a race, right? So everyone is looking for the key to open the door to the next stage of KIC 2025. Obviously, both of these teams want to approach and reach that grand final stage, of which HomeBois Blackstreet Esports is already waiting. Now, this is going to be a long journey because this is not the only best of 7 they'll play today. Right after this, whoever wins, they're going to be facing against Nova, another giant monster. Number 2 in MKL. Let's see. I mean, I have some big expectations of Blacklist International today, but APG proving to be the stronger foe for this particular moment.
Now, two perspectives here, Ken. In the Blacklist International versus HomeBois Blackstreet Esports upper bracket semi-final series, the same thing happened. They dropped game 1. It's more of an experimental, try the waters. That's the stuff that we're talking about. Now, point number 2. If you're Alpha Gaming and you are in this situation, you think about, okay, I have to fight Nova next. So let's smash it and go for 4-0.
I think that would be that's something that they're thinking about, right? Because the easier, they don't have to go through like a game 7 and be mentally taxed and kind of go through these emotions. Obviously, that's what they want, right? Just to end the series and just kind of move on with their lives. But at the same time, Blacklist are like, no, we are far from there. Don't even think about the door. You need to deal with me.
Yeah, I think you really need to take one step at a time. As a team, as a player as well, everything needs to have a process, right? You need to go through the process to be able to understand why certain things work, why certain things don't. At the same time, this is also a risk because both Nova and HBSC, they're watching. You know for a fact they're watching, and they're kind of learning as the game goes on. Nova, now they get to have a rest. They will only get a very short rest for whoever wins this particular series, but yeah.
I don't know if you saw, but there were some of the Nova players here that were just right in front of us, and they were having ice cream.
Oh.
And I always look at that as like, hey, when you have a team, you only get ice cream when you win. right? So I'm a little confused with this situation because they lost this one. They have to play another series, but they're having ice cream a little early.
Now, that's the perspective issue here. What if the ice cream is to heal their broken hearts from the upper bracket series?
You can only have so much ice cream. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. But hey, I do think that if we bring it back to the game itself, in Game 1, you already expended Athena that has been largely banned out throughout the entire course of the tournament here. Didn't find a win itself. So right now, do you take the Athena ban moving down the line as Blacklist International?
I don't think you need to, right? Not to say that APG doesn't don't know how to play it, but you know, as APG, they have shown you their quality. They don't need to play it.
Yeah, I think that it's the same way, as long as you're playing fast and furious, kind of like the way APG did to counter the Blacklist Athena, I think that they should be okay, because it's one of those things where if you play it, you know the counter as well.
Exactly. So I do want to see whether Blacklist International can do the same exact thing that APG has put up against them, with Blacklist International picking on towards the blue side. The priority picks are still very vastly available. You have the Luna, you have the Arlie, you have the Long, you have all these different picks that are strong enough to bring you the game win.
Yeah, and you know what? Going back into the same site again proves that they have a game plan on the side of Blacklist International, right? They know exactly what they're supposed to be doing. They have a game plan. And I expect this to be a very strong draft coming out from the side of Blacklist International. But APG, you never count them out.
Never count them out. I mean, you never really, like, everyone has been able to kind of just continue to fight. And we're seeing just why the MKL teams are so good. Is because when they face any sort of, like, you know, adversity, they've been able to step up and they have the counter for it. There's nothing that really catches them off.
I think that's the thing that we talk about, right? The adaptation that they do in the tournament itself. Can Blacklist International evolve as fast as these MKL teams? If they can really go as far as towards the grand finals or winning the entire thing. But first things first, Alpha Gaming is before you and they are one-up you in this BO7.
Okay, I want to see how that's going to happen, right? Because one-upping another person sounds easy, but to have to go through at least, I mean, this is like a 15-minute core workout. It's not as easy as it seems or it looks.
Okay. That was very specific. I feel like you're really struggling with these 15-minute workouts.
I truly am.
But I think you need to build a little bit of the core for her, so like 5 minutes at a time, and then, you know, you slowly build up to it, so 15 minutes is not going to be a problem. We'll talk about that one later. But going into this one, I think that, you know, APG right now, you put the pedal to the metal, right? You want to go home, you want to move on. Today could potentially be a long day. You want to shorten it as much as possible.
That's true here, and with that, we will go into game number 2's draft, featuring Blacklist International selecting the blue side and Alpha Gaming. Once again, going on towards the reactive red here, and so far, it has been the same story here. Red side, 100% win rate in the first and second series.
So, are we looking at the... Okay, we have been in this situation so many times. Are we looking at a Luna coming in for the Jashi jungler again?
I believe if you do want to go towards a Luna, you have to really consider about the Athena ban here. Yes, Nova Esports did allow the Athena to go over to that HBSC, and then they played super duper well. But that's under the correct mindset that you have trained for that countermeasure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. They have.
Yeah. I think that they're gonna have to ban that one. They don't want to just deal with this. But I mean, to kind of go back to game 1, the fact that they picked the Kongmin second part of the first phase, to me, was a bit of a mission. A mistake there, because I feel like you're giving away way too much information by revealing the jungler then.
But I think at this point of the competition, I'm pretty sure both teams have already done their homework. You know what the potential picks are, right? Right now it's really, like I said, choose your problem. And Blacklist, they have not used this yesterday, but there's a potential of a Dolia Yangjian or a Dolia Nersa combination.
So C-Singer with a Trilight, C-Singer with a Tunecaster, C-Singer with a Wild Spark, all these are available options here. But coming into the side of Alpha Gaming here, they do what exactly HomeBois Blackstreet Esports has shown us in that game 1 itself. Take away the Yangjian, serve it as a flex. Take away the U1, serve it as a flex. And then you see Blacklist International, what do you answer with?
You can't answer it, Nersa. There's no way, right? Because right now, if you use the Wild Spark, he comes in, dives. All they have to do on Yuhuan is to make sure that she uses the ultimate to get the heal. But Blacklist say, you know what, Kinofu, we don't care what you say. We are going to give it a try.
And for Alpha Gaming here, they have a correct angle here. You don't have to really flex the Yangjian or Yuhuan towards the jungle. Just lock in a strong jungler here in the early game and bully this weak Nersa that has not the best of the early rotations here in the jungle.
It almost seems like a bit of a bait when
there we go.
They let it go. But they're going to go with the Ogren to kind of counter. It's like, hey, you want to get to the back line? Okay, fine, but deal with this raid boss.
The backline is Yangchen. And then, that's going to be a very tough situation because we've seen this in the previous series. The Yangchen Tri-Line can really hurt your backline as well. And now you have to deal with a double whammy because you have the Organ as a front-facing shield. He has lifesteal as well. Now the question is, how much damage does this Jashi do towards the backline of APG?
That's only if he can get out of the jungle alive, because right now you have such a strong early game setup coming in from the Soul Guide Augurin here. Your main thing about the Nerza is to get out of the early game with a smooth level 4, get that 2-3 item power spike, and then you start jumping on towards the enemy backline without taking too much of a risk for yourself here. But if your early game falters here, that's going to be a big issue for Just G on this wall spot.
Yeah, it's going to have a hard time. I mean, APG, if they have an early, if they come up even or slightly behind, I even think they're going to be fine, right? This is a lineup that will scale. Even the Yangjian in the top lane can do a lot of damage. This is a scary lineup thus far.
Okay, but I feel like they need to reinforce this entire lineup because they don't, number one, they don't really have stuns. Number two, they don't really have much tank. Yes, Nerza are tanky, but it's one potential 1v5 here.
They potentially can still look for the likes of the lane if they really want to round up with a secondary Dolia hero here. And to the side of Alpha Gaming here, they once again take away another Dolia combination here. The Nua, the Celestial, will be removed from the pool from the side of Blacklist.
I mean, it's smart, right? It's another thing that, again, taking away that Annihilation and, as you rightly pointed out, the Celestial Melody, it's going to be huge for them. And this Dolia, it doesn't seem like we've gotten a whole lot of value. I mean, the Skyfall, yeah. The Autumn Storm, maybe. But, I mean, it doesn't seem like the typical classic Dolia lineups.
And I'm not the biggest fan of this Scorchet Angela here that's being drafted by Blacklist International here. Usually, when we say this, it's paired up with like a Liang or potential Diadea to have that primary lockdown for you to dish out all your full damage spell here. This will really test Dragon in that mid lane on how accurate he is on those skill shots.
That's true. I mean, at this point, you need the tank shredder. And this is the same situation that Blacklist faced. Meaning, if Dragon takes a fall as the Angela, you have no more tank shred. That's a very difficult situation to fight your way out of. And Blacklist International right now, they have, this is the cards they've chosen. This is the difficult they've chosen. APG on the other hand, this is not a perfect draft, but it's looking pretty solid.
For me, the execution coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming is definitely much more simple compared to the side of Blacklist International, which requires so much mechanical prowess, especially on these three members. The Charlotte on towards Chami, Angela on towards Dragon, and finally Arlie on towards Golden Kai. This is an insanely difficult draft to execute.
Yeah, very good point there, Misaki. The biggest thing, if we're looking at like player skill, all things being equal, it really comes back to just who can play a simpler lineup and to really take advantage of it. And this APG draft, it looks simple and it's very easy of what they're trying to do, and they might pull out the victory because of it.
Okay, look, whether you like it or not, it's still going to be difficult, right? So why not pick something you enjoy and do your best with it, right? So I feel like Blacklist, this is a very comfortable lineup for them. They're familiar with this setup. Let's see if they can make it work, because if APG gets their way, they are going to be halfway through this series already.
Well, in esports itself, if your comfort is able to win you games, then you define the meta in your own terms here. That is the pinnacle of how strong a team could actually be, but they need to prove it in this game to itself.
This is going to be it. Blacklist International, I don't think that this draft is really... if they're able to execute, they're going to be fine. But I do have some reservations on this one. I think that it's a much harder one. Dealing with this Yulong Augurin is not something that you really want to be doing in a game 2.
You sound like a disappointed dad when
that side was real, man. That side was real.
But it's okay. I do believe with how much Blacklist International has evolved towards this tournament, they might have some cards up their sleeve, especially in terms of the execution. They have shown signs of improvement, especially if you were to compare Blacklist in KWC and Blacklist in KIC, that gap has been enormous so far.
Yeah, we'll see. If Blacklist wins this game, I'm pretty sure they're going to come up here and ask you, are you proud now, Hauler?
We're going to have to find out, of course, as we go into this one. We know the teams, the players, the heroes, and everything they're going into this one. Game 2, Blacklist International down 0-1. Can they bounce back?
Well, it's all about the code 0-1. That is part of a coding process as well. Let's see if Blacklist can figure out what to do in this game number 2.
I hope that you know, Coach TG is like next level and understands what this draft is going to look at me do, because I'm looking at this one just straight up in a vacuum. This is going to be a tough one. The Ogren, the Nua, all of these things, they make a lot of sense. Synergy is real as they do some damage on the Golden Kite.
Yeah, this is not ideal. All right, you want to be able to funnel the farm into the hands of this Arlie, the Parasola, of course. Golden Kite facing an unsurmountable difficulty at this point, and Yulong straight away goes in for the jungle steal.
Yeah, might as well. You have that aggression. You were able to do it. You have the body, you know, the bodyguard, so to speak, just walking around, ensuring that you secure as much as possible, taking things away, and now Siang is on, running for his life.
Okay, but this is exactly what they need to do. Come up with the response, right? They do have the smite onto Joshi, so this should be a straightforward one. As long as he doesn't get stopped, it will go in hands of Joshi. So this is going to be a trade 1-for-1.
Yeah, but Golden Kite in a bad spot. Yulong on the chase tag, gets the Seer State. That's going to be first blood. Now Chaz about half-life. Yulong continuing on with that death precipice. Chaz is in a bad spot, been pushed away, but he will continue to chase under the top T1. No, he's not going to go.
He makes it out, and there is a potential. Chammy1 did get the return kill, so that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade in terms of kills across the board. Now the big question here is, okay, now that APG have garnered for themselves a very, very small lead, what else can they do with it? Because if there's no more answers, Blacklist, if they can take the space right, they have the upper hand in terms of jungle rotation.
Yeah, if we're looking at timers though, Blacklist International, I mean, when you have that Arlie and Golden Kite doing some work, Sun actually flashing away, and he will recall right under the tower.
Yeah, this is exactly what you need to see. Playing to the absolute limits. We are at the final trenches of KIC 2025. You have to be at your best. You have to push every single limit.
It's all about the centimeters, the inches, whatever metric system you're using at this point, because again, it's the small things, right? If he was able to do just a little bit more, finding Sun, that would have been huge, but still, Blacklist International in this game, I mean, really taking the fight to IPG.
Which is what we want to see, right? Blacklist is not the easiest lane for the side of Chammy1 as well, right? The healing factor of the ultimate on the side of Xiang is definitely going to be a little bit hard to handle for this Charlotte on Chammy1. In the meantime, you can see there is a lot of long-range poke coming in from Sushan. That may be the game changer here.
Yeah, if he's able to catch you out. Now Xiang here, he's potentially looking to go. They have the numbers. He goes with the Hound, and he finds Jussie with that Annihilation. They have a lot of the damage, and Dragon is just going to be flashing back, but Blacklist coming out worse for wear.
And you can start to see the game plan here. It's really just shredding you down, right? We want to make sure that we peel your health bars down. And Yulong, he doesn't have to be put in a risky situation. He just comes in, gets the cleanup with his Seer State, and then it's all about the gold advantage for the side of APG.
And you're seeing the power of the synergy of this draft by APG. Most times, it's kind of like the Ogren is the be-all, end-all. But this one, Yangjian, the Nua, Concert, you have a lot of guys that can do damage. This is a good lineup. Now you've added an Ogren, which takes it to another level.
Yep, they can close the gap. I think that's the scariest thing. They can close the gap really quickly. Once the Hound lands on you, Xiang jumps straight in your face. And if you're out of range, it doesn't matter. Shishan can touch you from almost anywhere on the map.
Yeah, nobody wants to be touched from that far, right? So I think that going into this one, it will be key, right? Like, we need to look at Golden Kite, because this is the guy that come late game, Jussie, yeah, he can be diving in, but they're too tanky. You don't really want to be diving the back line unless you know that the fight is going to happen, and Golden Kite is in there with that damage.
That's true, and the other person is going to be his twin brother. Dragon needs to be the shredder. He needs to find ways to get past the defenses of ABG.
Yeah, the Hart brothers need to really step up this game. I dare I say they need to kind of ensure that they blow in, but now the Tyrant has been stolen away by Jussie. They look to turn this around. Jussie is still low. He's going to be picked, but Yulong has been traded away, and now Blacklist International will be very happy with that one.
Yep. Jungle for jungle, this is what they want. This is what they need. Blacklist International, they did fall in game 1, but game 2 looking like there is a little bit more strength coming in from the PKL #1.
Yeah, this is the fight back. This is the everything that Blacklist are looking to bring, right? They wanted to take the fight to APG and say, hey, you're on our turf, let's go.
Yeah, and you know what the curious thing is? Golden Kite and Sun, they are neck and neck in terms of the XP. They're just like, what, a quarter of a level difference right now.
Very close indeed. But I mean, like again, we're going to have to be eyeing in on Golden Kite, because this is the Arlie. If he's able to make those plays, because if you're able to take down Xiang and Yulong, I mean, it's pretty much a 1-team fight at that stage.
Yeah, and they need to be really careful, because at the end of the day, you can kind of use the Maple Dance to negate the Annihilation coming out from Susan as well. So if you time your skills wrongly, Blacklist are going to punish you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, but I've never done that, right? I've never been able to time it properly, but my old man skills just not cool enough on that sense. But APG, on the other hand, like if they're able to kind of like stack their skills, the burst is essentially very real.
Yeah, and this is very reliant on Joshi having the level advantage and the gold advantage as well, right? If nobody can deal with Joshi, then this fight instantly becomes so much easier for the side of Blacklist. They're gonna start
but
fighting
now
now.
Skyfall, he actually goes for the back line. Joshi taking a lot of damage though, needs to be careful. Yulong looking to just turn this around, and with Saber there, I think Blacklist are gonna just disengage.
So smart. Look at what the result is. Chammy1 now has all the space in the world, takes the T1 on the top. Xiang does come in for the response, but Chammy1 can escape. He does not care about this. Right now, it's about pulling attention away from the side of APG. Blacklist, this is the macro gameplay that we need.
Yeah,
once again, they're diving.
It was looking to go in. Skyfall used yet again. Finding Sun, the unending sorrow has been used on this one. Joshi taking some tower shots, and Chammy1 is now joined with that teleport. Yulong is now here with that Death Press. Finding Chaz, gets the pick off onto that one, and now APG have actually got what they wanted, which is that single kill and defended the tower.
No, but it's fine. On the side of Blacklist International, giving away the life of Chaz for what? Look at the damage. It's more than half the health of the T1 turret at the bottom side, which means you're opening up the map so much more for the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, but roam lives do matter, okay? I mean, you're trading away for just tower damage, not the end-all, be-all. I mean, if they took it down, it would have been huge, but now look at Xiang taking away the Azure Golem.
Okay, but at least they know about it, right? So Blacklist, they have some information now. They also have the timer. What can they do with this, right? But on the other side, APG, this is exactly what they need to be doing. Making sure that they're pulling Blacklist all across the map as well. Taking away important buffs, because Joshi does need the cooldown reduction. He does need the mana regeneration as well.
You need that, especially to fight. I mean, both of the blues right now in favor of APG. Them understanding that, hey, if we take it away, Joshi's going to have a much harder time. He's not able to kind of just cycle his spells, get that jungle efficiency going.
And the biggest part, Xiang has it as well, right? So, like you mentioned before, which means the number of hounds he can drop is going to be a little bit more important. Xiang now being jumped on.
Yeah, jumped on, but he's going to hound back to safety, and here come the reinforcements from APG. The reaction time from APG and being able to defend the towers has been key.
Yeah, and it's all about Blacklist trying to burn out the resources on the side of APG. Hasn't really found too much success after they burn important skills like Saber's ultimates just yet. So for now, I would give the advantage to APG, but only for this moment.
Yeah, just, I mean, the network says otherwise, but I get your point that you're kind of feeling APG really getting themselves in this game. As long as they're just slightly losing at the 10-12 minute mark, I think that they're going to be fine.
And this is just, simmering, right? Yeah. The pot is boiling right now. We would take a look. The 10-minute mark is where things will start to boil over.
And now Saber taking a decent amount, doing a little bit of face checking. Yulong has showed up, and Blacklist are like, no, we're not gonna go anywhere nearby.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy one. The Black Dragon might come in and bite them from the back, if you know what I mean. But on this side, Blacklist holding off and staving off the aggression of APG for now, and they're keeping close to 1,000 goal lead.
Yeah, they're doing well. I mean, they're growing the lead, which is finding the micro plays. And Chammy1 finding Yulong with that Skyfall decides to go right on top of him with that power grenade. The push back onto him, but the Conductor of Souls is not going to be enough, and Yulong has been slain.
There's going to be a big kill right now at the 8-minute and 40-second mark. May not have been the best timer for the side of Blacklist, but still, a kill's a kill. You got down the biggest tank.
Them and look like they want to go for this one, but Xiang with the Heaven and Earth, he's going to just be backing off on this one, but he's going to be chased by Joshi, forcing it down, and Joshi's done a great job of targeting people.
Yep. If he gets this one, it's going to be even more painful because he needs that blue buff. Unfortunately, will not get it.
Not going to get this one on this one.
But Chammy.
Taking this one, but Chammy1, this is his split push is real, using all of that space, taking that out. Now they've been thrown to the top lane. They're going to take the Tyrant for free.
This is so smart. You can see their eyes, but you don't see their vision. And this is exactly why Blacklist has improved so much. The evolution is not done yet.
Yeah, and they're feinting like the jabs, but they're actually going for the right hooks because an APG right now on the defensive, they're being very reactive, being pulled all over the map.
Oh, how long has it been since we've seen Yulong being put in such a difficult position? APG though, they can definitely come back. It is just a 1,500 goalie going to the side of Blacklist International. If they can stop Chammy from getting these split pushes off and stop getting distracted by the Blacklist International lineup, I think APG, they will find a way back into this.
Yeah, we haven't seen Yulong getting pulled around like this as much as I mean, as like this game, right?
Yeah.
He's been very reactive, and he's kind of slow. The Augurin is not the fastest of people. Yeah, you have the path of passing, but the Blacklist team has just been, like they've been dictating the pace of this game and where the fights are happening.
And this is the 10-minute mark. They're pulling them them in. Once again, look at what Champion 1 is doing. It's all a bait to pull them in so that Champion 1 can get the split push. Now Xiang is going to be forced to pull away. But hey, there is a different game plan. They want to dive wings.
Yeah, they actually find Champion 1. But Heaven and Earth mode has been committed by Xiang here. Now they've pulled elsewhere. APG now looking to go on top, but they have the Skyfall. They find Xiang, and now Justy understanding that they don't really have the damage, and now they might look to turn this. It looks like the emergence from Shishan has shown up, but they backside. Yulong is a little bit on the lower end, and now Blacklist will disengage.
Yeah, look, this pulling game, right? It's so intense. APG, they know they have to respond. At the same time, this also puts Blacklist in a position. They can kind of force the Shadow Overlord. They don't know about it outside of APG.
Yeah, they don't really know. I mean, Chaz is there, but they picked that one up, the Overlord, and now they start the Tyrant, but this might be a little too late. Here comes the Skyfall. No, he's going to abort mission and not go for that full mode.
It's all about making sure that they don't start this Tyrant, and right now, APG are falling prey. They are getting hunted.
Yeah, they're getting hunted. And again, this is the thing where you can use the Skyfall, abort mission, not actually commit for that, and use the Celestial Melody. Now you got it again.
Okay, so we answer the question. How much has Blacklist improved? They have improved a lot. APG, they were looking so dominant in game number 1, but now you can see game number 2, there is some response coming in from Blacklist International.
Yeah, this is a brand new Blacklist International team, right? Showing up at the right time, the right moment, the KIC in the Philippines, on their home turf, and going in, and they're getting pulled all over the place in the sense of APG with that Skyfall potentially going in, taking the bottom T2.
It's the fake out. I've never seen a Skyfall being used in this particular way, right? They normally just commit, and take a look at the damage. Golden Kite already melting Saber down by quite a bit.
Another one. They find Xiang. They want to just push him back with that smite, completely pushing him away. And now Blacklist International doing a great job again with this Joshi Neza.
You don't look at the dive. You look at what else. Where are the other members on the side of Black? Joshi,
Joshi did say we might have dove in too deep. He gets slain on that one. He stuck around and found out. And now APG have a little bit of a man advantage.
But they did take the T1 in the mid. And if we take across the map of Blacklist, every single turret is still up. It's 9 towers to work through.
Yeah, look at the Vanguard in the bottom lane. Xiang is actually going to have to rotate. This is APG. They're trying to fight this with only 4 members. Potential steal could potentially happen on this one. Golden Kite, he's getting gone on, taking a decent amount. He gets picked off. Sun actually gets that one. But now Yulong taking a decent amount. The Conductor Soul's not going to do anyone. And Heaven and Earth mode, he actually goes out forward, finding 3 members. The Annihilation only on the Chammy, but Xiang taking a decent amount. He's being bounced around, and Chammy 1 gets that pick. And now he flashes away, and 4 members of APG not able to chase him down.
How are they doing it? This is so crazy. They're still maintaining the goalie. They gave away the Tyrant buff to the side of APG, but still they're making the map work against against APG. They make a pseudo dive once again. Blacklist International. Every attempt by APG to regain control of the game has been nulled.
Yeah, it's been nullified in that sense. But Blacklist, the biggest thing is that Golden Kite died, right? He's the guy that will get you over the edge. Blacklist, the rest of them are all about just doing that damage, and you'll get to a state where you're able to close the game out. But Golden Kite must be there to get them over that eventual hump.
We'll see how that is, because at the late game portion, for this side for APG, you have to pay attention to Shishan as well. Shishan is going to be the game changer, right? With his catch potential on the Matrix, he will be able to set up situations where the jungler Yulong, as well as APG clashing Xiang, should be able to find those openings on the side of Blacklist. But that's only if Joshi doesn't catch them first.
Yeah. Easier said than done, because he can go anywhere, right? I mean, he has that Skyfall. He can get to wherever you need to go. But the biggest problem with this lineup from APG is it's a death ball lineup. They want to be sticking together, all 5, just run it down mid. And Blacklist are like, well, they're pulling them all across. They're putting pressure on all 3 lanes. And now they find Joshi with doing a little bit of work, who's just trying to get back to safety. The emergence is on forward, but they find Joshi yet again.
They found the solution here. The backup from the side of Blacklist was not fast enough. And APG, I think they have found their pacing, they have found their footing here. They could potentially come back.
Oh, but Golden Kite doing some work on the Yulong. With those heals, that's going to be enough. But the top T1 eventually taken down by Sun. That is the space that's been created.
And the T3 as well. They're sacrificing this. They have to make this work on the side of APG. If the defense comes through, Blacklist get the T3 at the bottom for free.
Yeah, I mean, the minions will just eventually take out, but the Overlord is going to be the big target here. Yulong got about half. And now Chaz looking to go over the wall on this one. The pullback, the Hound, he decides to go with the Heaven and Earth mode. Finding him, Golden Kite is in a bad spot. The Annihilation is doing a little bit of work, but not able to find the pick. Chaz is under the tower. He will survive Saber with not enough damage.
Okay, just saving themselves by the skin of their teeth at this point. Blacklist has survived, but APG, they have a lot more left in the tank.
They have a lot more at this point. I mean, Chaz is back in the fountain. He will be looking to join again. Joshi just trying to take his Crimson. That's going to be stolen away by Yulong with that smite.
This puts a lot of pressure on Dragon. Dragon needs to make sure he gets those stuns as well as the ultimate Blazing Brilliance down. If he cannot find that move, APG are going to walk all over them.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't seen too many of those Chaos Cinders, the Blazing Brilliance, the damage, the kills. I mean, he's 002 Dragon, that is, but his net worth is higher than Shisan. When those team fights happen and they group up, that's when you're going to see the impact.
Yep. And then look at the goal right now. APG have completely recovered. It is now back in their advantage. I mean, it's not the biggest goal lead, but it's closing into 1,000.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you want, right? It's got to be scarier for Blacklist, right? Because that lead going into the Ogren and the Counter U, this is a bit of a problem. Now Blacklist on the defensive have to figure this one out. The tether is going to be used by Yulong onto Justy, but they take what they wanted, which is the bottom T2.
Yeah, and they've done a fantastic job. APG looking for an opening. With the help of the Shadow Vanguards, they have managed to dig down the T2s at the bottom. The Shadow Overlord now is making his way down.
Yeah. Now they're going in. Skyball goes right onto Sun, tries to dive onto this, but he's been pushed back, he's been focused, and now that unending sorrow with those heals, and Yulong in the middle of everything. Chammy1 is a little bit low. Joshy's just trying to attract attention to the top side, but Chammy1 gets picked off. APG making him pay.
Yep, they are 5 members strong. Shadow Overlord is making his way as well. T3 opened up for the side of APG. Blacklist, they have to defend.
Yeah, not much you can do with Chammy down for about 30 seconds, but APG looking to close this game out. They will be up in front. Saber there, he's got those heals. Chaz is taking a decent amount. Xiang with that Heaven and Earth mode tries to hound on for it. He's going to get on back, and now they do the damage onto Justy, who tries to stay alive, but he gets picked off, and they find Chaz, the conductor of Soul, slamming him down, and APG funneling the rest of them back into the fountain. They go for the crystal, and APG will take game number 2.
Yep, they can't do it. And of course, APG wrestle their way to the front once again. Game number 2 goes safely into the hands of Alpha Gaming.
Just, they were able to weather the early storm and then to kind of get themselves back into this one. Blacklist International, again, with this Neza pick, was just really not able to kind of overcome the draft.
But almost, I mean, almost done, right? But almost is not enough, especially in esports, especially in KIC 2025.
It was looking pretty good for the side of Blacklist International, especially in that early game. But the ability for the side of Alpha Gaming finding Justy back-to-back really brought the game back into their own hands. We saw a 2-3,000 goal lead thanks to the fact that Chammy1 on the Charlotte was finding multiple engage angles and getting the neutralizing kills. But the key one really, not to condemn Justy, but the side lane losing out 2 times off the Wild Spark kills, not the best one.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to, I mean, we're talking about how they were playing the macro game so well, they were pulling everybody, but at the end of the day, you do need some kills to get those towers in the mid lane, because once they grouped, that's where they all were. APG were just waiting. It was like a trap for them, and Blacklist eventually faltered.
No, but that's where it's a double-edged sword as well. 2 possible situations as well, because the Nerta with his first kill is able to get the anti-heal down, and when you are in the middle of 5, that's the perfect position to get anti-heal on every single person, but you need to survive after you use that skill.
Well, let's check out the end game screen here coming in from Blacklist International and Alpha Gaming's game 2 here. Aside from Yulong being this big beefy boy in front of the front line for the side of APG, Son and Shisan, the 2 consistent DPS dealers for the side of APG, very well played by both of them.
Yeah, actually those 2 really just showed up when they needed to. I mean, Son was, I mean, he had the most net worth, but that was the guy that just had enough to really take them over. Yulong was doing a lot of damage, and he was attracting them on. Xiang was there also doing quite a bit as well, but you needed Sun with that damage to follow up, and he was always there when you needed him.
And I feel like to add on to the strength on the side of APG, I feel like Saber was that winning pick for the side of Alpha Gaming. Without the heals, without the stuns coming in from range, this composition would not have worked. They managed to buy some time for the side of Xiang and Yulong.
And look at the overall stats here coming in from all Alpha Gaming players here. Damage has been done consistently by all 5 members, and also the tanking department as well. This goes back to Kin's point, whereby the Yuhuan Tunecaster pick provides you so much value in those long and existing team fights. If Justy gets caught out on that wall sprout, you don't have that healing reduction for the long term of the fight.
Yeah, no long term at all, and you're kind of seeing that like the 12-minute mark when that gold graph just completely starts to dive in favor of APG as they figure it out, because again, it's all about that team fight. Once they had those items and the healings was just too much from APG.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the 1v1 situation here, and this is the lane that I'm super curious about, the Clash lane, because we saw how effective both Clash laners were, but they came at different times. Xiang was waiting for that super late game where he could recover back into the lane, but also in the teamfight department.
That's true, where Xiang in all these team fights, his role and Chami1's role is very different. Chami is looking for those backline flanks, but Xiang is actively looking for the engage on towards the Arlie or on towards the likes of Singer Dolia, and he was always in the eyes of everyone in that game itself, where he provided a lot of value in damaging those backline targets.
All right, but the MVP of this one has got to be none other than Sun, as he was just had an amazing game. He was like 3-0 and 3-5. That's what I was going to say. But 23% of the team damage. But the goal that he just carried was always so efficient and just pushing towers when he needed to.
For me, Sun has been a miracle of a substitute coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming, and he's been providing a lot of value due to how much experience this player has coming in from the year 2024 into this 2025 year. Yes, you can argue that out of the 2025, he has yet to qualify to any form of international events with his own team, but to be able to perform in the top 4 brackets back-to-back games, and especially be MVP of game number 2, definitely speaks a lot of volume for this player.
I mean, this win brings a lot of feelings back for Sun, because the closest Sun ever got was 2nd place in an international competition, right? So with that being said, I want to see if this is going to be the start of APG's reign. I mean, if they take out PKL's number 1, this is a MKL finals here.
Would you say you're proud of your son? Huh? I'll show myself out, guys. Get out of here!
The stairs is on my right here. Please mind your step as well. But let's go back towards this game itself, on toward the highlights here. This was definitely one of the key turning points here. Just G being caught here set the game pace for the side of Alpha Gaming back towards square one into the equal state.
Not just once. So he got caught, twice. And that was the start of the comeback for the side of Alpha Gaming, right? This was so difficult because you can see here, the moment you have to deal and put attention on Yulong and Xiang, you can't take them out. Who gets free time? Shishan gets free time, Sun gets free time, and that time is extended by the Helper Saber, get the redemption for the shields, get the Melody of Peace for the heals as well, and even with the unending sorrow.
It comes back to this graph. I mean, the backliners are doing what they need to do, the damage and the control, while the frontliners are always just creating so much havoc, and they're so tanky and doing so much work that this APG lineup was very difficult to deal with.
For me, Blacklist National Draft, yes, it works out if you play a perfect game, but under the condition of such a high-stake BO7, to play a perfect game, it's a very difficult task to do. Hence, right now we see in the match 12 lower bracket here between Blacklist and APG, APG currently sitting on a comfortable 2-0 lead. First to 4 wins.
Yeah, Gary, right? I think even the crowd, you can see they're starting to tense up a bit, understanding that they're in a bit of a hole. 0-2. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Blacklist International have ways to come back in, but right now it seems to be fully in control of APG in this series.
I mean, halfway mark is a great achievement, but we do know that you need to last the distance. It's never about, hey, it looks good at the start. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. So we'll see how this is going to be like for Blacklist. There is some time to recover. I'm curious about what is left, though, in the hero pool for both ends.
So at the very least, for the side of Blacklist National, some of these tier 1 picks are still available in the form of the Pei, in the form of the Ao Yin Long, in the form of the Guan Yu Dharma. All these are fresh picks that they can look to venture into. So if they do go over to the blue side, it still has a lot of value for them.
Yeah, I think that they need to kind of take some notes and do a little bit of shift and get onto that red side, because it is, I believe, 100% win rate all day today. So they need to continue on with that streak. They need to shift right now.
Okay, they also have the home ground buff in the form of Lapu Lapu. He is here live in person. We've seen him with his cosplay. I mean, this guy has been on a tear, not just on stage, but with the audience as well. You can hear them cheering all the way. Now, if you're free and you're around Manila, Philippines, come join us here in Ayala Malls, Manila Bay. Everything is happening here. Of course, if you want to catch the action, you can still do so. We're only technically halfway through, but that's only if APG wins 4-0, which I think is not going to happen.
And even if APG really wins 4-0, we still have another lower bracket finals for us to watch here. But this is the updated global ban picture, and if you don't know, HOK functions under the GBP rule for every hero that you use in the certain game that you have played. You can't use him anymore until Game 7.
I mean, if we're looking at these heroes, it seems like the first game, the Blacklist, a bit of a wash. It was a Athena strat, not really expensive. The second one, Dolia, but this seemed like not the typical Dolia lineups. It didn't fully utilize the power of the Celestial Melody.
At the same time, I want to add on to that as well. Like, I feel like the mid lane for the side of Blacklist International has been very utility based, and I feel like Dragon is more like aggressive. I get the kills for you guys. I want to see the Mai come out from the side of Blacklist International. Flip side, we take a look at APG. Perfect job from the side of Susan.
Beautiful. Able to pilot a knowledge gem Mai Shunui on the aggressive end, taking the least resource and going for the biggest engage, and playing on the reactive end, playing the Nua for the late game here. However, when we talk about Dragon, we can also talk about how he's able to be the funnel of the team itself. You want him to be on utility on the first 2 games, sure, but he's also capable of playing those carry heroes like you mentioned.
Well, let's see if that's going to change, because right now they have swapped the sides. We're talking about the 100% win rate for the side of Blacklist and APG being on the red side on this particular day itself. So Blacklist, now they're going to test that theory. Do they get the 100% from being on the red side as well?
The data don't lie. No.
The data don't lie.
Yeah, I mean, going into this one, I think it will be a bit. The biggest also piece to this is the fact that you're able to counter pick in the draft, which is really, I mean, at this level is kind of the slight edge you need.
That is true here. And so far, I think if you were to look at the red side win rate, it's so far 7 games if you consider back to the HBSC Nova series and also this series, 7 out of 7 right now.
Okay, 7 out of 7. That's a nice number to have, right? Right now, another nice number to have for the side of APG is having the 3-0. They want to close the series out ASAP because in their story right now, if they can close this fast, they still have the stamina to last against Nova in another best of 7.
Like we were talking about this before, if APG were able to 4-0 and just kind of move on, that would be best case scenario for them. Because again, Nova are well rested. You know, they had their ice cream. They're going to be very good to go in that last series of the day. But I think going into the same points, Blacklist right now, this is a must-win game. You go down 0-3, you're pretty much out.
That's true here. So for the side of Blacklist International, Game 1, Game 2 draft, not the most well-seen thus far. If we can really put into a consideration in Game 3, they draft the standard Agudo Dirunjie, maybe that will put them back on towards the board in this series itself before going into the Game 3 break.
That's true. I mean, the Agudo has not been used by both ends, which kind of cancels out the potential of an Ogren pick for the side of Blacklist as well. Now, that's going to be a very scary notion because it feels like if we take a look through the lenses of APG, I think they have an edge in terms of the BP here.
Definitely an edge. I mean, that draft, it's just the way that they were able, I mean, they had an edge going into every single game, right? It seemed like the picks, they got a little cute, right? They tried to go with the Dolia, Neza, and they were trying to kind of catch you off, but they had answers. And APG have gotten the one-up every single time thus far.
I think throughout the entire tournament thus far, the Dolia Neza has been systematically researched on how to exactly win against this team-up. Yes, it's really strong, only if the matchup itself, the duo itself, doesn't get bothered in the early game. But what did Blacklist International suffer from? It was Yulong getting that first blood on towards the Parasolar on the hands of Golden Kite, and then converting that lead into a lot of jungle pressure, which puts Just G into a more peculiar and difficult situation.
So I think at this point it's more of time. I feel like every game so far, Game 1, Game 2, it's all about time. Blacklist is running out of time.
Correct.
Yeah, which is unfortunate for them, right? Like, they made it to the final, the second to last day, which is great. But I think that at this point, yeah, you want more than top 4 at this point. You have an opportunity. You cannot give up. It comes back to this draft. What does TG have in terms of like the tricks in his hat? Because he needs to use it right now to really one-up them into the series.
Yeah, we need to dive into the minds of the coaches because right now I think both teams, coaches have been pouring their all into the drafts. You can see the difference. Even the slightest difference now has made the world's change. I mean, the reality has been completely different from what they expected, at least for Blacklist International.
Now, if we revisit back to the success story coming in from Blacklist International in the lower bracket run against Wisdom Mines, in the upper bracket run versus HBSC, the way that they win games is really through strong river control and that 3v3 brawl around the mid lane here. If they can go back to that draft that they always play around, potentially the Agudo, potentially the good setup coming in from Chaz, maybe that's their keyway into the series itself.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Or, I mean, the other way is to kind of just go with tempo, maybe like a pay style, to just really kind of just go with tempo and just like take the fight to them, because you need a fight back right now. I think that APG right now are super happy and they just want to close the series out as quickly as possible.
I like the idea of the pay, but let's see what Blacklist does, because right now they do have the option to pick up the pay, and they know about this, right? They are not going to allow the Athena to come through for the side of APG as well. APG, do you take out the pay?
Now, APG has the option, okay, you take out the pay, you take out the other picks here, fine. But my concern over here for the side of Blacklist International, do you ban Luna or the Arlie here? Both are deadly heroes that could be used for the side of Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, especially after the Yulong performance in Game 1, Game 2, giving him a Luna now or even giving him a Jing is going to be a big problem. But they feel like Sun is a bigger problem.
Yeah, definitely something that you want to target. I mean, because at the same time, you might ban on some of the junglers, but you're kind of hurting yourself as well.
Okay, so if we were to dive deep into Blacklist International's history, when they see a Luna, they will oftentimes pick up the likes of a Daji, full damage Ogren, and potentially even a Diadea.
Okay. I like the answers for that, right? But we have seen how players can use that strategy against you, right? The Luna never shows himself herself in front of the Daji. And Blacklist, you wanted to brawl, we'll give the brawler to the best brawler in this space, and that's going to be Champion 1.
All right, I don't know why we're drafting or even playing this game. You know, Champion 1 has gotten his Dharma. This game is over. Right? They just won. This is done.
Now, to break over your belief on the 100% Champion 1 victory, in Game 7 itself, Champion 1 did get the Dharma, but he has lost on that game against HBSC.
Look at you throwing facts at me, okay? Like, look, buddy. I mean, it came down to the ultimate battle, and Athena trumps the Dharma Champion 1, okay?
That is true. Well, okay, let's see if Blacklist International is able to continue that Dharma for Champion 1 in a game 7 of the 4 series here. And for the pickup here coming in from Alpha Gaming, that's a lot of setup. Both the Revive Datu and also the War Saint.
Yes, a very effective setup as well. Like, if Xiang does not find success, Saber will. Someone on the side of APG with this draft will be able to find a chink in the armor, a gap that Blacklist International cannot cover. And right now, that window is getting a little tighter.
I mean, look at this lineup. Ogren, Moon, Dharma. This is as heavy as it gets. Blacklist International, extremely expensive. If they lose this one, they kind of deserve to, because these are definitely the heroes that they're super comfortable on. They're very strong. They're meta. This is a all-in lineup by Blacklist thus far.
I would say it's a very well-comprised lineup compared to Game 1 and Game 2 itself. So they are finally coming into their normal senses to really draft around these strong skirmish teamfight compositions that really benefit them against TM and also HBSC in the upper and lower here. And you can start to see the priority that we talk about here. Diadea being locked away, and for the side of Blacklist International, all the strong heroes that are good against Ogren removed from the pool.
So if you're APG, why don't you just go for the split push strat, right? We know Luna is very good at doing the split push as well. They could potentially pick out Marco. There's so much setup for the side of APG to save or set.
So the split push is a good idea. You kind of saw that in the last game. That was what Blacklist were trying to do, but at some point you get caught. So you need more mobility, maybe like a Da Chao or somebody who can get you on out of there to get you safely out of the way.
But to this specific point, the split push game, right? But how do you split push if the side of Blacklist International is looking to box and fight you for every single resources here? You can see the combination here, Yixing and also Dharma here. Laid on the board and everywhere, all 4 squares, those are walls for you to play if you're Champion 1.
Did Blacklist use the Beast already?
Not yet.
So the Beast is the answer here, right? Blacklist, this is the final pick?
Potentially available pickup here if they do want to look for even more of engaged tools here for the side of Blacklist International here. It really comes down to what Chaz wants to play. Does he want to go for the Beast for the double engage and also the board laying down for the multi-wombo combo? It will be lock-in, and this will be Blacklist International super combo draft.
Look, this is the best possible draft, synergizing, bringing out the strengths of each individual pick on the side of Blacklist International. If they still lose this, I mean, it just means the APG, Shushan is playing really well, because the Princess Force is going to do so much damage with the Frigid Prison as well. But, I mean, APG, this is also a very strong draft. How many stuns do you need? Yes.
Everything, right? And, I mean, to your point, this is a typical, the best case scenario Blacklist International lineup. If they were ever looking like, hey, this is what I want to do, even in maybe like the ultimate battle, this is the style that they want to go, because they're so comfortable on these heroes.
That is true. And also, if you were to look at the 2 teams' playstyle, it's very similar in its own respective cases here. for the side of Blacklist International, you want to play around Boardmaster's ultimate here. Lay down the board, allow Chammy on the Marshall one come in with those fancy big engages and also the Beast Chest of Vital Outburst. On the flip side, towards the side of the APG lineup, you have the Guan Yu, you have Lapu Lapu. Also, big setups capable of changing the tides here. It really comes down to the point, who gets the better setup for that team?
I think this might be the most normal game between the two teams, right? This is the most stock standard draft. The amount of setups available for both teams is insane. And if you get the setup, you should not miss. There's no way to miss with this competition, right?
Yeah, I mean, someone will find a way. I think that someone will. I mean, there will be mistakes that ever happen, but it comes back to who makes the least number of mistakes as we go into the draft. I really like Blacklist. I think that this is their strength going into this, but APG definitely. If they're able to out-execute, if you have Yulong with this Luna, it could be a huge problem.
It definitely is going to be a huge problem because the stuns coming in, they will stun you for at least 1.5 seconds. So right now, Blacklist, APG, who's cleaner and who's more calm?
Yeah, I think it really comes back to that execution when they're able to get it. But at the same time, if Yulong is able to fly free and just get his farm, it's going to be a huge issue for Blacklist International because Golden Kite and Dragon are both very vulnerable.
Yeah, this one, I think it depends, right? If Dragon catches him on the board, there is a chance that Yulong does not make it out. But then there's the safe condition from the side of Xiang as well, right? Xiang can actually set as well as help escape from the clutches of Blacklist International.
Yeah, and Blacklist International here, I mean, there's got to be so much pressure on them. Down 0-2. You lose this, you're down 0-3 from the home crowd. You do not want to be in that situation where your backs are on the line, your tournament lives at stake.
Yeah, I feel like it's been a little quiet so far from the crowd. They need the support from the PKL fans. They need the support because we are in the home of PKL in Manila, Philippines.
Yeah, I think if we were able to channel that energy right now into Blacklist, I mean, I think that would be great for them because they're going to need every ounce of it to really get themselves in. But the Crimson going to be taken away here by Joshi on that smite.
And that was the first big attempt from the side of APG. If they have gotten that 4-man invasion successful, Joshi now would be buffless. His jungle will be open for contention, and the lanes will start looking very messy as well.
Yeah, it would definitely be very messy. I mean, at the same time, Blacklist International, understanding that Joshi, this is the guy, right? You have Golden Kite who's going to be in the bottom lane, getting on his own farm, but the other one is that you ensure that Joshi has a good game.
Yes, and this is very important because now the first point where we get to see who is the better team is when everyone has level 4. This is where the setups will be insane.
Yeah, and looks like you're going to see Saber on this Lapu Lapu, just one of those heroes that provides so much. The latest hero that's been released for the Honor of Kings, the global app on this one. And this is a guy that he's the national hero of the PKL.
Okay, what a timing to hit that as well. Board laid down. What do they get to get Saber?
Yeah, they got Saber. The board is locked in on this one, but you don't really want to commit too much. Chaz not level 4 at this point, so you can't really get full value out of it.
That's true. And right now, Chammy 1 trying his best to handle Xiang, right? Xiang does not really have the best of HP points at this particular situation, which is ideal for Blacklist because you want to try and force out even more flashes, you want to try and force out even more mistakes. For now, Sun, he will not have, if they start at the 4-minute mark, flash.
Yeah, and Chammy 1 needs to do a better job of just containing Xiang, making sure that he's not able to do as much. Get vision on him, ensure that those Razor Cavalries are not team fight winning.
I mean, at this point, the one person I really want to pay attention to on the side of Alpha Game is Shishan. Shishan, to me, not just because I play Princess Frost, but if you really land a multi-man Fidget Prison, it changes the whole fight. There is no way you win that.
Yeah, and at the same time, Blacklist International need to do a good job of ensuring that they've got space, right? They're not grouped up, because that could be a potential problem, that Frigid Prison, but you have your own board umbrella outburst, which can make things very chaotic.
They put it down.
They've got that board, the Stampede right on top, and they find Saber. He's on the wrong side of town, but the Frigid Prison right on point with that heroic charge. Oh, Chammy 1 with the flash. Xiang looking for the attack, and he actually gets picked off. They make him pay, but Yulong is there. Chammy 1 is somehow still alive. No, Shishan gets him in the end.
But it's a 2-for-1, a big win for the side of Blacklist, a great way to start. And this is at the 3 minutes and 30-second mark, 30 seconds away from the first Tyrant of the game. Yulong looking a bit low, but he should be fine.
Yeah, should be fine at this point, but I think that they're going to be very happy with that trade. Blacklist, I mean, Chammy 1 going down for that one, but in the end, you get more picks off, and it's going to be great for Blacklist here.
Yo, Sun is just insane, man. I have seen him steal so many of those fire beaks with every use of the channel.
Oh, the raging control. They've got 3-man stun. Justy's just trying to get back to safety. The passive is not going to keep it alive. 2 members down from Blacklist.
what a painful strike from the side of APG. 4 members now onto the Tyrant. And we talked about the setup. How many setups do you want? As many as you can. And Alpha Gaming, they're going to look for the punish here.
The Raging Sea from Saber just provides so much. The Azure Golem going to be taken away. It looks like Golden Kite was there in the nick of time.
Gets it. It's better in the hands of your teammates rather than going to the opponents, which means they have to give this T1 away, right? You have managed to secure a little bit of security in that bottom side. Now with that APG, this is the marker of success for them. One more kill, one more T1. This map is going to look a lot darker. Saber here, ready for another engage.
Going in, I mean, whenever that ult is off cooldown, the Raging Sea, you just saw what happened. Three-man stun, the lockup, and it's pretty much all she wrote. But now Chaz looking for the return. The Umbrella Opera is going to be completely whiffing on this one. The board has been set up. They get the Raging Sea, and now with that Razor Cavalry pushing back Justy, he's been stuck into the winner is here. He's going to be killed, and now he goes in forward. Golden Kite is trying to stay alive, but Dragon's already been picked. 2 members down for Blacklist.
Dissected. This is a medical situation for this other Blacklist. You have to call the doctor. The surgeons are at work, and right now APG are looking so clean.
Oh man, if Chaz was able to hit that Umbrella Outburst, I mean, that could have been like team fight winning on that one, but he completely whiffed. Dragon tried to salvage it with the board, but even that wasn't great, and Blacklist International now on the defensive yet again.
It's also about Shushan, right? Look at the Frigid Prison along with Winter is here. The setup is insane. One more time.
Winter is here right on point with that Raging Sea. He has to get on his Dragon, and Golden Kite is on out. Chaz is going to survive as well.
Yep, but they buy some time, but not some health. This is exactly what they need to do on the side of Alpha Gaming, and they're doing this to the T. Blacklist International, it's all about Yulong now. If he forces his way in the back,
they're trying to go for the steal, but he actually stuck around and he got picked off. Justy making him pay.
Okay, but Chami 1 took the Azure Golem. Not the ideal situation, but better in the hands of Black than in Alpha.
Yeah, I think that they'll be okay with it. I mean, Justy's just like, hey, at the end of the day, we got the kills, so not the worst. But Sun, he's been doing this all series, right? He's been just taking the towers and just making his way on out.
Yeah, good job. Are you winning, Sun? Yes, you are.
He's doing a great job. I mean, he's been really stepping up in this series, which is what they really needed. They needed that consistency from the farm lane, and Sun has really stepped up.
And okay, so here is the silver lining for this other Blacklist International. In terms of farm, Golden Kite is matching. He does have the Crimson buff in his hands as well. Right now, itemization, it is looking pretty neck and neck. Now, the only question is, who's going to deal with Shushan?
Yeah, I don't think they've been able to find him. I mean, look at how the lineup of Blacklist International works. They're very linear. They're kind of just stock standard coming at you. Yeah, you have the path of passing, but they know what's coming. There's no jump in.
Yeah, there's no entry, right? That's the big problem. And if you choose a dive, you're potentially putting yourself in a very unsafe situation where Xiang will then make you go deeper in the depths of APG's side of the map.
Yeah, look at Saber, all that vision, he's just so tanky, and this Crimson is going to be a potentially under siege. The Umbrella Outburst only onto 1, and Champion 1 looking to go with that true. The 3-man stunned with that 4, but they're turning this around. The winner is here, zoning them away. Champion 1 is going the wrong way with that formlessness, but he's going to be picked off. Xiang is so low, Chaz is low as well, and Dragon just barely he's going to be picked off. Sun with that damage.
They can't do it. They can't do it. They have to run now. Right now, it's just Chaz as well as Golden Kite. If the two of them fall, this is a guaranteed win for the side of APG. But what a setup. Shushan, how many times will you break the heart of PKL?
Yeah, this Princess Frost pick has been just so much value. He's always been able to stay alive, and actually with those Winter is here, the Frigid Prison, but DJ can break it down.
So look, it was looking so great for them for that setup, but look at that Frigid Prison along with the combination with Xiang on that Razor Cavalry, pushing them right into the smaller circle available. I mean, that circle looked too big for Blacklist.
Yeah, just way too much at that point. I mean, this has been an APG game, and you're seeing exactly why. How they've been able to just dismantle you through the skills, and that team fight has just been next level by APG.
I mean, we had a conversation with the MKL players, and they did say APG is that, dark horse. They have the potential to be the champions, and right now they're showing you they definitely can.
Yeah, they're definitely finding their groove. This is a team that's really starting to level up each game, each series, and you're seeing the strengths. Blacklist International was looking very good in this series, but in this one thus far, they've looked very pedestrian.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's really just making sure your combinations work. Chaz has been finding those ultimates, but they need to find Shushan with them as well. Shushan has been the one turning the fights for the side of APG.
Yeah, but it's one thing for Chaz to actually set that up, but now that winner is here, the zone away, they find Yoshi, the Leaping Savior on back, the Soaring Greek Dragon Dragon trying to push them away, but they turn their attention on the top T2 instead.
Right, this is macro play coming in. Once again, Susan playing really safe. He is out of vision. And every single time he's out of vision, you can expect there is going to be a surprise with Blacklist that they will not enjoy.
His positioning is flawless. Like, the way he's moving around the map, always in the back line, never a danger. He's able to cycle his spells, and you really don't need a whole lot of items when you're just constantly just CCing everybody.
And when you're talking about, oh, maybe he's out of range, no, he will never be, because Xiang actually pushes them into the circle itself.
Yeah, and that's been the biggest thing. This combination has been on point. The winner is here with that Razor Cavalry. Time and time again, you're seeing the team fights that have been shifting in favor of APG because of those skills.
Yeah, we'll see the defense put up by Blacklist on the side of the T2 at the right-hand side of the map. Blacklist, they've bought some time.
Jamie1 is trying to fight this one, but he's in a bad spot. He's going to have to flash, but Saber catches him down. Yulong gets that kill, though, and now Blacklist International down a member.
I mean, they've burned just Saber's ultimate. That's the only usage they had. Jamie1 committed ultimate, committed his flash as well. This is 2 minutes of unfounded strength for this other Blacklist.
Yeah, and he's really not hitting that hard. This Monk is just not there yet. I mean, it's only 10 minutes into the game. He was trying to make a solo play, but he got caught out. I think at this point, you got to be like, hey, calm down. We need to play as a team.
I mean, 10-minute mark. This is a immediate take on to the Shadow Tyrant. APG now in perfect fighting form. Not only that, they're hitting level 15 soon. That is where your max level achieved.
Yeah, Yulong level 14 versus Jushi's 13, outscaling at this point. Jushi right now just fighting for scraps, whatever he can find on this Blacklist side, but now they're huddled in their base, just trying to defend the T3s at the stage.
There's very little value, right? Because Sun is 14, Golden Kite cannot get the burst down, and take a look how quickly they take that T3 at the bottom side. Blacklist, this is potentially the last stand for game number 3 here. They need to do something.
Yeah, they need to do something, but I mean, you just saw how much damage, and the Sun is doing some serious work. Yulong is there for that potential jump in. You have so much CC from Xiang and Saber that, like, you really can't crack into this lineup.
Yeah, there's no answers here. If you deal with Xiang, you have to make sure that you watch out for Yulong. And then once you deal with the two of them, there's Shishan as well as Saber. So many problems, and Blacklist can't solve one of them.
Yeah, cannot at all. I mean, the winner is here just the zone. They did a little chip damage on that top T3. They'll chip off some of that paint. They will walk on out.
We'll see at this point. I mean, for Blacklist to win, one potential is to try and last the Tempest Dragon, but that is 8.5 minutes. That is extremely long. That feels like an eternity for Blacklist International.
I think it would be a mistake for APG if they didn't close this game out in 8.5 minutes, right? I think that they have everything, all the tools, all the net worth, everything that you would want to really close this game out, and it's just a matter of time. If Blacklist were able to get there, that would be huge.
Yeah, this is not supposed to happen, right? Yeah. So if you take a look at the goal difference, Xiang has a 2k net worth lead against Jamie1. There is a 1k goal lead between Yulong as well as Jushi. Same situation for Sun and Golden Kite. Every single thing points that Blacklist does not survive this game.
Yeah, it does not survive, especially, I mean, surviving another 8 more minutes, which I don't think APG are definitely going to be doing, but now they need to continue to slow siege. Take out this top T3, the bottom lane is pushing as well.
Yeah, but they don't know chance. He's hiding behind them. There is a potential!
Oh, the Umbrella Uppers, another whiff, and he just needs to get back to base just because of shame, right, at this point, but now they find him. Infinite Vastness, Yulong is going to have to just do a decent amount, but Jushi's already been picked up. They've got the space for the top T3, now APG looking to close this one.
They survived their first onslaught, so they would get rid of the minions, but here comes the true problem. Shadow Overlords, Shadow Vanguards. Can Blacklist International last this test?
I mean, without Jushi for about 15 seconds, that too is an eternity. The Razor Cavalry on board with the winter is here, and it's just too much. APG is a take game number 3.
What a big performance coming in from the MKL number 3. Killer moves coming in from Shishan. Killer moves coming in from the entirety of this number 3 seed of MKL.
Do you feel the breeze? Because I am feeling Shishan's Princess Front all the way on the spectator seat here. My goodness. Frigid Prisons after Frigid Prisons. This is no Liang Princess Frost. This is a single Princess Frost performance coming in from Shishan.
You're telling me this is the number 3 seed from MKL? I mean, how crazy is that? The combinations they pulled off in this particular game has been insane.
Absolutely insane. I mean, it comes back to this draft. Shishan just next level with those Frigid Prisons, the winner, everything. Just so much control that Blacklist could never really take any sort of team fight.
And it's not like individual plays. It's a team play. Like the Frigid Prison being maximized by the fact that Xiang is catching all of them in one fell swoop. Like, it's just everything. I mean, stuns of the stuns. How do you play this game?
I don't know, because it's looking so stressful coming in from the side of Blacklist International. We were talking about it during the pre-game draft. We were saying like, hey, whoever gets the perfect engage first, aside from these big knockouts, big boards, will win the fight. But who would have thought that Shisan on a Princess Frost, that spell 2 on Princess Frost is one of the hardest to actually land in the game. He was hitting like what, multiple members in every single fight? That was absurd.
It's hard for you.
I agree.
Shisan, I mean, he made it look so easy. I'm sorry, that's hard for me too.
What? No, it's actually not that hard, right? But the thing is, you need good teammates.
No.
And that was Premium HOK.
Now, Kin, you're playing with Grandmaster players. They're playing with pro players. No, the difference is kind of huge.
Okay, understand, but there's a reason why I'm not on the stage, right? It's to make sure that people know that there is a big difference. So, talking about the differences, let's go into the stats page, because this one is going to be a complete different story on both ends.
I feel like it's absolute domination here coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming. Yes, we have the Yulong Sander doing the usual Yulong things, but this game, Xiang, Shisan, Saber, this trio has been phenomenal. Like what? The first one we saw was Saber finding a 3-man knockup in towards the bottom river, and then Shisan Xiang combination here, finding these multiple man frigid charges into the push coming in from the War Scene Razor Cavalry.
Oh, okay. I found out the winning condition. Why APG is so strong? Because they always have S. And I want more S for that. So that's 4 S's. 4 S tiers. I mean, that's why it's so hard for Blacklist to find that opening. And it's hard to see the opening. Blacklist, this was a great drop. We talked about this during the ban pick phase, right? There is no way you cannot find an opening. But the way that APG executed the drop, it's so hard to play this game.
So hard. And it was like the perfect kryptonite to this Blacklist International lineup, which is, again, their bread and butter. This is what got them there. But it was completely outclassed, and it was just too much control from Shisan and, of course, Xiang, as well as Saber.
It's looking very difficult and desperate so far coming in for the side of Blacklist International. Game 1 and Game 2, we could say that yes, it was an expensive draft, but Game 3, hella expensive, but the execution wasn't even there as well. The team fights has been always in favor of APG, leading into a 9.7k goal lead with everything. Only one tower drop into the favor of Blacklist.
I want you to watch the replay of this particular game between APG and Blacklist, and this is the definition of forced errors. Did Blacklist make a mistake? No, they did not. The errors were forced by the side of APG. They had no control. Alpha Gaming just took the game to them. I mean, he brought the dish and said, eat it. This is your buffet now.
Okay, I feel like somebody's done that to you. We're going to have to talk about that trauma later. But I think that, to your point, I mean, APG right now, unwelcome guests, right? I think that the way that they've kind of dismantled Blacklist have made them look not great, and they've been completely outclassed, and Blacklist are trying to make things happen.
And yeah, talk about outclass here, Kin, and also Holler. Shisan definitely outclassed whatever Dragon brought to the table here, because this is his one-man show in this game.
If you feel like this graph is scary, wait till they add control time. That is the scariest part for Shisan. But of course, we will take a look at the MVP, because the one that in full control of this game, it has to be Saber. He was the setup, right? So yes, we have the perfect plays coming in from the Princess Frost, from the Guan Yu as well. But Saber, he opened up the game for the side of Alpha Gaming. He was the one that started the ball rolling.
That's true. We're in the bottom side of the river after the side of Blacklist International got a decent win in those exchanges. This man found a 3-man knockup onto the Lapu Lapu, which set the tone for his team into the multiple frigid charges coming in from the Princess Frost itself. As we can see towards the highlight here, we can really see this first play here. So this was being achieved by the side of Blacklist International here. But this was kind of interesting because Xiang pushed Champion 1 out of the ultimate.
I mean, this is that moment where Champion 1, you think he's going to survive, and then he just gets barely picked off. But again, Shisan with those plays, you're seeing those highlights. And this is that one they were talking about. 3-man stun. Oh my god, that was just gravy.
That punched me in the gut as well. That was so beautiful. And you can't help but feel bad for Blacklist International. I mean, take a look at it. False errors chairs. He was expecting a different direction altogether.
Look at this play here. It really chokes out Joshi in being this tanky frontline Ogren. And this was the one. Take a look at Shisan here. Engage on towards here. 3-man frigid prison. My goodness. Immediately melting the hopes of the side of Blacklist International in any single attempt. Look at the health bars here. It's actually really super duper close between every single player. Imagine he didn't hit that. That would be easy V5 for the Blacklist.
Easily, for sure. But Shizan hits that frigid prison because Xian with that Razor Cavalry makes it very easy when they shuffle him into that little area where that winner is here on that 1 point.
And that's why they're professionals. A professional's job is to make it look easy. The execution of this is insanely hard. This is really peak quality for the side of HOK. And because of their peak performance, APG now leads Blacklist International in this lower bracket here by 3-0. One more does it.
They need to do every single thing later on into the 5 minutes break to bring whatever strap, bring whatever in the kitchen sink to throw against Alpha Gaming. Because right now, things are looking super dire here. It is not looking remotely close at all.
It wasn't close at all. I mean, they look next level right now. I think that they're ready for Nova Esports. They might even be like overthinking it right now and just not like bypassing Blacklist because they seem very comfortable and it doesn't look like Blacklist has any answers.
I would argue that it looks close, but the close is a closed door for the side of Blacklist International at this point. I mean, we all want them to perform, but right now APG is just defiant. They don't want to allow that to happen.
I feel like they are really just shutting down the whatever hopes they are bringing towards for the side of PKL. Yes, we do say that Blacklist International, their growth has been phenomenal, but right now, the cold hard reality has been slapped on towards their face with a 0-3 scoreline. Everything is possible. We do need them to go into a break. We need a break as well, so after the break itself, we need to see how they come back from this.
It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime.
Hello and welcome back to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025 here in Manila, Philippines. And right now we are at the Ayala Mall here at Manila Bay. And so far, bad news for the side of Filipino fans because Blacklist International 0-3 down against Alpha Gaming in an elimination match for the lower bracket finals.
Well, it is not over until you win. So let's see how it is, because 3-0, we have seen this situation before. But there are rare occasions, and if there's any team to do it, it has to be Blacklist International. They can come back with a 4-win streak.
Oh, a reverse sweep, that's the dream, right? I think that for all of the Filipinos out here in terms of the stadium and this venue, just they need that, right? And to be able to pull it off, I think the break could not have been better timed. And they need to just kind of chill out, because right now it doesn't seem like Blacklist are playing the game that they like to play.
Exactly, and so far in the history of KIC2025 itself, there was only one reverse sweep in the lower bracket itself. If I'm not mistaken, it was done by Alpha 7 or Loops, either one of these teams. And for the playoffs, we have yet to have any of that happening right now.
I mean, it's only going to get more difficult, right? The opponents are much stronger, they're much cleaner as well. But take a look at this Blacklist. They choose the red side again. Now, they have broken this red side 100% win rate today. Does it continue?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it was a good one. I mean, it went, we had a 100% day thus far, and then all of a sudden at the very end, just being able to kind of crack that one. I think APG are like, it doesn't matter what side we're on. That's just a myth at the end of the day.
With the momentum that has been shown for the side of Alpha Gaming, MKL's third seed so far, they're looking to be an absolute monster here. And if they can close this series in a 4-0 fashion, they will get a decent break time to go and fight for their lower bracket final spot and be the second team to their grand finals.
But this is the dream, right? For the side of Alpha Gaming, this is exactly the scenario
Correct.
we want to create, because Nova had to go through a very difficult journey. It's a 4-1 game series for them on the first series of the day. Right now, if APG cleans this up, and these games have been really quick, they can essentially play the fatigue game with Nova as well.
Yeah, they could. I mean, at the same time, I think that Nova are like, hey, well, let's extend the game, the series as long as possible, tire them out a little bit, right? Because it would definitely help them, right? Going into the next series, which is not going to be great for them. But at the same time, Blacklist, they need to just get that one game, get a little momentum.
It's difficult, right? Because right now, there's so much pressure on towards their shoulders. And with back-to-back 3 losses against one of the, I would say, their comfort compositions, things are not looking good for them. I am looking to see what kind of draft that he can bring up to the table to really reel himself into this best of 7.
Okay, so the non-meta does not work. The meta did not work because APG knows exactly what needs to be done. So why not just revert back to the super weird, super off meta?
Well, you got to kind of get a little bit of a balance. I think that more so for the draft to kind of outdraft them, right? To counterpick properly. Because right now, some of the games that you saw, and we saw that with the global ban pick, like the Nizza pick was like completely random. It didn't really have a whole lot of synergy going up against the lineup of APG, and they've been penalized with these kinds of weird drafts already.
The weird drafts really didn't make a lot of sense in that game 1 perspective itself, but we do categorize that as the test the water sort of draft. But coming to game 2, the Nizza Dolia was systematically debunked by the side of Alpha Gaming here. And game number 3, it was really, they lost the big team fight, they lost in terms of execution here. So game number 4, how do they formulate a decent enough draft to really control the map, take the advantage away from Alpha Gaming? Because we saw signs of life as well for the side of Blacklist International. When they drafted the Nizza Dolia, they didn't lose because of execution. They lost because of the fact that they were careless in the side lane approach.
Yeah, definitely careless. I mean, they got caught out a couple too many times. Like, you saw Saber with those massive stunts. Like, you can't just face check brushes and then just, like, group up, right? Because you know that you could be vulnerable. So these are the kinds of things where they're losing the vision game. They're not playing smart. They're actually just kind of instinctively moving around, which is not great for this squad.
All right, so APG, they're going to start off the picks and bans here. The picks obviously going into the Aoi and the Dragon Boy here low. Now, normally we'll be taking a look at the Hoi, the DRNG, go for a tank build, right? And then you try to pad it up. So we're looking at DRNG as a direct response. Now, what are you going to be left with?
I feel like if you're Blacklist International, go for the DRNG Agudo, play the 10-hole game. Choke out Alpha Gaming and don't let them think. This is the PK TL playstyle. If they can really force out and make you fight them and then reel you into the river for a brawl, that's the ideal situation. The reference back to how Alpha Gaming lost to Boom yesterday.
Yeah, they're going to be smart with this one in terms of that Mai, but APG are like, okay, you want to go fast, furious, gank and potential, we're going to go tanky, right? We're going to go with this Dune and let Yulong kind of just be this tanky dude that's going to be so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, like, can you punch a wall? Can you break the wall? That's the big question now, because there truly is a big hurdle for Blacklist International to try and triumph and go past, because at this point, 3-0 already. This is series point. And APG, they're going for the double D's combination. One of our favorites, Dun and Dolia.
Dun and Dolia being secured for the side of Alpha Gaming here. A very consistent, I would say, jungle roam synergy. You go for the unruly blade in and then you bail it out again. A very in and out sort of composition here. And to test the waters here once again in the 3-0 fashion, Blacklist International going back to the regional specific hero, the national hero, Lapu Lapu, locked in for them.
Yeah, and he's here in person as well. I mean, there are many different versions, but I feel like this guy is the best version out there. He is live here at Ayala Mall's Manila Bay. And let's see what other setups can they do. Blacklist, they know about this. The big burst composition in the mid, not allowed. No Shangguan, no Kongming, no double ults.
Yeah, no double ults, but they have a decent amount of a CC already, but they need some way to go to deal with the Dune, who will be diving potentially for that back line onto the Mai and the D-Renjie. To kind of scale things up. I think that for the Clash laners, you're probably looking for like a Mayin, something of that sort, or maybe like a Byron.
Oh, that could sound really nice here for the side of Blacklist International here, but they do save the final pick for the side of their Clash nature, meaning Chami1 gets the direct access into that 1v1 matchup. With the lock of the Musashi here, it does give you a lot of comfort because it simultaneously counters out the Flaming Palm coming in from the Lone and also reduces the healing coming in from the Dun.
I think APG now are in a very nice position, right? All they have to do is to get a secondary dive, and I think their composition is complete, right? The mid lane, doesn't matter who they pick at this point. The difficulty for Blacklist is, you know that Joshi will dive with the duel to the death. He needs someone else to back him up with the damage, right? The D-Renjie, great if he gets the token, but he's not going to be long range enough to be able to help the dive by Musashi.
And also my worry for the South Blacklist International draft, you no longer have the Charlotte to go up against the Mayin. If you default towards the Byron, it's really good, but only if you win the game pre-12 minutes here, because this is such an early to mid-game composition for Blacklist. There is no room for error.
But what choices do you have left? You need to have the tank, right? Lapu Lapu, great, he is tanky, he is able to set it up. But what happens? You have to prepare. What if the early game does not work out, right? There needs to be a fallback safety net for the side of Blacklist as well.
This last pick, Yixing, is going to be a problem, right? He's going to lock you in. You will duel to death. Okay, we're locked in prison. Now what are you going to do? And they have a decent amount of burst and potential control, but a lot of eyes are going to be on Sun on this one, because if he passes away, if he gets picked off, they don't really have a whole lot of damage to follow up.
And I'm interested to see what kind of build will Sun really show us today, because he was the first marksman. Although he didn't really win against Nova Esports, he went for the semi-tank lone build before the side of VV did it in the upper bracket finals. So it seems that it could be a pretty interesting itemization, especially against these pesky high burst mages like the Maestro Nui.
I think once you get your first Eternity Blade, just go for one defensive item, right? Ominous Premonition, Succubus Cloak, whoever is dealing more damage. And I think this is game set for Alpha Gaming, but only if they get the lead. Blacklist International, their job now is to buy time, and time is one of the hardest things to buy in HOK.
But that's the problem. With Blacklist International's comp, there is no buying time per se. They need to step on the pedal because there is no late game coming in from the Blacklist International draft.
Yeah, they have to go fast. I mean, this Mai is going to fall off like no other. The Musashi will be controlled. D-Renjie is the last guy. So late game, it's not looking good. I mean, they need to go fast and furious, especially early, to really just take over this game here.
Right, we'll see. The fans are cheering them on. They need all the help they can get. Potential last game. This is game series for Blacklist International. The last hope for PKL.
I mean, top four, they made it there thus far, which is great for them, and they want to continue on. But again, this is a mountain to climb, being down 0-3 against Alpha Gaming, who have looked on another level.
Yep, this is not about money, this is not about titles, this is about the glory and to represent your nation in the biggest competition of HOK Global Esports.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you're like, hey, this is the elimination game, we're on the backside, we're gonna just call up the national hero Lapu Lapu and give ourselves a chance. We're gonna go out with you know, fist throwing everything at it.
I mean, raging seas, right? That's the ultimate on the side of Lapu Lapu. This has to be the most rageful sea. If Blacklist is able to get the win here, the fans will erupt.
Yeah, first 5-10 minutes going to be key for Blacklist to really set the tone on this one. Dragon, how much impact is he going to have? Are they going to be able to get some ganks to really get this kind of the snowball going? Because again, it's all about momentum in this game and getting it in, especially with an early game lineup. You need to strike first.
Yeah, exactly. And this is going to be very dependent on the number of Kachosins that Dragon can get in before the actual fight starts, right? You need to, you know, soften them up. And this is not a very soft lineup from the side of Alpha Gaming. Oh, hang on, maybe this is the chance.
Oh, they do a decent amount of damage on the Saber, who's limping away, but in the top lane, there's a little bit of action. And Dragon goes in with the Ruinja, finding it, but they're not able to get it. Taking liberties is going to zone them away, and Yulong is just too tanky at this stage.
Same time, at the bottom side, Golden Kite and Chance are taking quite a bit of damage because of the heals coming out by Saber as well. This is not an easy fight in the farm lane. Everything against the likes of Blacklist International, they have to hang on.
Yeah, they definitely have to hang on. This is not a good, easy lineup. I mean, the draft, I'm giving a slight edge to APG, even in terms of the laning, maybe except for the Chammy 1 versus Xiang 1, because Byron is just a beast, but this is going to be a very tough game for Blacklist.
It's a very tight game, and timing is of the essence, right? And I feel the fact that Joshi has this Musashi, right, the Sword Master, is actually very apt, because in the duel to the death, you only have that short amount of time where you're in peril, where you cannot get heals. You need to get the finishing blow then, which means execution needs to be absolutely perfect from the side of Blacklist, or they will lose this.
So that's where Dragon and Chammy 1, setting it up. I mean, Golden Kite, like, tenderizing, taking some of the damage away, and Joshi going in with that duel to death to really clean up. He cannot be that initial initiator.
Yeah, and this one, in HOK, truly the better team wins. Rarely about individual efforts. It all comes down to how much team play do you get. Can you get that synergy you're looking for?
Oh, now you're talking about team play. Now you want to talk about coordination. Well, you know, in our ranked games, you never want to talk, huh?
I'm going to carry the game.
All by yourself. But he misses the Rageous Seed. They find Saber, who's taking a decent amount. He's going to give up first blood, and that's a great rotation by Dragon.
Exactly what you need, because it's Dragon who gets the first blood. That's the Mai Shuinui, the Fire Ninja. You need that early game, and Blacklist gets the great
start. They have to get another kill. They find Xiang in the top lane as well. Blacklist International are doing a great job early.
Okay, that's exactly the MO right now. They need to do more. I mean, I may feel like I'm being greedy at this point, but Blacklist, they need more than just first 2 kills. They need the turrets. They need the objectives.
Yeah, so that's the thing, is that you get the kills. They get the nice little Ruenjin onto Shisan. He's going to take liberties on back. They're going to look to trade. But it's one thing to get the kills, but you got to convert it into those objectives as you were talking about.
Exactly. And it's not going to be easy, because if you take a look at the lineup on the side of Alpha Gaming, they have a lot of sustain. Shisan, his passive, allows him to stay alive for one more moment. And that could be the difference maker in those 5v5 skirmishes. Right now, Blacklist, they have the slight advantage. Can they turn it into a neutral 4-minute objective of the Tyrant?
Now, both of the roams, though, are going to meet in the middle in terms of these Tyrants. They're going to take the Crimson first for APG, ensuring that Yulong picks this off. This is going to be the next big fight as the Tyrant gets pulled around. Chaz is still there, but the rest of Blacklist not going to be following up.
I think Blacklist have other plans in mind, right? It's really about making sure they get the seals as well, looking for the T1 on the top. The macro game is more important because the Tyrant buff will expire.
Yeah, and it looks like Xiang just dealing with the minions. The top lane is a little under siege at this point, but they take out the Azure Golem. Joshi stuck in the box. He will be looking to just run on out of this. The wind slash is on point, but they find Yulong and not the greatest of spots. Nice little nice little play with that Storm Strike, but they pulled around by the taking liberties. They've already got Yulong though.
They got the biggest target, and right now Blacklist International, they come alive. The fans are here as well. They are looking for the win. Blacklist, they just need to take it.
Jamie1 goes in and gets the strike, and Shisan is down. They turn this around, and the mid T1 is down as well.
And this is where no response comes out of APG, not because they don't want to, but because they cannot.
You can't. I mean, because Blacklist are
Golden Kite.
He gets pulled around. He's all by himself. The legal immunity, the flash away by Golden Kite, and the great Houdini gets away.
He actually makes it out. Blacklist International, they need a miracle, and a miracle has been delivered, at least at this 5.5-minute mark.
He gets that pick off on the Golden Kite, Xiang that in, and the dynamic of this game completely shifts in favor of APG, because again, you need Golden Kite to close this game out.
Exactly. The fact that his timing has not been spot, has not been delayed too much, that is a big win. He also has the Crimson buff in hand. He's able to deal a lot more damage. And I mean, is Lapu Lapu just the answer?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they've got a 4K net worth lead. When in doubt, call in the national hero, right? Like, we need help. This is like Superman, right? In that sense of just being able to go in, and they've done such a great job. They've built this lead. We have not seen this type of lead from Blacklist in this entire series.
Yep, bear in mind, this is 4,000 gold in the space of 6 minutes. Right now, Blacklist International, they're looking for the T2s. If they can break a T2 before the 10-minute mark, this is going to aid them massively in that 10-minute shadow variance.
Yeah, that will definitely help them out. But APG funneling from back to the top lane to the mid lane, just dealing. Again, they know that they're behind. They need to stem the bleeding in some fashion.
They have, right? Because the goal lead in between and goal differential between Dragon. Oh, wait, hang on. Next, you get it. All right, so they get the first overlord of the game as well. So with that being said, Blacklist, they make the trade in terms of neutral objectives. It's all about making sure that you have the goal lead. Right now, Shusan is training by 1,000 gold against Dragon. The dream scenario for this Fire Ninja.
Yeah, this is a great way to get back in. The bottom T2 has been taken out. You're seeing the impact. Pre-10 minutes, how Dragon is literally running from lane to lane, putting that pressure on, and they've gotten the first bottom T2 already.
I mean, the fans are making a big difference. I was confused for a moment. I was, what are they cheering for? And that was actually the first overlord in the game. So now, APG feeling not just the brutal strength of Blacklist members, but the Blacklist 6th member, the Band.
Yeah, they're definitely feeling that one. I mean, you can feel it in the floors, right? Like the energy that they're kind of putting out here. And Blacklist International looking to take the top T2. They don't need minions for that. They'll take that one out.
That's exactly what they need. Now, with just the T2 in the mid left, this gorge is extremely dark on the sidelines, which means Blacklist, they can open up potential catches. Chance is going to be responsible for this one.
Growing that lead even more. 5.4 in favor of Blacklist here, and they're looking to contest. They have 4 members of APG, and all they want is there's their goal, but now they're going for the duel of death. Tries to go in, just domes them away. Stuck in the border or not, doesn't really matter.
Right, the Raging Seas used as a defensive measure, or rather offensive one, to make sure that there is a deterrent. So they will manage to stave off the aggression from the side of APG, make life a little bit more difficult. It's a 5,000 goalie now. Blacklist in a prime position to be able to have control of this game even tighter.
Yeah, the Lapu Lapu here is just so much fun. I mean, so much control, everything that you want from a tanky roamer to add into the hero pool here. And Chaz has provided a lot of value. I mean, he's got a 500 gold lead over Saber, which is not the end-all be-all, especially when it comes to the roam.
I mean, the biggest difference maker here is the fact that, look, Dragon, with all the success that he found, the first item he rushed was the Venomous Stop. You need that against the Dun.
Of course. That's sustain, right? Plus you have Saber as well, right? And that pool, with that healing and that sustain, you need some way to kind of stop that. But now Blacklist International looking to go for the right angle. They're going to just focus their attention on this mid T2 instead.
It's all about this macro game. How much have we missed this macro game from Blacklist International? With 1 minute left before the shadow variants come out, Blacklist wants to engage, add more to their strength.
Yulong potentially going for the steal, not able to find anything. The Crimson has just spawned at this point, and now Blacklist looking to go for this one, tries to go for it, but the smite is going to be on point. Yulong with that wind slash doing some decent work. He gets the unruly play on out. The flash forward by Dragon tries to get the pullback. The duel of death on it too, and they find it, but the Blood Rage is keeping Justy alive. Wants to go for the backline, finds Saber, and they try to get to Yulong. They've got 2 members down, and it looks like Blacklist International with all 5 members continuing on with that push.
Yep, recovery complete, and the Crystal is in sight. T3 in the middle to be taken down first, and right now Blacklist, they cut deep.
Yeah, did you want a bounce back game by Blacklist International? Because I think they were like, okay, we're going to bring it this one. Game 4 has been completely in control of Blacklist. The way that they've been able to control the game, taking that T3 pre-10 minutes.
And why were they so calm? Because they knew exactly what the game plan was. Look at what they're doing now. This is a specialty that I enjoy from Blacklist. It is going to be the double shadow objectives. At the same time, the killing blow that Blacklist has done to many other teams in KIC 2025. And right now, the game is on.
Yeah, taking both at the same time. I mean, that's how far up they are. 8.6K, and it's only growing. You might as well take everything at this point. And now APG on the defensive, trying to find ways to get back into this one.
I mean, this is going to be a long and obvious climb for the side of APG.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough for him. I mean, at the same time, Blacklist International are not making any mistakes for APG to get back into this series.
Yeah, definitely not, right? And the biggest difference here is the ability key this set up from the side of Blacklist, right? Dragon has been getting those absolute nice catches, but it's Chance who has been making sure those raging seas have been super on point.
Yeah, he's been really setting it up. But I mean, also Dragon with those Rune engines, right? With those pushbacks, the nice little 1-2 combination has been so tough. And now with this bottom T3 about to be under siege, looking to just go down by Golden Kite, he had that serious damage on this one. But the top lane, also, they want to go greedy. They might as well take everything.
They make it look easy at this point. The true challenge is the T3 at the top. Shadow Overlord approaches from the skies. And this T3 looking like it is going to be gone. It's an empty base for the side of Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, the Doctor just ordered super elite minions, and I think that Blacklist will be very happy with this push. APG on the defensive, of course. They have to find a way to just salvage this, but they decide to go in. The Raging Sea is going to be bound out, and they find Yulong. The board has got him locked in, but it doesn't really matter too much. The Infinite Vast is on aggressively stunned. He's going to be picked up. The double kill goes the way of Golden Kite, and it looks like Blacklist International will get on the board and take game number 4.
Welcome back into the series. Blacklist International, what a game.
Superior competition here. Blacklist International drafting a full early to make it aggression draft, but their execution was just so darn clean. Right now, they are back on towards the board in game number 4.
In style as well. Take a look at this room on the side of Blacklist International. They're not phased. This is a phase and room where they know there is a potential to come back.
There is, and with that, it sparks hope not just for the side of Blacklist International, it also sparks hope for the PKL fans and for all the fans right now that are sitting here in Ayala Mall at the Manila Bay.
Yeah. Slowly but surely.
Slowly but surely.
It was that one baby step, and that's all they really needed to get themselves at least a point onto that one. They could not go down 0-4 and not without fighting. And they showed that fighting spirit that you saw right there. But can they do this 3 more times in a row?
I mean, look, Blacklist International is a team of multipliers. Give them one chance, they will always come back. I mean, how much growth have they had since the first time they stepped into HOK? It's been phenomenal so far, right? 18 months. That's how much time they've had. But right now, they're duking it out with one of the strongest teams across the MKL, the strongest region in HOK Global Esports as well.
But now my worry is as well, yes, the game itself looked really darn clean coming in for South Blacklist International, but this gave me a bit of deja vu because we were to look back to the upper brackets on how HBSC and Nova series went down. Game 4 was also won by the losing end here, and will that be the same story here coming in for the next game?
I mean, I think that APG will also retool, right? They're going to go back into this break, have a little discussion of what went wrong. But Blacklist International too strong in the beginning, right? That early game, they didn't die a single time in this game.
Wait, yeah, they did not fall a single time. That's crazy. I was more concerned about the setups. I mean, it was just poetry in motion from this side of Blacklist International. Every move calculated, every stun netting a result. And this is where Blacklist International, I feel like they have found their stride. But Alpha Gaming, there's a reason why they have an Alpha in their name. There is a potential they come in and crush game number 5.
But at the very least, this game does spark hope back to the PKL and also Blacklist fans because they really executed this draft into a strong perfection. Because we talk about it, if this draft they aren't able to get that early lead and they make mistakes, they could potentially face off in an outscale position here. But look at this goal lead. 0 mistakes, 0 towers falter. It was a smooth curve for South Blacklist International to take the game in a 12.7k goal lead at the 12-minute mark.
High risk, high reward lineup, right?
Correct.
We're talking about the fact that they're going to fall off hard come mid to late game, but they're like, actually, let's just play early. Everyone understood the assignment, what they needed to do to close this game out and get themselves on that win column.
And here's the biggest difference here. Yulong, this is the first time we have seen him struggle so much in the game. Joshi, his communication with the team was so clean. Every single time the board laid down by the side of Shushan in the mid, the question really then turned into, wait, hang on, who's the one being caught here? It felt like APG was the one being caught, even though they threw the net.
And Dundolia today didn't have much of a great win rate so far. In the first series that we saw, they lost. In the second series that we see today, it lost as well. So this combination of the double Ds, not the greatest so far in this tournament.
Yeah, it just hasn't, I mean, teams have been able to solve it. It's been, that combination's been around for so long, and yes, it has value, but this is a situation where you know that, like Chaz, on this Lapu Lapu, when your tournament lives at stake, he needs to show up, and he's got it with his 008, but the amount of control, not a stat that's being shown, was really the game changer.
I'll borrow a line from PKL Casas here. It's Chance with the jazz. I really like that whenever they brought that up, because he really put the music, put the symphony, put the flow into the side of Blacklist International.
It brings a lot of vibe towards it as well, and we were looking like, hey, Game 4 Lapu Lapu when you're at the brink of elimination here in Philippines, and with a Lapu Lapu cosplayer here in the stage, the storyline just hits up so well.
Yeah. And actually, going back to the Lapu Lapu cosplayer, that was the first time I saw him sitting down. Maybe he should sit down a little bit more.
But now, because of that particular situation, let us revisit this dream game for the side of Blacklist International. They just need to do it 4 more times. Are there any 3 more early game-centric drafts available for Blacklist?
And this was the early gameplay coming in for the side of Blacklist that really caught Yulong off guard, segregating him away from the Dune competition, not allowing any form of refresh in mind here. Take a look at how Dragon played this. So we see a disengager, immediately Dragon flashes over the wall, gets a 2-man re-engine, and then Just Chi comes in with the follow-up here, making sure no single member escapes from this massacre.
This fight was so precarious in the bottom. I thought Joshi was going to be killed, but the blood rage was just enough, and then they turned this. And you were talking about the boards, like whose board is it? It looks like it's Blacklist at this point.
Yes, it is, and this is where the value of Joshi's ultimate was so big, right? Because once you get to the Imperial state, it's so hard to be able to sustain the fight. That was the win condition for the double D combination. You needed to be able to get more health, you needed to be able to get more shields, but with the Imperial states, you can't get more shields, you don't get more life, you don't get the heals.
Yeah, you don't get much at all. I mean, that's why Blacklist were able to take that game, get themselves into the win column. Yes, it's still a bit of a mountain to climb, but that one is definitely going to help them as they're only down 2 games at this stage.
It puts them back onto the board at the very least in this series, and you gotta give them props because at the stressful environment of being down 0-3, you still pull up a insanely higher tier 1 composition and brought yourself back into an equal footing with a dominant win here. That definitely feels good.
Yeah, and another piece is that if you didn't win a single game, like it seems impossible, right? But now that you've done it, you can see that the gods can bleed, and now this could potentially lead up to more.
Yeah, literally a glimmer of hope. Now, you can take a bow, but do not bow out just yet. Blacklist International, there is still a chance for them to come back into this game. Now, it's up to APG. Hero pools have been cut, but I think we know that APG still have it in them. They have the grit, they have the perseverance, and it's also up to Blacklist. Can they make life more difficult?
For Blacklist, at the very least, if we were to see back the original draft in Game 3 and Game 4, those are the exact win conditions that they want to be executing. Getting the proactiveness in their own hands. In Game 3, wasn't the best execution, but you can see the proactiveness was always in their hands. You have the board, you have Chami 1. In Game 4 itself, similar, you have Dragon on the Mai Nui. You have Just Chi on the Musashi here. That's why, if Blacklist International has the initiative, that's where they can get the game going for themselves. So I'm looking forward for Blacklist to come back into the series with those picks itself.
Yeah, and getting themselves back in, obviously an early game lineup helped. Ken, you were talking about the fact that how many more early game lineups can they find? We're going to have to see in this another game, this draft here, because it's going to be key. But of course, if you happen to be at home, please do give us a follow on the Honor of Kings global esports sites. You're going to get some freebies, some digital goods and all that, and it's just a great time because you see the lives of the players as well as getting some stats in terms of just getting becoming a better player.
Yes, and of course we're going to answer all of your questions online as well, right? So what are they cooking? What kind of compositions will we have available for both ends to try and wrap up this series? Of course, the wrapping up is going to be a little quicker for the side of Alpha Gaming. All they need is just one more game. Blacklist, they have to do this 3 times, but 3 times in a row. So let's see if they're going to be able to do that.
And let's deep dive into the global ban picks here, ladies and gentlemen. These are the 20 heroes defaultly banned away from these teams. So for Blacklist International here, I think the most expensive so far in terms of the role has to be the marksman and also the clash lane.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, I think based on the available picks, actually there is quite a lot of early game centric. The pay is still available for the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, still have options. I mean, even I would say the jungle side for APG was kind of committed quite a bit. So it seems like there are definitely options in terms of what they want to go. You want early? Pay is like the best answer, but you know APG are looking to ban that.
You know what? Actually, I would go against it. I would say APG are okay with giving that pick to Blacklist. And in fact, counter pick with the Ukyo Tachibana.
Yeah, that could be the potential as well.
That is definitely something Alpha Gaming actually thrives in doing here. So potentially the case here, but after such a demanding game coming in from Just-G, I do want to remove the side of Just-G getting his hands on such a strong early game tempo jungle here. Maybe that's some of the consideration that they are going with coming into this game 5. So far, we have been seeing like what? Just-G being locked away from the Luna, Just-G being locked away from the likes of the Pain.
Let's do the Jing, let's do the Fade.
Have we seen Just-G play Jing before in this tournament?
Who knows what better time to whip it out and now if you have the potential to perform on it, right? Best time to surprise your opponents is when they don't expect it.
Well, for now, all these are just speculations that we can really bring out on the pick and bans itself. With 1 minute on towards the timer here, and this time, Alpha Gaming is going over to the red side here. When we talk about red side, blue side, in the first few games of the BO7, blue side has a lot of advantages, but as we dwindle down into the BO7 series, that's where the value of red side starts to show because there's no longer priority picks. It comes down to more of these reactive red counters.
Yeah, it's all about the counters at this point. And I think that going into this one, let's see exactly how they're going to play this. Because, you know, TG has done an interesting job in this series thus far. I think that he's done a better job throughout the KIC. But this one, it just seems like he's getting a little too cute, especially early. Yes, they're not out of this one, and they have a lot of heroes available. But let's see how deep they want to go.
I think this is also a test of their mental strength, right? Yeah. Look, nobody likes to lose. Right. I hate to lose. But it's also important to understand why you lose. And we will see which team learns faster. For now, based on the stats, APG have learned this game, or this series, a little quicker than Blacklist. But it looks like Blacklist International is wisening up.
Well, they are slowly decoding the MKL teams. If they can repeat the same success that they have against the side of Alpha Gaming from the past game, potentially we might see an ultimate battle, but that is still so far away. They need, what, 2 more back-to-back victories?
I mean, at this point, I'm not a hacker, but it takes some time to decode a lot of, passwords here. So let's see if Blacklist gets the password into the hearts of APG. The crystal is what they're looking for, and we'll start with them being on the blue side.
Yeah, this is the game, right? I mean, just how you got that first one in terms of that win, right? But going into this one, just getting a little bit more momentum. Now is the time. If they win this one, APG have got to be super scared going to Game 6. But again, we still have Game 5 ahead of us.
Very well agreed here. And to start off the pick and bans here, the Athena will not be seeing daylight here for the side of Alpha Gaming here. Do they go back with the common bans here of the Pain Luna here? But there we go, Ken. You are on to something here.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want Champion 1 to shine, okay? So we have a problem that you want to fix on the side of Blacklist International for Alpha Gaming. Taking out the wall sync, great job. But then, do you want to deal with Chance now? The Lapu Lapu, great hero, but it's also because it was Chance piloting the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, did a great job on that one. The amount of control that they had, that's kind of what you expected from Chaz. But going into this one, I think that you still want to go, like, probably want to secure the farm laners, because it looks like they're really targeting that role, at least for now.
Now, I see the script that's being brought up by you here, Holler. Opening the Pain, and then potentially countering with the Ukyo Tachibana or Musashi seems to be a available strategy for both of these squads right now. As we see the squads being lined up in towards the audience here, the Lapu Lapu is also cheering fiercely for the teams.
I don't know if you really want to pick it now. I think that
you don't have to.
It seems like a bit of a bait on this one.
The pay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there we go. They don't have to pick it first because due to the global ban pick rules, APG has already extended the pay, so they don't really need to prioritize the pay. They can look for something more aggressive. And I talk about this. When you have the proactiveness in your hand, especially if you're Blacklist International, it gives you more options in this case.
Yo, this one hurts. This one hurts. APG. This is a very painful combination. If the bolt lands on you, you can be guaranteed Shishang gets those couple blades.
It's gonna be a bit of a problem, like that damage. But like Sun Tzu, for me, it's like, okay, it's a little bit deeper into the hero pool. I'll let that one go, because again, I'm not a huge fan of that one. But those two make life very difficult for the Leon, right? We know that Chaz will probably be playing that one, but it looks like they're gonna go with the pay here, really setting themselves up. But the Ukyo, obviously they can counterpick.
Feels like for Blacklist International, there we go. Liang, Princess Frost, the funnel strategy directly in towards Pay's pocket here. So what is going to happen for the side of Blacklist? Liang and Pay, these two will be a duo to fasten up the jungle clear. And this P-Frost coming in from Dragon will be a pseudo roamer here on towards the side lane here. But APG hovering towards the Zhuangzi here. So this is the idea. When you get ulted by the Liang, that is the suppression here. But once it's combo with the freeze, the suppression gets replaced by the freeze, which can be cleansed by the Zhuangzi.
Interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought the Zhuangzi was not going to be super effective in this lineup against the likes of Blacklist International. No, I'm joking. But with that being said, I think now we're looking for a very fast-paced jungler, right? If you spoil this Princess Frost and Liang combination at the start of the game, they don't get to level 4, you have the gold advantage. It doesn't matter whether you get caught or not. You will be able to out-sustain this combination.
It's a repeat of what they drafted in Game 4 itself. Like, we talk about it, yes, high risk, high reward, but with the execution that Blacklist International has shown us in Game 4, potentially this is something you want to repeat in Game 5.
Definitely going to be something that they can go. I mean, the ban for Fatih, Chano as well, Jing on the other end. I mean, you have ways, like, they're trying to protect this pay, but they didn't really, I mean, are they going to look to ban the Yukio? No, they want to go the Huyi.
The Fatih was a great answer for the side of Blacklist, actually, because he can actually eat the boat from the Sun Tzu and cleanse it with his ultimate, right? And immediately go into attack mode. Go, attack, Viking!
No. There is still a worry. Blacklist International, are they going for an all-in composition here? Because with the tank of the jungler being removed from the equation, Just is the pay, right? So what does the Clash lane actually pay? You don't really have much of a front line to begin with in this end stage of the draft in Game 5.
I am looking at... Oh, wow, okay, so I like this idea from the side of Blacklist, right? Ambrosia, obviously with the Undying State, gets that second life. He will be the one responsible for trying to force out the ultimates coming in. Number 1 from Zhuangzi, right? The Dream Wanderer. Saber, if he does not give extra shields to the rest of his members, they could get melted down. But only on the situation that Chami 1 out-farms his counterpart in the lane.
There's a lot of firepower coming in from Blacklist International here. Like, it's the same story for Game 4.
Yeah.
You make a mistake, you're entirely out. But that's their entirely plays out here. So this early game matchup here, especially between the K, the Tigers against the Swift Strike Ukyo Tachibana between the two junglers will be super duper important here. Whoever gets the edge will control and dictate the early game.
For me, my vision is all the way in the mid, because I play mid the most. I feel like this is a game where Shishan or Dragon dictates it. The one that gets the better control, the one that gets the better result for their team will influence the result of this game. If Shishan performs like a god, APG, move on.
I think that's definitely the case here. And when we talk about the Liang pick as well, this is one of those picks that is, if you don't find the first few ultimates to be in a big of a advantage, you will come to your senses where, so it's late game now. What do you actually do? Because your formation doesn't have a solid front line. So the moment that your first ultimate fails, what's next?
But it's the same could be said of the reverse as well, right? If nobody can find a stun onto him, I mean, it's going to be value galore for the side of Blacklist International. Many different lines, many different realities here. Blacklist International, this is the last lifeline. Alpha Gaming, this is the last battle to be had. They want to win. Both sides want to win.
Execution is the name of the game here coming into this game number 5. I feel like execution has been the name of the game for the entire day thus far. But I want to save the talk. I want to let Blacklist International and Alpha Gaming show us what it is to mean to make champions here in the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. This is Game 5 between Blacklist International versus Alpha Gaming. This is Lifeline on the line.
Thank you so much, Saki. As we go into game number 5 here again, Blacklist International elimination game yet again. 1-3. Is this draft good enough? Are they able to go fast and furious with this pay?
I'm hoping they will. I mean, at this point, Joshi, if he doesn't do it here, APG are going to just be the harbinger of destruction for their dreams here. But for now, it's looking a bit decent. Both junglers will not be super aggressive, but hang on. The class lane, this is where the action gets a bit spicy.
Yeah, but watch the rotation by Saber. He's going to be there. It looks like with that kaleidoscope, zoning him away. Something to take note of. I mean, Xiang will be taking a decent amount, but look, let's talk a little bit about Shisan. There was a lot of eyes going into this draft, and the fact that when you have Chaz, he's like a sitting duck. He has that control, but he is so easy to pick off.
Exactly. It's a situation where positioning is so important, right? And the fact that Shusan has taken a gun and more, the Smith and Blade, as you would now know it, for his title, I think Shusan really is going to be a big game changer. You can steal the neutral objectives, and here we go.
Yeah, they're looking to go for this one, and now with that little stun, they find him, and Jamie 1 is so low, and they have the damage. First blood making a double kill, going the way of Yulong.
Big win for the side of APG, and this is the success they wanted. Now for them, one more blow would do it. They will kill off this gold advantage that Blacklist have.
What a great rotation there, making them pay. And that's a great start for APG, who didn't have a great one in the last game. And now things are looking to turn. Dragon is showing up, and Saber actually is going to cancel the recall, finds him, and he just gets on out.
I mean, it's fine. He does have his passive, right? Which means he's going to cleanse himself every 7 seconds. But the real issue here is Blacklist, because of this rotational speed from this side of APG, they need to be really wary about their positions, especially for Golden Kai. He cannot be shut down. Flash was already used.
Yeah, used on that one, just staying alive. That's the biggest thing. And Yulong already making some serious headway in terms of these gank attempts. You're forcing things out and you're putting the pressure on, although you're not really farming when you're doing it.
Talking about the farm, this is where, you know, Joshi, we talked about this the other day. Joshi is a paid, he needs to keep farming. If he can't do so, Yulong is going to outskill him. And for every death that either Joshi or Yulong has, this one hurts much more.
Yeah, and here's the set still, trying to find Jamie 1, but he gets over the wall. He actually gets boated, but now with that recall, he's going to be coming back, but he's going to be killed a secondary time. He's a Gemini.
Easy. This one is going to be straightforward for the side of APG and Alpha Gaming, showing you that they have the advantage right now in their palms.
Yeah, that Final Frenzy is just not enough. I mean, the reinforcements are on the way, but they're a little too slow. And now in the top lane, the Space Sprite is getting gone on this one. They find 3 members of Blacklist. And with that barrier there and that control, but the shields are going to be on point. He's looking to turn this, but Siak is going to be picked off. Yulong is looking to show up. He's got the heavily hack, gets the 2-man stun, killing out Chaz on this one. And Yulong doing some serious work, but he's stuck in the frigid prison, and he gets pinged. Oh! He turns it around, and he says, I'm not dead yet. Yulong continuing on, gets another.
No way, he survives, gets the kill, and now APG, everything for the formula of success happening that way. He's going to use his ultimate for the life steal as well. And APG, dominant display in this 3.5-minute mark.
I mean, completely turning that team fight around. He was low. I thought he was dead, but it was not going to be that way. He says, I will choose when I die, and break it down here.
I mean, this is where the value of being tanky works out, right? Eating the Liang ultimate from Chance, this is where the final value comes in. And with the burst damage potential, this is why this is such a huge counter, because not only does he survive the initial bursts from Joshi, because of the save coming from his teammates and the continual attempt to slow him down, he gets a reset on his ultimate, or the cooldown done, he gets a life steal, gets the kill, and now they have a massive goal lead.
Yeah, they actually tried to funnel the farm or the kill into Jamie 1, and they actually backed off Joshi in that. So, and that was just enough for Yulong to just barely get away. This is a situation when you have that moment to go for that kill, you got to go all in, and you got to make sure that you secure it.
I mean, this is something that we don't get to see, but it's the cooldown on the normal skill, skill 1, skill 2. That really came into play for the side of Blacklist International. And APG, I know they're calculating the cooldown timers on this skill. Right now, though, Blacklist International, they may be losing in gold, but they can play the map a little better. T1 on the top is virtually non-existent.
Yeah, non-existent at this point. I mean, that will be taken down, but this mid T1 is under siege as well. APG with 4 members looks like they're going to turn their attention onto the Tyrant. Oh, the Fever Barrage, he goes forward. That was a very aggressive one by Sun, but APG not able to really find anything.
I think it was more like a bait, right? Because Shusan actually had his ultimate available. Yulong at that point had his ultimate available as well. So right now, as we've already seen especially in the previous game, setup is so important for both these teams. You need your stuns, you need your suppressions at the right time, and on the right target as well.
Yeah, of course, you got to stack it, and that's where Chaz, when the chaos is happening, finding the right guy. You get Yulong, you get Sun, you have an opportunity, but you gotta also worry about the butterfly effect from Saber.
It's not just Chance, right? It's just Dragon and Shusan. The 2 mid laners, they will change the fight. Shusan, if he has a dream game, he steals every single objective. He gets the one-shot burst on the select members on the Blacklist International, and they end this series as it is.
Yeah, I like it how you're manifesting dreams for Shusan, right? Let's manifest some dreams for Blacklist, right? What do they need to do to get the perfect situation to get themselves back into this game?
force the flash from the different members on the side of APG, slow them down with your first skill, and then hopefully there is a stun coming in from the side of Chance's first skill. Get a multi-man lockdown with your second skill. Ultimate, done deal.
Alright, look, I said manifest one dream, okay? Not manifest 30 dreams. That's a very difficult task, but it looks like Joshi picking up the Overlord here.
Never stop dreaming. That is the start of a potential dream start for a comeback for the side of Blacklist International. All they need to do is to land those skills. But, like I said, Shushan, his range is so much longer. I have been in this matchup so many times. You need to be beware of that freshly forged couple blades.
It's got to be scary, right? Because he could just literally burst you 0 to 100 in a second on this one. But now APG, even with this angle, Shisan, he knows that how powerful of a position that is.
I mean, take a look at the level difference. Shisan's level 9. And every time you have a level advantage with a gun and mo,
yep.
Easy kills.
Yeah.
You have extra damage. There's no way you don't get the kills.
Yeah, so at the same time, Blacklist International need to find a way. Obviously, the vision game is going to be key for them to find out where Shisan is so they don't get sliced and diced.
We'll see how that's going to work out. Because at this point, Sun, they haven't really forced him to use his Purify at any point of time in this game. And that's a cause of concern for Blacklist International fans, because if you can't force him...
Oh, they get the first Golden Kite. Blink and you might miss it. And again, Shisan with those blades.
What did I tell you? Gun and Mo. This is one of the biggest answers. And look, Sun's pick is also something that's very scary for two reasons. Number one, if you do not put him in a very uncomfortable situation where the Purify needs to be used, he's going to have full confidence in the back of the team. FIFA Mirage will be a win condition. But at the same time, even if he doesn't get the team fight, he can split push like a monster.
Yeah, and that's going to be a bit of a problem here. But APG don't need a split push. They just don't want a death ball, taking the mid T2 down. And Blacklist International, no answer.
I mean, this is what you need to do as a Garden mode. Look, Savant's Wrath already, I have to point you in the direction that this is Shushan staring Blacklist in the face and telling them that the answer is no.
Yeah. I mean, they are the gatekeepers in that sense. And Shisan is one of them. He's holding the door. Like, he's the one that controls who comes in, even to their own side of the map, right? So they completely control this one. Looks like they're going to take this clearance for free.
It's a free one. It is definitely a freebie. There's no way you come and get a steal from Joshi as well, because that is such a risky play. You're already looking at your entire team struggling to keep up with the pacing of APG. If you lose your life here, there is a 45 situation with an over-level Shisan with so many items on hand. There's no way you win that.
Yeah, you can't win that. And you're squishy. That's another big problem with this lineup. I mean, everyone on that side, I mean, Chammy 1, yeah, you have that secondary life, but everyone is vulnerable to Shisan at this point. It was such a great pick.
Yeah, I mean, Saber as well. I think this Zhuangzi pick, Dream Wanderer, has been a... okay, I hate to say this, is a dream on the side of it, Alpha Gaming, because it nullifies the impact that Chaz has. You need to land that first skill, you need the barrier so that you get the stuns, and then you can potentially set up a free freeze for the side of Dragon. But that is not possible because right now they have the goldie, they have the EXP lead, and they have the map control as well, so everything in favor APG. This is looking like a great game for them.
Yeah, looking very good. I mean, this draft has just been the perfect counter. Everything that they want to do, Blacklist International are having a hard time even playing just this game.
Yeah, and it's not something where, hey, maybe there is a potential comeback situation. You have not found a solution to burn the Purify. Now you have to find a way to burn out Saber's ultimate, the butterfly effect. And while in the midst of all this, you have to watch about the position of Shushan, because at any point in time, those couple of blades come in and you're dead. You're going to make a try. But this one, immediately, Howling Wind, put to waste.
Yeah, pull to waste at this point. No sort of catch. I mean, it's very linear of the approach, right? And we haven't really seen too many of the control stuns into those kills, because the way APG are controlling the game and just owning the map, it's so tough for Blacklist here.
Okay, Sun steal, and then you have the Sun ultimate with the Fidget charge.
Look, Chammy 1's taking a lot. They have the control, but it's not enough. The Fever Barrage is on it too, and they find him. And the final frenzy's going to be popping in for Chammy 1, but he's going the wrong way. They've got Golden Kite as well as Dragon. It looks like they will find Chammy 1 as well. And this is all APG at this stage.
Everything Alpha, and Saber has found the next target is Joshi. It is him against the dreams of APG. One-man army. He needs to clear the waves and do it quick as well. Everyone's surrounding him.
Oh, the set sail. Joshi sidesteps it. He's going to be pounding away, but the blades are unreal. And the wrap around, they find the Tiger and they take him down. as well, and APG off of the ace. Looks like they might go on. No, they're gonna wait up just a little bit longer.
Yep, Joshi bought so much time. They're juking, the weaving in and out now, right now. He has given Blacklist International another chance, but this may be the final chance because this is the Shadow Tyrant.
Not much more time, not many opportunities for Blacklist to come in, and they did this last game where they took both of the big neutrals. APG's like, we can do it too in this game.
And I mean, this is looking like the final chapter for PKL's #1 seed, Blacklist International. At this point, you would require more than a miracle to turn this whole game around.
I mean, they're just sticking around. They're waiting for somebody to potentially show up. This is a Hail Mary play, if anything. They need to recall because they have so many of the lanes that are pushing in the top and the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any person to make this change, like we said, it's the mid lane, it's Dragon. He needs to hit some crazy freeze of some sort. The Frigid Prison needs to be the game changer here. They need to lock up as many people on the side of APG as possible.
I mean, they need to try, but the winner is here. Just look at the zone, not hitting everything, but they've been kind of pushed away. Looks like APG are going to turn their attention towards this mid lane, but the Shadow Vanguard pushing in the bottom.
Okay, maybe this is the chance. They had the wraparound. Sun is in danger.
Joshi pounces forward, finding Sun. The Fever Barrage on back just for safety. To set sail, he's looking for the target. He finds Joshi. That's going to be the nice little knockup, but they find Golden Kite. That is the prime target that they're looking for. Sun turns it around off of the double kill, and now they're going to continue to chase, taking up top 3-3.
All right, they've gotten rid of that big problem of Susan. Right now, Dragon and Champion 1, they need to hold this. Could this be the game that ends the dream?
I mean, the winter is here. It looks like it's not going to be enough. Champion 1 throwing himself at this one, and congratulations to APG as they will move on into the lower bracket finals.
The end the dreams of Blacklist International. APG make it an all MKL final.
MKL's fans rejoice as your three back-to-back representatives of all three seeds they march it for, and it is a guaranteed MKL team that will be winning the grand finals here for the KIC. But as we celebrate the victors here, definitely Alpha Gaming put up an alpha of the show today in this BO7.
Well, that was a great series for them. They have taken this 4-1 here. A very dominant display in this last game of the series. Well-deserved for the side of Alpha Gaming, but the challenge does not end here. After a short break, they will be going up against the #2 seed of MKL, Nova.
Well, they will have to gear up whatever it takes to take on that series here, but they get to be happy because with that win alone, they do push forward in towards that lower bracket gauntlet here, and we thank them for their achievement thus far because they will be going up against Nova again with the upper bracket rematch.
Yeah, and Blacklist International, props to them. I mean, they had a great showing. Top 4. I mean, it's tough to go into this one. Let's give them all a round of applause for this one because, again, they fought to the bitter end on this one. They really leveled up, and even moving forward, this is going to be a very strong, formidable team.
Yeah, they are now the standards that all PKL teams need to achieve. Blacklist International has not just done a lot for themselves, they've done a lot for the PKL teams because now there's a reference. Someone has done it. They have won games against MKL teams. They have put pressure on the toughest region in HOK Global Esports. Now we'll see if they can rise once more.
We do thank them for their efforts though, because you have to really acknowledge the fact that through spring itself, they didn't make it into the tournament, into the full extent of S3, but they ended at semi-finals here. And then you look into KWC, not their best performance as well, halting at the first exits here, and then you pan yourself to look at the honor of International Championship 2025. They put up every single marker to push it into the top 4 finish here, and this is the end game screen here coming in for the final time between Blacklist International and Alpha Gaming.
They did fall twice in this game. So not the cleanest, not perfect, but hey, we take what we can get.
And your standards are high.
But I really want to once again point you in the direction of Susan. I think Susan really was that knife at the back of Blacklist.
Also Yulong. I mean, his play,
that was crazy.
every time he would make some sort of gank, a rotation, and that highlight reel in the top lane where he just barely survived, took down 2 members, and he survives. I mean, that was an amazing play.
I think when we saw that play on towards the Clash lane, especially the teleportation portal, I gotta say, I heard some hearts being shattered in the audience there.
Yeah. Actually, that was my heart. You heard that one. I was right next to you when it happened.
It went through
that
the
one
mic.
killed me, man.
Plus, Mine as well. Add that in. I mean, end of the day, that was a dream, right? We were talking about dreams so much that the APG said, "Dream Wanderer, your dreams will be gone." And this one was a very strong turnaround, and it really started straight from that moment in the game where the dive happened, right? They couldn't get rid of the jungler. And this is where the difference started from the start of Alpha Gaming as well as Blacklist International, and it never went away.
And it was all about that early game lead. I mean, you were talking about this head-to-head from Dragon and Shisan. I mean, Shisan with those blades, an absolute demon on this one, but the net worth almost double Dragon? Are you kidding me?
I think this also goes into the fact that their roster coming in for that Blacklist, the draft is just too high risk, high reward here. One small misstep and it will put you into such a insurmountable deficit. So for them, yes, they did find a Game 4 victory, but Game 5, it was just too difficult. And you know who made it difficult? It was Yulong. That outplay in towards the clashing, just another masterclass performance coming in from the APG jungler.
Yeah, the MVPs of MVPs here, using the Ukyo Tachibana, also known as the Swift Strike, and Swift he was. He survived the initial onslaught that Blacklist International threw onto him. 5-0-6, I mean, damage and damage taken, so clean.
Yeah, that fight in the top was very anime-esque, right? Like, he was like a sliver of life, you think he's gonna die, and he somehow pulls out the double, and he survives, and he walks away to see the next episode. Are you kidding me, Yulong?
I think the micro mechanics makes so much sense, right? He used the first ultimate in capturing Chaz, and when you use your passive and you refresh it with your spells, you get more of the spell refund here, which we can see in this play itself here. So the first initial ultimate coming in from Chaz has been expended on towards Xiang here. Take a look at Yulong here. Spell one, gets the stun on towards Chaz. First ultimate used here, uses the passive slash, gets frozen, and take a look here. Immediately assassinates Dragon here, plays towards the pit, and uses the ultimate to stall so much time against Just G.
And this would not have been possible if he didn't have both the buff as well.
And they backed away, but this Fever Barrage on point. I mean, with the way Sun played in this entire series, like, wow. Like, the APG looks on another level with him in that farm lane.
For sure, and to make it even easier, Saber had his butterfly effect to make sure that there was no one available to stop him as well. The catch here by the entirety of Alpha Gaming. This is why we say, right, the better team always wins in HOK.
This is the difficult part, really, and with a sad part to say, we do have to bid goodbye to Blacklist International in the KIC 2025 itself. We congratulate them in making it as far into the top 4 seed.
Yeah, this is not the end for Blacklist.
It will
Let's
not
be very honest. They've completely leveled up. I think that we've all been impressed with how they've really stepped up, but unfortunately for them, they will be dropping out of the KIC, and now we have the final 3.
The final 3 is an interesting one because 3 MKL teams, they can really claim themselves as the best region in the world right now. And so far, the next upcoming matchup, we are not done for the day. We have Nova going up against Alpha Gaming for the final series of the day to decide who joins HBSC in that grand finals tomorrow.
Yes, it's going to be a very important matchup because Nova, they definitely want to take this series and go back against HBSC, right? They want a rematch. But APG, will they actually allow that? I'm not really too sure.
Yeah, I think that that's going to be the piece, right? Because they're going up against Nova Esports, who are, again, a little bit well-rested. I don't know how much time they're going to have in between games and the series here, but it's pretty much, you just got to go next. GG, let's go.
I mean, if we were to compare 2 teams' form, the way that Alpha Gaming won against Blacklist International, it puts them into a very comfortable zone. Hands are warm, mental is strong, going into the series for the side of Nova. But for Nova, they suffered a very tough loss, a tough cookie coming up against HBSC here. So the mentality will be very different here, but that will be the story for later on of the final series here. We need to know who comes out on top, but without that, we need to go into the winners and losers interview. Take it away.
Alpha Gaming dominated that game. Congratulations, Saber. I have to say, Malaysia has proven to be the strongest region when it comes to Honor of Kings. And how was that like, performing in front of the home crowd where everybody is cheering for your opponent, Blacklist International?
I just focus on my game performance, and that's what allowed.
Just focused on the game performance, and that really helped them out, Butters.
Yeah, and now you have to face up against your hometown sister teams, you have Nova Esports rather, waiting in the next round. So, what do you have to say to them?
We just try our best and enter to the grand final.
All right.
It's definitely going to be the tough fight. It's going to be the battle of the strongest nation. You know, Saber, you are so impressive, and you have a lot of supporters watching you. What would you like to say to everybody supporting APG and Malaysia?
Thank for all support APG and keep support us. Thank you.
Congratulations once again, Saber, and we'll see you in the next best of 7. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Butters, it's difficult for us to do.
Definitely.
And it's happened here, but things like this happen. In every journey, there must be a champion and there must be somebody who will fall. Let us give respect and welcome Chami 1 and Jushji of Blacklist International. Hello, Chami, Jushji.
Yeah, thank you for such a wonderful performance. You represented the country well. So now, let's just ask a few questions. How was the journey from last year to now? What we've achieved in KIC 2025? Can you run us through the things that you have, encountered in the journey, in your HOK journey so far?
First of all, natutuwa kami kasi sobrang laki ng improvement namin as a team, and sobrang nakaka-enjoy kasi nakakalaban na namin yung mga Malaysian toe-to-toe. And sana next year, mas maganda pa maipakita namin against Malaysian teams.
They're really happy because they recognize that they have improved and they saw that they can go up against Malaysia toe-to-toe against the strongest region, and they hope that they can come back stronger for the next year. Now, Jushji, in this entire journey that you guys have had, what was the biggest learning? And what is it that you want to learn? Ano ba yung mga gusto mong matutunan? Yung pinaka magandang natutunan nyo sa journey na to, lalo na sa KIC, at ang mas gusto nyo pang matutunan para sa Blacklist International?
Siguro yung madam, yung overall nung game. Kasi feeling ko medyo bitin pa kami talaga. Tapos compare sa mga Malaysian teams kasi sobrang pulido na nila, ganun. Pero yun, siguro dahil ang tagal na rin kasi nila naglalaro talaga. And ayun, proud din naman ako sa team ko kasi kahit mag-almost 2 years pa lang kami naglalaro, kaya namin may pagsabayan sa mga Malaysian teams.
What he wants to learn is more about the game, right? He wants to learn more about the game because he recognizes that Malaysia, they still have a long way to go. And they want to learn more. And now he's really happy because going up against them, he could see that they could go toe to toe. And he's proud of the achievement and the growth that they have. Malaysia is playing perfectly, and they still have room to grow. Thank you so much.
And top 2 team, top 2 country, second best country in KIC 2025, Philippines. Now it's time for your messages to your families, the fans. What do you want to tell them?
First of all, thank you sa mga fans na pumunta sa amin para i-support yung Philippines. And sana patuloy nyo kaming supportahan sa mga next namin tournament. Babawi kami.
Ayun, thank you guys sa pagpunta. Babuyan natin yan next year.
They will make it up to everybody next year. You know, Chami 1, Jushji, regardless what happens, we're still proud of you. You once lifted the trophy and proven that you could become champions. You've inspired fans and you've made your region proud. This is not the end of your story. We know that you have many more stories to write. Thank you for giving us the honor. And everybody, let's give him the honor and give him a big round of applause. For the last time, when I say Blacklist, you say break the code. Blacklist. Blacklist. One more time with all your heart. Blacklist. Agents, thank you so much for your support. Blacklist, we are still so proud of you.
Thank you.
We have one more best of 7 to go. It's gonna be the fight of the strongest region in honor of kings. We'll be right back after this break.
Hey, Car, you need something?
Oh yeah. Hi. I'm gonna show you to my room. Welcome to car. Hi. This is Car's vlog. I'm gonna go to my room. I'm gonna show you something. So let's go. Let's go to our room. This is Miggy, my roommate.
So please.
Sorry guys, our room is messy, you know. Because we're both, boys. We're done preparing because we have a match against APG in the lower bracket for KIC2025. We're very excited because, we didn't expect that we're gonna make it until top 6, playing our game, showing what Filipino can do. So yeah, I'm not expecting for anything for this tournament. I'm just, I just want to showcase my talent to the other regions and my team especially. Like we want to, to prove that PKL is closing the gap to MKL. So let's ask Miggy also. It's sleeping, bro. Bro. Uy. What's your hope for our tournament?
I hope that we can prove what PKL is capable in the tournament.
So yeah, I'm very happy that I'm with my teammates, especially now in this tournament. So yeah, we're going to the venue now because we have a match. So let's go. So now we're arrived at the venue. We're gonna go to the waiting area, player room, while waiting our game. So hi guys, we're here in the carnival. So we're gonna try this Luban's Barrage. So let's go. Lobo, boss. Lobo. So paano po yan laruin?
Targets here. Siyempre gagamitin po natin yung Lubans, guys. Iba rin po nito.
Nanalo na ba kayo?
Yes!
Wait, nanalo na sila.
Go, Carl! Go! Kaya mo yan! Let's go, Carl!
So 1.9 kuya. Okay. Meron pa. Sayang. Isa pa. Meron pa.